Chapter 1. The smell of blood filled the air, irritating Shania's nasal cavity. At some point, Shania finally woke up. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. The violent coughing made his lungs seem to be coughed out. His abdomen and chest had been pierced by the sword, but the blood did not flow out, and the wounds stopped worsening. The smell of blood and the smell of rotting corpses mixed together, and countless corpses piled up into a mountain. Ding! The system detects that the host has become a ghost, awakening the ultimate life system. This system is designed to help the host become a true QQ life. Because the host activated the system, a novice gift package is given first, which contains a mental substitute and a chance to awaken the blood demon art. Mental substitute: you can create a substitute in your own mind. The host can engrave memories on the substitute to deceive all types of mind-reading detection, for example, the mind-reading and visual sharing of the Demon King MUZAN. Vampire Art Awakening: it can help the host awaken the blood demon art. This reward only helps the host activate the blood demon art, not to give the blood demon art, which the host itself possesses. If the host's qualifications are not enough to awaken the blood demon art, it will be changed to enhance the basic panel. I gave you a lot of blood, you should not need to eat for a long time. A voice sounded behind him. Shania turned his head and saw that the other party was wearing a purple snake-patterned horse hakama, a dark red long sideburns and a high ponytail, and a somewhat weird sword hanging around his waist. The most terrifying thing is that he has 6 eyes, with red sclera and golden irises. Even though he was mentally prepared, Shania was still shocked when he saw this face. He had an impression of this face. This was the villain in an anime he had watched in his previous life, Shugakugo Iwakatsu. No, he should be called Kokushibo now. That's right, Shania is a time traveler, his full name is Ryudaji Shania. He had long forgotten his name in his previous life. After all, he had lived in this world for more than 20 years, and he had only lived for more than 20 years in his previous life. When he traveled through time, he was the stepson of the Demon Slayer Core's Sound Pillar. When he heard the 3 words Demon Slayer Core, he knew that he had traveled to the world of the Blade of the Group Annihilation. The good news is that he is very familiar with the plot of this anime, and has watched the animation and comics many times. It can be said that he is very familiar with the plot and settings. The bad news is that it is now the 11th year of Kansei. There are still 113 years before the plot begins. Fortunately, he has a very good talent. Since he was picked up by the Sound Pillar at the age of 8, he has become an excellent swordsman who can rival the pillar in more than 10 years. It can be said that in actual combat, he is not weaker than the Sound Pillar. His attainment in thunder breathing is close to the peak level. Such a genius is naturally trained as a key figure in the Demon Slayer Corps. A month ago, the Sound Pillar died of illness at the age of 67. Shania is not sad about this. After all, in the Demon Slayer Corps, dying of old age is considered a good thing. In his more than 10 years of career in the Demon Slayer Corps, Shania has seen too many children who died at the age of 14 or 15 at the claws of evil spirits. Having lived 2 lives, Shania was 27 years old before he traveled through time. Looking at the young members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shania is just like looking at his juniors. Originally, he was about to inherit the title of Sound Pillar and continue to fight demons until he died of old age. Unexpectedly, fate played tricks on him. After fighting demons for 20 years, Shania is naturally not the kind of rookie who is afraid of demons. Not to mention that the demon boss MUZAN Kibutsuji is a scumbag boss, and Shania has no intention of being loyal to him. My boss treats me so well, with high salary, high welfare, and regular psychological counseling. If I have any troubles, my boss will listen to me nagging for an entire afternoon. That's it, what can your scum boss compare with? The only tempting immortality is also at the cost of being controlled by the scum boss and not being able to see the light. Becoming a ghost will extend your life indefinitely. I don't know how long the lifespan is, but I only know that there are no ghosts who die of old age. However, after becoming a ghost, you must hide during the day and go out at night. There is also a complete jungle law between ghosts, and there is almost no trust relationship. And your life and death are all decided by the scum boss. From then on, you can only eat raw meat and drink blood. No matter what kind of food in the world, it will be bland and tasteless in the mouth of a ghost. Under this premise, is immortality a temptation? That's called serving a sentence. Not to mention that countless of his colleagues died at the hands of evil ghosts, and he should be irreconcilable with evil ghosts. Thinking of this, Shania was even more furious, and he drew his sword and rushed towards Kokushibo. Hey! Kokushibo was shocked when he saw Shania rushing towards him. He didn't expect that Shania would still hesitate to fight with his sword after seeing his terrifying strength, and he didn't expect that Shania would adapt to MUZAN Kibutsuji's blood so quickly. Ding! The two swords collided with each other, bursting out dazzling sparks. Yuan Lei! The tip of the sword with dark golden lightning stabbed at Kokushibo. Puff! The sword flashed in an instant, and Shania was instantly cut into 3 pieces. The pain hit his nerves and almost made him faint again. Kokushibo touched the wound on his face with some surprise. He was actually injured by a rookie who had just become a demon. When Kokushibo was stunned, Shania grew a body again. Because he received a lot of blood, Shania's strength increased dramatically after adapting. You know, just a few minutes ago, he and a dozen teammates besieged Kokushibo, but he didn't even see Kokushibo's sword. Thunder-breathing one-form thunderbolt flash. The dark golden lightning, with thunder, instantly arrived in front of Kokushibo, and slashed at his neck. This time, Kokushibo's sword was not unsheathed, and he directly pressed Shania's wrist. With such a gap, you still have the courage to attack me, and you can adapt so quickly. No wonder Lord MUZAN would take a fancy to you. After Kokushibo finished speaking, he casually threw Shania behind him. Thumb! Accompanied by the sound of the pipa, Shania fell into a space. Shania was naturally very familiar with this space. Different space, infinite city. In other words, I should meet the trash boss. Thinking of this, Shania didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately activated the substitute in his mind and blocked important information such as being a time traveler and knowing the plot. Everyone, let's welcome the arrival of new companions. Standing at the highest point, an elegant man said softly. Needless to say, the man is naturally the legendary ancestor of demons, MUZAN Kibutsuji. Since that generation, this is the first time I have seen such a genius in the Demon Slayer Corps. The boss looked at Shania with admiration. Indeed, since Shugakuin Yoshiichi developed the breathing method and became the strongest generation of Demon Slayer Corps, the subsequent Demon Slayer Corps has been inferior to the previous generation. Although it is much stronger than the Demon Slayer Corps before Shugakuin Yoshiichi, the initial generation of breathing swordsmen is really incomparable. And Shania's talent, even in that generation, is very dazzling. This is the judgment of Kokushibo, the former breathing swordsman, one of the upper strings. At this time, Shania felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and immediately covered his eyes and screamed. Shiny's eyes began to change, the originally black pupils turned dark gold, and words appeared in his eyes. The left eye is upper string, and the right eye is sixth string. We just experienced a bloody battle for replacement, and the upper string 6 is vacant, so a new companion will take over. MUZAN said. Shiny looked up at MUZAN, and no emotion could be seen in his eyes. There was neither anger nor gratitude. But MUZAN knew that Shiny hated and was unwilling to do so. This was of course the role of the stand, and Shiny conveyed his hatred for the ghost to MUZAN without reservation. And most importantly, his understanding of the plot and settings of the comics was hidden by Shiny. MUZAN expressed disdain for Shiny's thoughts. What if you hate ghosts? You have become a ghost now, and the instinct of ghosts will disintegrate reason. One day, Shine Yi will follow the guidance of instinct and stand on his side. And Shine Yi, in his heart, also has his own plans. Fighting Kokushibo was an impulse. If it was his old self, he might have fought to the death with MUZAN. But now it's different. MUZAN has no way of knowing his true inner thoughts. In other words, he can definitely find a way to stab MUZAN in the back. Damn it, it's only 100 years, I can wait. Chapter 2. The blood was shed, and the blood was shed. While Shania was thinking about how to backstab MUZAN, MUZAN suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck. He cut his wrist and forced Shania to drink his blood. Seeing this, the upper ranks were envious. But Shania was devastated. You said you wanted to give me blood, but my sister said she didn't want to drink it. Cough cough cough. After choking several times, MUZAN finally stopped the blood transfusion. The ghosts who drink my blood directly will not lose their memories of their human period. Be grateful to me, this is a treatment that other ghosts don't have. MUZAN said with a proud look on his face. Thank you, my ancestors. Shine Yi looked at the smug look and complained in his heart. Later, he thought that this guy seemed to be from the same clan as his boss, so he should forget about scolding his ancestors. After being forced to give blood by MUZAN, MUZAN left the infinite castle, leaving only the upper strings. Yo! Doma, the second upper string, was very enthusiastic and came up to put his arm around Shine Yi's shoulder. I'm a newcomer too, you just became a demon, and I just became the second upper string. But you're really amazing, you were promoted to the upper string by MUZAN-sama right after you became a demon. Shine Yi looked at Doma, who really deserved a beating, and he almost couldn't help but draw his sword. The reason why he didn't draw his sword was not because he was calm enough, but because the damn Kokushibo lost his sword. Logically speaking, Doma's strength at this time should not be as good as in the decisive battle. If he really had an Ikaran sword, he might be able to kill Doma in a sneak attack. Unfortunately, he doesn't have it. Since he can't change the overall situation, he can only change his mindset. For people like Doma, the angrier you are, the more excited he gets. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the upper third Akaza who looked like a big enemy next to him. Akaza felt Shania's gaze and looked over with confusion in his eyes. Doma looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Oh? It seems that Mr. Shania is very interested in Mr. Akaza. I can introduce you. We have a good relationship. Tisk. Hearing this, a few veins popped up on Akaza's forehead. Shania was full of black lines, I didn't see it. How could it be? I really want to make friends with Akaza-sama. Doma said as he walked to Akaza-sama, hugged Akaza-sama and said with a smile, Right, Akaza-sama. The big enemy clenched his fists at this time, and his whole body began to tremble with anger. He usually didn't like this guy, but today this guy actually rose to the top, from upper 6 to upper 2, becoming his superior. How can this be? This is no longer an ordinary reversal of the heavens, and a heavy punch must be used. Destruction kill air style. Akaza was so angry that he punched him directly. Boom! Then a burst of ice mist drifted over, and the big enemy's third brother was frozen into an ice sculpture. How can we kill each other without starting a bloody battle, Akaza-sama? This is not good. Doma looked like he was preaching. Although Akaza was frozen into an ice sculpture, Doma only restricted his movements, and his consciousness was still clear. This made Akaza feel even more humiliated. He didn't expect the gap in strength to be so big. Who told you not to eat people properly? I said that women have the highest nutritional value, but you always sneered. The fundamental reason why you were surpassed by me today is because you didn't listen to me. Doma said earnestly. Seeing this scene, Shine Yi felt a little sympathetic to Akaza. In addition to sympathy, Shine Yi was also relieved. Fortunately, he didn't attack Doma. Akaza's strength is much stronger than his, but he was still killed by Doma in a sneak attack. If he attacked by himself, it would be even more embarrassing. Just now, I thought that if it was a sneak attack, there would be a chance to kill Doma in a second. It seems that I was too naive. The ranking of MUZAN is still quite valuable. There is a gap in strength between each upper string. What's more, he has been a demon for less than an hour and doesn't even have blood demon arts. Doma, stop it. At this time, Kokushibo spoke. He is very optimistic about Akaza. Although his value is to abide by the hierarchy, he also thinks that Doma is going too far, so he still speaks out to stop him. Yes, yes, Lord Kokushibo. Doma quickly responded. He was obviously much more restrained in front of Kokushibo, and he was relieved. The blood demon technique was activated. Damn it! The moment the blood demon technique was released, Akaza roared and rushed towards Doma. Really? Doma sighed, with a bit of a feeling of disappointment, and he also planned to increase the strength of Akaza. Akaza! At this time, Kokushibo spoke again, and Akaza's figure stopped abruptly and stayed where he was. An invisible force hit Akaza, causing him to spit blood directly. If you have any dissatisfaction with Doma, apply to Lord MUZAN to start a bloody battle, don't do it privately. Kokushibo said lightly. No, no, Lord Kokushibo, even if we start a bloody battle, Lord Akaza can't beat us. Doma didn't feel how annoying he was, and he kept chattering. Besides, Lord Akaza and I just had a little fight just now, which helps to enhance our relationship. How do you know that the relationship has improved? Shania was next to him and couldn't help complaining. No. Doma was surprised and looked at Shania. I heard from others that between good friends, small fights are small tricks to promote feelings. Shania scratched his head, who said that nonsense without thinking. Doma thought for a while and said, one of my believers said that this is how he and his wife enhanced their relationship. Shania was full of black lines. Are you sure? He also used blood demon art to freeze his wife. Doma didn't answer Shania, but fell into deep thought. Is there something wrong with the operation? Don't say it, Doma. This ghost, at least when he doesn't mess with me, it's still quite fun. It is actually very simple to deal with Doma. Just adjust your mentality and don't be provoked by him, and you can have a normal conversation. For someone like Akaza who is easily defeated by a casual provocation, not to mention Doma, Shania also wants to tease him. However, considering the difference in strength, he gave up this idea. After all, when the time comes, Akaza may say, if I can't deal with Doma, can I deal with you? By the way, Mr. Shania, do you want to visit my house? I put a woman's head on the pot that Yuhu gave me last time, and it looks so good. Doma said enthusiastically. Shania was sweating. Ah! I still don't want to. Who the hell wants to see that? You're welcome. Since we have joined the 12 Kizuki, we are all family. Doma said enthusiastically, why don't we go to Jiyuan Flower Street? I have two good friends there. After saying that, without waiting for Shania to refute, he hugged Shania and waved to Mingv on the platform above. Jiyuan Flower Street, thank you. Ah! Shania was confused. When he came to his senses, he was already in a clean room. In the room, a beautiful girl was putting on makeup. Hey, long time no see, Daki. Doma waved. Dashi. Daki didn't expect Doma to appear here. To be honest, she felt that Doma was annoying. But her brother told her that Doma was their savior. Inki, and she couldn't be rude. Where's Jifutaro? Let him come out to play together. Doma looked around. Shania looked helpless. I say, if we do this, won't MUZAN's grandson say anything? Doma said with a smile, don't worry, I often find other ghosts to play with, MUZAN-sama won't say anything. After that, he reminded, but you have to be careful not to be with those ghosts who like to gather in large numbers. MUZAN-sama doesn't like this. Oh. Hey. Were you rude to MUZAN-sama just now? Daki stood up, walked in front of Shania, and asked condescendingly. Shania tilted his head. Hey. Daki was indignant. Where did you come from, ghost? You dare to speak rudely to MUZAN-sama? It's really too rude. After all, this is just a 13-year-old girl. Even if she becomes a ghost, her personality has become worse, and she can't scold people. If it were Shania, if someone dared to say bad things about the owner of Yubayashiki, Shania would say, Ziyuan Grand Stage, come if you have a mother. If he doesn't report the other party's household registration book, he has been in vain in Zon for so many years. Doma supported his face with his hands and looked at Daki. To be honest, he didn't react just now. Shinyi was talking about MUZAN's grandson. The most important thing is that Lord MUZAN didn't punish him. But since Lord MUZAN didn't react, Doma didn't say much. Hey, don't you know how to be polite? You don't even know how to report your name. Daki continued to report to Shinyi. Shinyi blinked, his eyes engraved with. The eyes of the upper rank and 6 looked at Daki. Daki seemed to have not seen it. Hey, are you mute? Shania looked at Doma. A little punishment, is that okay? Doma closed his eyes and nodded seriously. Shania saw Doma nod, then looked at Daki, stood up and walked in front of her, slapping her. I can't deal with Kokushibo, so I can't deal with you, right? Chapter 3. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. Yubayashiki family, Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. 14 members, 13 dead, 1 missing. The thin man looked at the crow perched on his arm and murmured, is the missing one Shania? Could it be? Although the man had a little guess in his mind, he extinguished it himself. Anyone is possible, except Shania. But the news from the crow did show that Shania had a conversation with a samurai-dressed ghost and was taken away by the ghost. Kajuro, it seems that you need to go there. The man looked at the orange-haired young swordsman beside him and said. The young swordsman nodded, yes, my lord. The man looked at the crow and whispered, go, return to your swordsman and continue to perform your duties as a crow. Yoshiwara Flower Street. Damn it, you new ghost, do you know how to respect your seniors? I became a ghost earlier than you, and you dare to treat me like this? It's fine if you treat me like this, but you dare to be rude to Master MUZAN. When I eat more people and become stronger, I will never forgive you. In the room, Daki's head was placed on the table, cursing at Shania. Her body had fallen to the side, without the brain to issue commands. Her movements were not only slow, but also chaotic. Until now, she still didn't notice the upper 6 in Shania's eyes. In the corner, after being cut in half, Jifutaro was nailed to the ground with a knife. This knife was from a samurai that Shania stole on the road, not the sun blade. Therefore, even beheading would not kill the siblings. Is this little girl really the lower string one? It seems that MUZAN's vision is not very good, too weak. His brother is a bit interesting. If it weren't for her, he would have been stronger. Shinyi mocked. Doma blinked and looked at Shinyi, even he couldn't help but complain in his heart. How can you, an upper string 6, run over to bully the lower string and say this proudly? He completely forgot that just now in the Infinite Castle, he had just dealt a wave of damage to Akaza. Shinyi pulled Daki's hair and teased her, I say, you have no vision, your strength is so weak, and your personality is so bad. You can live until now without being killed by the demon hunters, all thanks to your brother to clean up your ass, right? I don't know if it's because a person's personality will be affected after becoming a demon. Shinyi feels that he has become a bit of a bad taste. He looked at Doma beside him and suddenly woke up. Oh my god, I was infected by this guy, wasn't I? He walked to Jifutaro with Daki's head in his hand. You'd better control your temper, otherwise, if you meet an enemy you can't deal with like today, it will be like today. Jifutaro looked at Shiny and stared at him with gritted teeth. His sister is his Achilles heel. He will never forgive anyone who hurts his sister. Even his mother, when she abused his sister, he almost went berserk. Doma watched with interest as Shiny bullied Jifutaro and his sister with evil taste. He had no feelings for Jifu and his sister, nor did he have the concept of this is one of our own. He saved the brother and sister purely out of interest, thinking it would be fun to save them. And now, he thinks Shiny's personality change is also very interesting. From the upright and fearless human period to the evil taste of his personality after becoming a ghost. He even felt that Shania and himself were the same kind of people, the same kind of ghosts, so he wanted to have more contact with Shania. Shania didn't kill the brother and sister of the prostitute in the end, and MUZAN still had high hopes for Jifutaro. Although he could now maintain his hatred for MUZAN without any scruples, and could openly be rude to MUZAN, and MUZAN would not pursue it. But if he killed the brother and sister of the prostitute, MUZAN might not be able to tolerate him. Puff. After pulling out the knife that nailed Jifutaro and resetting Daki's head, Shania sat down and said, "You should also understand the difference in strength. Jifutaro, as a brother, you should not only protect your sister, but also learn to discipline her. Otherwise, you can only let others help you discipline her. How did you die, have you forgotten?" Jifu, Daki, Doma, they really don't remember, they only drank the blood of Lord MUZAN. Only those who have been born under the name of Kuroshibo can retain the memory of their human period. Okay. Shania really didn't remember this setting. Doma was interested, that is to say, only Lord Kokushibo, me and Lord Shania have this treatment. That's great. As expected, the three of us should get along well. The brother and sister of the prostitute had learned their lesson at this time. When the upper demons were chatting, they, the lower demons, just had to stay aside and not talk. During this period, the prostitute went out for a while, and when he came back, he was holding a person in his hand. The prostitute threw the person in front of Shania and said, "I'm very sorry, Lord Shania. Jifutaro is different from Daki, who is too well protected, so she doesn't know the severity of the situation." But the reason why Jifutaro dared to attack Shania was because he was furious when he saw his sister being hurt. After calming down, he knew that it would be easy for Shania to kill him and his sister, so he captured someone in the hope of getting forgiveness from Shania. Shania didn't show any signs of resisting his appetite, but that was because Kokushibo and MUZAN took turns to feed him blood. And that was raw feeding, the kind that opened his mouth and poured it in. So, Shania is not hungry at all now, and even a little full. If he wasn't afraid that MUZAN would break his defense, he would even think of looking for MUZAN to hold and bite a few times if he wanted to eat someone in the future. "What are you doing? Are you using this to test the cotters? Which cotter can't stand such a test?" Shania said with a frown. Doma turned his head away. "Don't look at me, I don't eat men." Although his personality has become somewhat evil, Shania has always felt that his pride as a ghost hunter is still there, and he would rather die than eat humans. But the bloodthirsty instinct of evil ghosts is unavoidable, and the most nutritious thing for ghosts is humans. Even if he does not need to eat humans in a short period of time because MUZAN's blood has not been digested, he will eventually face it after MUZAN's blood is digested. And this time may only be a few days, or even shorter. Therefore, finding a food to replace humans in a short period of time is a top priority. Originally he planned to find Tamayo as soon as possible, and blocked MUZAN's signal, so he was not afraid that MUZAN would find out about his plan. But now is more than 100 years before the start of the plot, and no one can tell whether Tamayo is in Asakusa. Therefore, he can only find something that can replace humans as food. For example, ghosts. Although MUZAN strictly prohibits ghosts from devouring each other in any occasion other than a bloody battle, with Shania's current strength, he can hunt some cannon fodder ghosts without the other party noticing. However, to be on the safe side, Shania did not take action immediately. Instead, he planned to look for traces of demons nearby. From the Heian period to the present, I'm afraid MUZAN himself doesn't know how many demons he has converted, not to mention the other upper-rank demons who used his blood to convert. This number is at least 80,000, if not 100,000. It's no problem for Shania to catch 100 or 80 of them. After bidding farewell to Doma and leaving Yoshiwara Flower Street, Shania suddenly fell into confusion. Shania still took the man who was given to Shania as a gift by the prostitute Taro, and let him go after he came out. Where should I go? From crossing over to before becoming a demon, Shania has always been adopted by the Sound Pillar. After the Sound Pillar passed away, Shania has been living in the Demon Slayer Corps. Now he can't go back to the Demon Slayer Corps. That's right, Shania knows where the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is. After all, he was trained as a pillar. If it weren't for the awakening of the system, the moment he turned into a demon, MUZAN would know where the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is. Speaking of the system, Shania just remembered that there was still an opportunity to awaken the Blood Demon art in the novice gift package. He didn't know how to open the system, so he could only recite it in his heart. Unexpectedly, a panel appeared in front of him. Chapter 4. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Name, Ryadaji Shania. Gender, male. Height, 190 cm. Age, 24. Identity, former stepson of the Demon Slayer Corps Sound Pillar candidate, current upper 6 breathing technique, thunder breathing, demonized version, level 972%, the breathing method will improve physical fitness in all aspects. Even ghosts can get a lot of improvement after learning the breathing method. Thunder breathing focuses on improving speed and explosive power. After becoming a ghost, the swordsmanship of thunder breathing will be accompanied by electric current. After the ghost version of thunder breathing is practiced to the extreme, lightning can be released without using the sword form. Blood Demon Art, no PS, the highest level of ability is level 10. The difficulty of upgrading varies according to the strength and complexity of the ability. Example, both are level 10, rock breathing has higher upgrade requirements than thunder breathing. Long-term mission, backstab the boss MUZAN, take all his power, and overcome the sun to become a QQ life form. Reward unknown, no punishment. Short-term mission, awakening vampire. The reward is unknown, and there is no punishment. Shiny looked at his panel and was generally satisfied. The short-term task is to awaken the Blood Demon art, which is a free gift for Shiny. Although the awakening Blood Demon art given by the system, it is necessary for Zhen to have the qualifications to awaken the Blood Demon art in order to successfully awaken it. However, since he had been fed so much blood, the lower limit should not be low. Thinking of this, Zhen ran to the mountains and found a remote cave to hide. After all, I don't know what will happen when I awaken the Blood Vampire art, so I'd better be cautious. After hiding, Shania used the opportunity to awaken the Blood Vampire art. In an instant, Shania felt the blood in his body surging. The blood circulation began to speed up and flow around his body. The power in his body it also began to surge, and blood even spread out of the body, emitting red light. Shiny's dark golden pupils began to release weak lightning. I didn't expect that this novice gift pack not only awakened the blood ghost art, but also strengthened Shiny's body, even the lightning his breathing also increased. At the same time, a lot of strange information appeared in his mind, which was about his Blood Demon art. This state lasted for a long time before he slowly calmed down. Shania panting, looking at the night sky outside, I feel helpless. Hunger comes earlier than I thought. Because of the awakening of the Blood Demon art, the blood of MUZAN in my body is completely assimilated, and the feeling of fullness disappears. Instead, it is the hunger that constantly invades my sanity. Feelings, and a desire for living things, especially human flesh and blood. This hunger can be suppressed by reason at first, but once it lasts for a long time, it will get out of control. Strong willpower only pushes the time of losing control back. The hunger from instinct will constantly erode the reason and disintegrate the will. If I don't eat flesh and blood, I will lose control and be controlled by instinct to prey on humans. But now I am in the deep mountains and forests, I can only catch some wild animals to temporarily relieve my hunger. As for ghosts, their staple food is humans, and most ghosts will not hide in such a forest. After going out and catching a few wild boars and a tiger, eating their raw meat and drinking their blood, the hunger was slightly relieved. But it was only as bad as before. I just started to feel uncomfortable, but I am still very hungry. Congratulations to the host for awakening the blood demon art. The reward has been issued. Please check it out. Blood demon art, wind and water binding, level 00%. Open a barrier within a radius of 10 meters with the caster as the center. The power of units considered as enemies by the caster will be slightly suppressed. Evaluation, no effect on upper rank demons, obvious effect on lower rank demons and below, but unnecessary. Although the system's evaluation is not very good, but this is level 0, there will definitely be changes after upgrading. Shania also set his sights on the system's reward, which is a knife. Sheath, this knife cannot be destroyed or worn out. And it is effective against ghosts. It has a slight inhibitory effect on regeneration ability. The stronger the host, the stronger the inhibitory effect. Evaluation, using this sword to behead a ghost is as effective as using the sun blade. It is very effective when used with the he blade. Good stuff, but I don't know if it will work. Hold yourself. After all, he is also a ghost. If he encounters a master who uses a knife, he can disarm him directly and then cut him with this knife. That would be really dangerous. However, the ghost's survival instinct did not make him feel that this knife was dangerous. Instead, he felt that the knife was dangerous. I feel that this knife has established a connection with me. The feeling of hunger comes again, irritating Shania's nerves. It seems that I still have to find Tamayo, after all. Jingzhou can get rid of MUZAN's control when the boss is weakened, and only needs to drink a small amount of blood to survive. Although the boss's injuries have recovered now, he has been weakened more than a little bit compared to when he met Yoriichi, so it is not completely impossible. At least change your physique first so that you don't have to live by eating people. Why not just find the blue-red spider lily? The reason is also very simple. Although there is a saying on the internet in the previous life that the blue-red spider lily grows on the mountain where Tanjiro's family lives and only blooms at noon. But first of all, I dare not be sure of the truth of this news, and secondly, this is more than 100 years before the plot begins, where can he find the Komato family? Especially now, the Meiji restoration has not started yet, and surnames are still unique to the nobility. Tanjiro's ancestors don't even have a surname at this time. A charcoal-selling family without a surname can smash a lot of bricks on this poor island country. Looking for the Komato family is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, there is another less important reason. What's the use of finding a flower that blooms at noon? Now Shania needs connections and good looks, resources and good looks. Even if the flower is found and blooms, he can't take it away. At the same time, in a mansion in Kyoto, MUZAN Kibutsuji, who pretended to be the head of a wealthy family, smiled. He saw everything Shania did in the flower street. Of course, it was just what Shania wanted him to see. Although Shania still didn't respect him and even spoke rudely, he had changed from before. Compared with his human period, Shania's temperament has changed a lot. This should be the instinct of being a ghost, which affected his personality in his human period. For MUZAN, this is a good phenomenon, indicating that this human has begun to move closer to ghosts. The only flaw is, how can he play with Doma? Can't he learn from Akaza? Be serious, don't be so careless all day. Edo, Asakusa. Edo is much more prosperous than where Shania stayed before. It is an important town after all, with a night market and no curfew. Shania walked among the crowd, and the loneliness in his heart was dispelled a little. It has been several months since Shania awakened the blood demon art. For several months, Shania has been living a life of hiding during the day and going out at night. During the day, he would find a place where the sun could not shine to recuperate, and at night he would go to the town to prey on the demons who were ready to prey on humans. What is this called? This is called the mantis stalking the cicada, and the oriole is behind. My ancestors can't support me. As Shania expected, this kind of demon who doesn't even have blood demon art and can only be cannon fodder, MUZAN doesn't bother to care at all. Shania has been catching it for several months, and MUZAN has no reaction at all. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Shiny doesn't catch ghosts very often. After all, one ghost is enough for Shiny to deal with for several days. The effect of eating ghosts should be the same as eating people. Shiny can clearly feel that his strength is increasing. Although the speed of increase is very slow, it is indeed getting stronger. Although he is a cannon fodder ghost, he also has a little blood of MUZAN in his body. In a few months, Shiny's blood ghost art has been upgraded to level 1. Blood ghost art, wind and water binding, level 181%. After launching the blood ghost art, the caster will be the center, and the barrier will be opened arbitrarily within a radius of 15 meters. The strength of the units regarded as hostile by the caster in the barrier will be slightly weakened, and the units regarded as teammates by the caster will be slightly strengthened. Evaluation: whether it is strengthening or weakening, it is meaningless when facing upper-rank demons. It can affect lower-rank demons and below, and is also effective against humans. After reaching level 1, the effect of blood demon art, wind and water binding began to appear, that is, it can enhance teammates. Although the amplitude is still small, it has an effect. At this time, it is time to set out to find Tamayo. Chapter 5. In the original novel, Tamayo and MUZAN Kibutsuji both appeared in Asakusa. But it was more than 100 years ago, and Shania couldn't be sure of Tamayo's whereabouts, so he could only try his luck in Asakusa. However, after asking around, he did find out that there was a female doctor who only saw patients at night, and she stayed at home during the day. Although Tamayo was out of MUZAN's control, she was still a ghost in essence and still afraid of sunlight. So even if she was practicing medicine, she should be hiding during the day and coming out at night. After nightfall, many lanterns were lit on the roadside in Asakusa, and the night market was still prosperous. Even though it is still an agricultural society, Asakusa is already very outstanding compared to other places. Go drink some more, big brother. Just when Shiny was thinking about how to lure out Tamayo, several drunks walked into the alley where Shiny was. They had obviously drunk a lot, talking nonsense and even walking off-center. Even though Shiny had tried his best to avoid being hit, he was still bumped by one of them. Hey? What are you doing? The drunk bumped into someone, but questioned Shiny with a clear conscience. Shiny sighed, sorry. He was too lazy to get entangled with this group of rebellious people, it was just a waste of time. Wait a minute. Is an apology enough? How should I compensate for soiling my clothes? The drunk grabbed Shiny's clothes. That's right, an apology can't solve the problem. You covered your face, is this the sincerity of your apology? Other drunks started to make a fuss. Shania looked at the drunk, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Ah! Stop talking nonsense, kill him quickly. But, he just turned into a demon, he didn't eat people at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Once you become a demon, you can't turn back. As they spoke, several members of the Demon Slayer Corps surrounded the drunkard and prepared to kill him. In the crowd, a beautiful woman in a kimono was looking at the center of the riot with a worried look. She stretched out her hand in a claw shape and placed it on her arm. Don't move. At this time, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Good evening, Miss Tamayo, you made it difficult for Lord MUZAN to find you. The other party's words made her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Her whereabouts were actually discovered. Thinking of MUZAN's horror, Tamayo's body couldn't help but tremble. I'm sorry for turning innocent people into demons, but this is also a helpless act. This is the only way I can think of to find you. Shania said slowly. Tamayo turned her head to look at Shania, and saw the words upper six in his eyes, and her heart suddenly became more desperate. Please wait a moment. After saying that, she walked towards the center of the riot. At this time, the passers-by had already run away, and Shania didn't have to worry about hurting innocent people. Shania pulled out the sheath axe at his waist, past the demon slayers, and kicked the demon to the ground. Puff! The sheath axe directly pierced the demon's chest and nailed him to the ground. The drunkard who had turned into a demon was also seriously injured at this time. If it had been a while, he would have been beheaded. Because he had not eaten people since he turned into a demon, the speed of wound healing was very slow, and because of his bloodthirsty instinct, he was now irrational. He roared at Shania with his teeth and claws, and Shania nailed the sheath to the ground to prevent him from breaking free. You are. At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and Shania turned his head to look. What caught my eye was a touch of orange-red like a flame, and the red sun blade in his hand. Kaedjuro. Shania was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Shania. Rengoku Kaedjuro saw Shania and couldn't believe that the upper-rank demon in front of him was his good friend. Friends. Shania and Kaedjuro are members of the same group of demon slayers who participated in the final trial. The sunshine of the Rengoku family seems to be inherited from their ancestors. Kaedjuro is also a social expert, and it is difficult for people to have a bad impression of him. Just as dazzling as the sun, people can't help but want to get close to him. In addition, Shania also has the original filter for the Rengoku family, and he is also very happy to deal with Kaedjuro. Why? Kaedjuro looked at Shania and asked. Shania, hey! Kaedjuro said loudly, why stand on the side of the demons? Shania looked at him and said lightly, to end this farce that has lasted for 1,000 years. Wrong logic. Kaedjuro was furious and rushed towards Shania, and the sun-wheel sword in his hand swept over with a sword intent as hot as flames. Flame-breathing 5-type flame tiger. Rengoku Kaedjuro rushed towards Shania like a tiger, and the red sun-wheel sword slashed from top to bottom. Ding! Shania raised his hand and caught the blade directly, without moving. What? He attacked with all his strength, but was caught by the opponent with one hand. Kaedjuro, I remember that you never beat me once in the past. Shania looked at him and said calmly. The current Demon Slayer core is too weak compared to the generation of Tsugakoku Yoriichi. You should know that in the Taisho period, at least the strongest ones have the capital to compete with the upper strings, such as the Rock Pillar and the Wind Pillar. The Wind Pillar can fight with Kokushibo for a few moves without the stripes, the red sword and the transparent world. If Shania in the human period was in the team of the Taisho Pillar, he might be about the same as Rengoku Kyojuro. If he had the 3-piece set, he might be able to fight with the Wind Pillar. But in the Demon Slayer core more than 100 years ago, even the strength of the pillar was not enough. In his human period, Shania was already the strongest among the current pillars. Now that he has transformed into a demon, his physical abilities have been greatly improved, and he has also awakened the blood demon art. In other words, the confrontation between demons and humans is unbalanced in this era. Put away the knife, Fengjuro, don't engage in such a meaningless battle. Shania advised. Rengoku Fengjuro turned a deaf ear to him, pulled away, and got ready again. Really? I understand. Puff. Putting the Nichiren sword in the drunk's chest, Shania's momentum suddenly changed. Rengoku Fengjiro's eyes condensed, knowing that Shania was serious and dared not neglect it at all. In an instant, a fierce momentum surged from him, as heavy as a mountain and as fierce as a hurricane. Rengoku Fengjiro's eyes condensed, knowing that Shania was serious and dared not neglect it at all. The aura on his body rose steadily, like a star about to explode, emitting endless light and heat. Breathing of Flame Secret, 9th Form Purgatory. Rengoku Kaedjuro shouted loudly, his voice was like thunder, shaking people's eardrums. His body was instantly wrapped in blazing flames, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a blazing sun, emitting terrifying high temperature. The next moment, Rengoku Kaedjuro moved, with a hot breath, like an angry fire dragon, rushing towards Shania with his fangs and claws. Breathing of flame is as hot as flames, and at this moment, Rengoku Kaedjuro actually turned into a fire dragon. This change is really beyond imagination. A trace of surprise flashed in Shania's eyes, but his reaction was extremely fast. He swung the sword in his hand and slashed at Rengoku Kaedjuro. Boom! The two collided, like two meteors colliding violently in the air, bursting out dazzling light and earth-shaking loud noises. For a moment, the entire space was filled with raging storms, making it difficult for people to approach. Shania exerted a little force, and a flash of cold light passed by. Shania's sword tore through the flames. Ding! The red sun blade broke with a sound, and the broken blade flew out and nailed to the ground. Rengoku Fengjiro found it difficult to accept his broken sun blade. In the past, he and Shania had sparred, and although he also lost, the gap was not so big. But now, Shania didn't even use the sword form of thunder breathing, and he directly cut off his sword. Chapter 6. The drunkard was in a mess, but the other party was in trouble. Shania walked up to the drunkard, grabbed his collar, and said to Rengoku Kaedjuro, "Stop it, Kaedjuro, I'm not here to fight you." After that, he dragged the drunkard ghost past Kaedjuro and came to Tamayo. "Sorry, I kept you waiting. Can you please activate the blood demon technique to block the sight of these demon hunters?" Tamayo was stunned, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Although the opponent was upper 6, it was obviously not sent by MUZAN, otherwise it would be easy to kill him. "Stop, Ryudaji Shania!" Rengoku Kaedjuro roared and rushed towards Shania. Then, a large field of flowers fell from the sky, blocking Kaedjuro directly. "What is this? Damn!" More than a dozen demon slayers were blocked from view by the blood demon technique. Tamayo looked at Kaedjuro, and then at Shania. Shania lowered his head at this time, not knowing what he was thinking. "Let's go," Shania said after 2 seconds. "Yeah." Tamayo nodded and walked to the front. Shania didn't look back at Kaedjuro, but followed Tamayo directly. "Wait, Shania. Why? Why are you like this? Why did you become a demon and stand on the side of the demons?" Kaedjuro dodged Tamayo's blood demon technique while roaring at Shania's back. After leaving the street with Tamayo, Tamayo stopped. "What's wrong?" Shania asked. Tamayo looked at Shania and said, "He can share vision and memory with all the demons transformed by MUZAN Kibutsuji." Shania smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, he won't see the situation here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be safe when I let those demon hunters go just now." Hearing what Shania said, Tamayo was relieved. There was no need for the other party to lie to her. If he really wanted to catch her, Shania would just take her away, and she would have no ability to resist at all. If he didn't come to catch her, then Shania wouldn't have used his life to lie to her. So what Shania said, that MUZAN Kibutsuji couldn't monitor him, should be true. However, she still didn't let down her guard, because she didn't know Shania's purpose yet. Tamayo took Shania to her residence, and there was a terminally ill boy in the room. This boy should be the later Demon King Yoshiro. However, Yoshiro was still a human being at this time, and the upper rank one Cha-Cha-Maru was nowhere to be seen. Shania saw Yoshiro and asked, "How long has he lived here?" Tamayo was a little confused about Shania's focus, but still said, "About half a month." Shania smiled and said, "Sure enough." Tamayo was stunned. "What?" Shania said, "Although I haven't been a demon for a long time, I have figured out some rules. Normally, a demon can only stay sane for a week at most if it doesn't eat people. He can live here for half a month, either Miss Tamayo has other food sources, or, you don't need to eat human flesh and blood." Tamayo's pupil shrank. She didn't expect that after just such a short contact time, Shania could actually learn so much information. "Could it be that, you want to betray MUZAN Kibutsuji?" Tamayo widened her eyes and felt incredible. This is an upper-rank demon. Only MUZAN's confidant can be promoted. He actually wants to betray MUZAN. Shania frowned. "Ms. Tamayo, you seem to have made a mistake. The so-called betrayal requires loyalty in the past. How can it be called betrayal if there is no loyalty from beginning to end?" Tamayo's forehead broke out in cold sweat. "Then, your purpose is?" Shania said without hesitation, "I want to kill MUZAN Kibutsuji and end this farce between humans and demons. Of course, there is also a life form called QQ. However, he did not say this. If he really said it, Tamayo might be more vigilant against him than MUZAN." Tamayo was completely shocked, and a storm surged in her heart. Even though reason reminded her that now was not the time to be surprised, she was still shocked by Shania's words. "Excuse me, it's difficult. I was able to get rid of his control because the swordsman seriously injured him, and I took advantage of his weakened cells to get away by chance." Tamayo calmed down and said slowly, "Although you just want me to help you get rid of your bloodthirsty instinct, now MUZAN has recovered from his injuries, and he must be keeping a close watch on the upper rank." Shania said, "Ms. Tamayo, didn't I tell you that there is no way to monitor MUZAN Kibutsuji? You see, I have called him by his name several times and said that I would kill him. So don't worry, just do it." Hearing this, Tamayo nodded and said, "Then, let me take some of your blood. Among the 12 demon moons, MUZAN Kibutsuji's blood is very thick, which is more conducive to my research." Shania nodded, "Of course." The conversation with Tamayo went surprisingly smoothly. The two of them established cooperation after only one conversation. This was also due to the fact that the boss was too rude. Under the boss, a subordinate like Shania should not survive more than 3 minutes. But who made Shania so special? He just happened to run into the boss's bad taste, and he was recruited by Kokushibo himself. MUZAN seemed to want to see Shania's mental journey from a human to an evil ghost step by step. So Shania usually did not hide his curse on MUZAN. Not only did he not anger MUZAN, but he made MUZAN feel that Shania was incompetent and furious. After taking blood, Shania set his sights on Yoshiro. This child's disease is incurable. Birth, aging, illness and death are always inevitable for humans. Tamayo sighed. Shania looked at Yoshiro, who was barely breathing. Why not turn him into a ghost? Tamayo said, "What's the difference between what I do and that man? What's more, I have never done this before, and I don't know how successful it is. If he wants to live, then it's a good idea for you to turn him into a demon." Shania said, "Although my blood can give him more powerful strength, he will also become a follower of MUZAN. I can prevent MUZAN from monitoring me, but after my blood leaves my body, it will not have this effect." And he looked at the drunkard who had turned into a demon. He had lost consciousness because he had not eaten. This guy was looking for trouble with me in the alley. At that time, I was thinking of a way to lure you out. This guy bumped into me and I took advantage of it. Now think about it, he was just drunk, and he shouldn't have ended his life like this. Please do your best to treat him." Shania said. He only transferred a small amount of blood to the drunkard, which could neither threaten Tamayo's safety nor attract MUZAN's attention. No way, too weak. The drunkard's current strength is not even comparable to those cannon fodder ghosts who have just been transformed. If ordinary people overcome their psychological fear, they can subdue him. After all, Shania's goal is to create chaos, not to increase his kind. Then, I'll take my leave first, Miss Tamayo. Shania stood up and said. Tamayo asked, wait, how should I find you when I have the result? Shania walked straight towards Tamayo, who was startled and stepped back. She retreated to the corner, with one hand on her ear. Tamayo was breathing rapidly, and felt her heart in her throat. Of course, it was not because he was moved by this domineering action, but because he was afraid of what Shania would do. After all, although the other party had always been polite, he was still upper six after all. Shania pointed to the window and said, if you have news, tell it. Tamayo looked at the window and saw a crow appear at the window at some point. Good evening, Miss Tamayo. The crow spoke in human language, with a very deep voice. Shania looked at the crow, then, this is up to you, Sosuke. Crow, yes, Lord Shania. Shania thought for a while, by the way, before that, there is one thing you need to do. As he spoke, he took out a book from his pocket and handed it over, give this to Katsuya, and don't say anything else, he will understand. Yes. Shania tied the book to the crow's feet and watched him fly away. Chapter 7. The old man was very happy. The Katsuya mentioned by Shania is the current head of the Yubayashiki family. Katsuya and Shania are of the same age and they are also good friends. And Sosuke is the crow that the Demon Slayer Corps assigned to Shania. After becoming a demon, Sosuke actually found Shania and followed him. After leaving Tamayo's residence, Shania walked on the street. It was still early in the morning, and Shania didn't know where to go for a moment. The Demon Slayer Corps couldn't go back. He wanted to go to the master's grave to pay homage, but when he thought that this world has souls, he was afraid that his master would take off his shoes and slap him in the face when he went to the grave. At this time, Shania was a little confused. At this rate of development, he would be lucky to catch up with Doma at the beginning of the story. There is no doubt that Shania is lucky as a demon. He had strong strength when he was a human, so his lower limit after becoming a demon was very high. And Kokushibo and MUZAN gave him blood twice, which brought Shania to a terrifying height as an upper-rank demon. Therefore, Shania can be on par with the upper-rank demons as soon as he becomes a demon. He is not an upper-rank demon like Jun in the original work, but a real upper-rank demon. Not to mention, Gidaru, who has become the first lower-rank demon, has no ability to fight back in front of him. You know, in this era, if anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps can kill Gidaru alone, he is definitely the strongest among the pillars. That's right, except for the first and last pillars, all the pillars in between are not qualified to fight with the upper-rank demons. For example, Kaedjuro, the breath of fire can't even break Shania's skin. According to Shania's current estimate of strength, if he activates the red sword while using the sheath, he should be able to defeat Yahoo. As for Han Tengu, he should be able to fight, and he can't beat him but he can't lose. But Shania doesn't dare to think about the top three now. There is a gap in strength between the top three and the bottom three, and at the same time, the strength of each of the top three is also a gap. However, he has just arrived, and he doesn't plan to start a blood battle of replacement. One is that he has been a ghost for too short a time, and he can't use the blood ghost art proficiently, and he hasn't figured out the extra changes of the thunder breath of ghost transformation. This system disappeared after issuing a short-term task, and Shania can't put his hope on it. Maybe it's just like the system said, it's really just an auxiliary. The most important thing is that the sheath has a strong inhibitory effect on ghosts, and Shania doesn't dare to use it in a blood battle of replacement. Although the sheath is not the Sun Wheel sword, the effect of the ghost's recovery ability alone is enough to break the defense of the garbage boss. Shania is now very careful about how to behave in front of the scumbag boss. He can neither show how loyal he is to the scumbag boss suddenly nor let him think that he may threaten him in the future. Even if he wants to show it, he has to wait until Tamayo helps him get rid of his control. Although the scumbag boss will not kill the upper strings casually, and he can block the scumbag boss's mind reading, it is still a thought for the scumbag boss to kill him. In the final analysis, it is still not strong enough. Although Shania was already the strongest human in this era when he was a human, it is still far from enough. The most important thing is that in the world of Demon Slayer, it seems that there are really few things that can make people's strength soar in a short time. The red sword can be opened by itself, but it cannot be used. The opening of the stripes is too metaphysical, and the transparent world requires constant training. It seems that the blood of MUZAN can make the strength of the demon soar. The problem is that MUZAN has a limit on the blood he can give to a demon, and it is impossible to give blood to a demon endlessly. He even didn't allow ghosts to devour each other. It was obvious that he was afraid that his blood would be concentrated in a ghost and cause some uncontrollable factors. If a ghost evolved to a new height and surpassed him in strength, he would have no place to cry. The appearance of Yunyi made him realize that there could be a big daddy among humans, so who knows if there would be a reversed Yengang among ghosts. Of course, there is another thing that can make his strength soar, and he can even directly turn into into an ultimate creature. Blue Higanbana. But I don't know where this thing blooms. In the previous life, there was a rumor on the internet that there was a large area of it in front of the Komatua family, but this thing only bloomed a few days a year and only during the day, so Shania had no way to get it. What's more, who knows where the Komatua family is now? In the 11th year of Kansei, the surname was still a privilege of the nobility, and Shania, the one from Ryado Temple. The surnames all follow the old Mingzhu. A family selling charcoal is not qualified to have a surname. There are at least 80,000 families who make a living by selling charcoal in this poor island country. Finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ding! Triggering a new short-term task. Please swallow 50 demons and 1 lower string demon. Task reward: awaken a new blood demon art. Task failure: no penalty. Task failure means being discovered by MUZAN. What punishment is needed? Evaluation: as a future QQ life form, the system standard for the host is that blood demon art should be used as a flat attack, so what's the matter with only 1? Set a small goal: the host will first become the king of the demon world. Current progress: ordinary demon 0/50, lower string 0/1. Whatever you want, 50 demons and 1 lower string, this task is not difficult. The most important thing is that you can awaken a new blood demon art. Shania's main means of attack now is only the demonized thunder breath. His own blood demon art is not an offensive type, and it is obviously a late-stage ability. Although Shania has only been a demon for a few months, the lower string can only be killed instantly in front of him. The only question is, if the lower string is killed, will the scumbag boss notice anything? This is completely a matter of luck. Shania can't run to the scumbag boss and ask him what his reaction would be if the lower string died. It seems that the upper string can also send instructions to the lower string. Shania's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Really? The upper string 6s? Shania. After listening to Kaejuro's report, Yubayashiki Katsuya was silent for a long time before he sighed. Kaejuro said, "My lord, I always feel that Shania may have other plans. He didn't attack us like other demons." And what? Katsuya asked. Feng Xiaolang said, "The smell of blood on him is lighter than that of many ordinary ghosts. I think he may not have eaten people." Ridiculous. Since he has become a ghost, it is only a question of how many people he eats. How can he not eat people at all? You have to know that he is an upper-rank ghost that has not been seen in more than 100 years. You say he doesn't eat people. A young man with a scar on his face said beside Feng Xiaolang. Feng Xiaolang frowned. What you said makes sense, but what I said is also true. The smell of blood on Shania is so light that it is difficult to detect. Maybe he used some strange blood demon technique to restrain the blood on his body. The young man continued. Aoyama. Another man stopped him. The man called Aoyama, whose full name is Aoyama Hidenobu, is the current water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. The man who stopped him was named Nanyun, the current wind pillar. Aoyama Hidenobu said angrily, "Am I wrong again?" The successor of the sound pillar became a demon. This is ironic enough. Is this the first case in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps? Katsuya Yubayashiki was silent. This is really not the first case. Tsugakoku Wakatsu, this is the name recorded in the classics of the priest family, which is only more than 100 years ago. Cough cough cough. Thinking of this, Katsuya Yubayashiki coughed violently. My lord. Seeing this, all the pillars stopped arguing and began to care about Katsuya. One thing about the Demon Slayer Corps seems to be unchanged, that is, every head of the Yubayashiki has a super high personal charm, which makes people involuntarily convinced. And each head of the family, although the personality is different, the concern for subordinates is consistent. Therefore, it can be loved by almost all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Katsuya waved his hand and said, "Let's put Shania's affairs aside for now, Hidenobu." Aoyama Hidenobu stood up and said, "I'm here." Katsuya said, "There are too many demons in Sanin recently, and several teams sent there have suffered heavy casualties. I suspect there are 12 demons there, you and Nanyun should go there. If it's an upper moon, ensure your own safety." Nanyun, Aoyama Hidenobu, yes. Chapter 8. The ghosts were buried in the mountains. In a village in Sanyan. It can only be said that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The boss MUZAN is a coward, and the ghosts below are naturally not much better. The reason why Shania appeared here is that he sent a message to the lower rank ghosts in a group, and only Sanin responded. So Shania came to Sanin. At least he and the other 12 demons are colleagues, so it is reasonable to exchange feelings. But now there is a problem, that is, a lot of cannon fodder has been eaten, and the lower rank has not shown up yet. And when Shania sent a group message, he only received a response from this side, and he didn't know who it was. In fact, most ghosts do not have a fixed residence. The original work clearly shows that there are ghosts with fixed residences, only the lower rank Wurui, the upper rank Ludaki and Jifutaro, the upper rank Tudoma, and the dead Otaku Kokushibo. Kokushibo basically does not leave the Infinite City, so he can be regarded as having a fixed residence. Even the scum boss MUZAN exchanges identities in various families. At this time, Shiny looked down the mountain, and a group of samurai with swords entered the village. The two leading the group were old acquaintances of Shiny. Hidenobu, Nanyun, I didn't expect them to come. Shiny sighed. Before he turned into a ghost, these two were the stepsons of the Wind Pillar and the Water Pillar, and like himself, they would inherit the title of Pillar. Now it seems that both of them have become pillars. These two should be the two strongest pillars of this era, except for Shiny. Of course, the most important thing is that these two have a combination skill, and they can play a very high coordination with the wind breathing and water breathing. It was very easy for Shiny to defeat any one of them alone in the human period, but the two of them could tie with Shiny together. Of course, this was when Shiny did not activate the red sword. After activating the red sword, it not only has a restraining effect on ghosts, but the power of sword skills will also be greatly enhanced. But even so, it can be seen that the two are powerful together. In the past, if I didn't treat them with caution when facing the two people joining forces, I would easily fall over. It seems that Katsuya sent two pillars here at once for the sake of safety. Shania sat on the tree, looking at the demon slayer core at the foot of the mountain. Shania planned to let them lead out the lower demon. Are you demon hunters? The village chief said to the demon slayers, the village is simple, you may as well stay at my house first. Aoyama Hidenobu looked at the village chief and frowned slightly. He felt that this village chief was a bit weird. No need, village chief, it's more important to find the whereabouts of the demons at night. Nanyun said with a smile. The village chief rubbed his hands and smiled, that being said, these ghosts have been hiding too well recently and haven't come out for several days. So, gentlemen, I'm afraid it's impossible to eliminate these ghosts overnight, so, let's rest first, and I'll let the villagers take a few people to familiarize themselves with the terrain during the day. Well, okay. Aoyama Hidenori said, winking at Nanyun. Nanyun nodded and walked to the back of the team calmly. The two pillars, one in front and one behind, put the team members in the middle and walked into the village chief's yard. There are 4 guest rooms in my humble abode. There are 8 of you, so 2 people in one room is just right. The village chief said as he walked with the demon slayer core. Aoyama Hidenori listened to the village chief's words, but his attention was on a room on the right. The door of that room was ajar, and a strong sense of peeping came from behind the door, making people feel uncomfortable instantly. Village chief, we just need 2 rooms. Aoyama Hidenori said. The village chief was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, will it be too crowded? The rooms in my humble abode are relatively small. Aoyama Hidenobu waved his hand, thank you for your kindness, village chief. We only need 2 rooms. Then he winked at Nanyun. Nanyun nodded and silently placed his right hand on the hilt of the knife. Well, there is a guest room in front and 3 more in the back. However, 2 of the guest rooms are cluttered with debris, and it will take time to clean them up. Why don't we stay in one of them? The village chief continued. Nanyun said at this time, no need, just one. As he spoke, Nanyun was calculating in his mind. There are only 8 people in the Demon Slayer Corps, including himself. If 2 people were to sleep in each of the 4 rooms in the village chief's house, then he and Aoyama Hidenobu would definitely not be able to take care of the other 4 soldiers. So even if they had to sleep in separate rooms, 2 would be the limit. As for the village chief's plan to divide their 2 groups into the front and back yards, that was even more impossible. Now they didn't even know the situation in the village. Several groups of ghost hunters had come here before, but in the end, there was no news. How could they split up rashly? After entering the room, a chill suddenly hit, and everyone shuddered, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. This chill came so suddenly that people were caught off guard, as if they were being held tightly by a cold hand and could not break free. The soldiers' cold sweat flowed from their foreheads and dripped onto the ground. There was clearly no one else in the room, but this fear surged directly from their hearts. Don't panic, don't lose your composure. Nanyun shouted, bringing the soldiers back to their senses. Only then did they see that there were 2 pillars, one standing at the door and the other standing in the corner of the room, protecting them in the middle. No mistake, the other party must be the 12 demon moons. Qingshan Hidenobu determined the other party's identity in his mind. He became a pillar because he killed the lower string 5 alone, but the 12 demon moons in this yard were several levels stronger than the lower string he killed at the beginning. This village chief is indeed problematic. Nanyun said as he drew out the sun wheel sword. His blade was green. The woman's laughter came from outside. Although it sounded nice, it made people's hair stand on end in such a scene. Aoyama Hidenobu and Nanyun looked at each other and rushed out the door immediately. The rest of the team followed closely. The whole village had been wrapped in fog without knowing when. In the fog, it was vaguely seen that a slim woman was standing on the dead tree in the yard. I didn't expect that 2 pillars would come to visit. I am really honored. The woman jumped down from the tree and slowly approached. From her blood-red pupils, Aoyama Hidenobu saw the words in her eyes. Lower String, 3. Chapter 9. The snow is still growing, and the snow is still growing. Oh! It's out, it's coming out, I've been waiting for so long. Shania finally came to life after watching the village at the foot of the mountain covered by fog. At this time, the ghosts hiding in the mountains also appeared one after another and began to gather in the village. Blood Demon Art, Wind Stop Water Binding. Shania directly opened the barrier, and the ghosts passing by him were directly suppressed and unable to move. Although Shania's Blood Demon Art has no effect on the upper strings, it weakens the lower strings significantly. Not to mention the ghosts under the 12 demon moons, who are directly deprived of their ability to move. Soon, Shania had eaten enough 50 ghosts. Next is the lower string. As long as you eat her, you can get a system reward. However, Shania was not in a hurry to attack, but planned to wait until Aoyama Hidenobu and the others were almost done with the lower string demon before attacking. In the village, lower string 3 was still very excited. You are really lucky. Recently, an upper string master came here. As long as you offer you to that master, maybe he can give me some of Muzan-sama Muzan's blood. By then, I can start a bloody battle with that bitch lower string 1 and replace him. The lower string 3 became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already defeated the second pillar. Blood Demon Art Wind Blowing Snow. The lower string 3 waved his sleeves, and the biting cold wind mixed with snow directly blew away the mist. Several team members were blown away by the wind and could not stabilize their bodies, so they could only hold on. Wind Breathing 5 Form Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Nanyun drew his sword and swung it upwards. A huge wind blade slashed out from the blade, tearing through the wind and snow and slashing towards lower string 3. Blood Demon Art, Snow Wall. Lower string 3 was not panicked at all. A wall of snow rose in front of him, blocking all the wind blades. Although it did not work, the wind and snow were indeed much smaller. Wind column, water column, the demons from the mountain have entered the village, at least 20 or 30 of them. A soldier shouted loudly. Nan Yun's face was solemn, and he gritted his teeth. Aoyama, you take them to deal with the demons outside, I will hold them here first. Aoyama Hidenobu nodded, okay, be careful. Lower string 3, this is undoubtedly the strongest enemy Nanyun has encountered since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, excuse me. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yukiheim, and I am lower string 3. Yukiheim said with a charming smile. If it were any other time, this smile would definitely attract the attention of a group of people, but in the current situation, he was not in the mood to appreciate beautiful women. Lower moon? This is the first time I've seen the 12 demon moons. Nanyun forced a smile and said, the guy outside was lucky. He killed the lower moon 5. Really? Did he kill that loser? Then I have to thank that guy. The guy in the lower moon 5 was so weak that he was just a loser. Not only us, but even that master couldn't stand it. Xueji covered her mouth and smiled, in order to repay you, I decided to let you be eaten alive by that master. That master? Nanyun frowned. Xueji said, why did you forget it so quickly? Didn't I say that an upper moon master is coming? Shania watched Xueji chattering in a corner, sighed immediately, and shared his vision with MUZAN. The trash boss was so angry that he asked Shania to kill Xueji quickly and not to embarrass himself. Xueji's ability and strength are good enough to make the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps take it seriously. But this character of answering every question really touched the boss's reverse scale. If every ghost is like this, his underwear will be seen by the Demon Slayer Corps sooner or later. Wind Breathing 1 Type Dust Whirlwind Slashing. Blood Demon Art Snow Soul. Before Nanyun could use his sword skills, Xueji waved her sleeves, and the wind and snow surrounded Nanyun in an instant. Water Breathing 10 Type Life Flowing. The Azure Sun Blade, with a sword intent like a dragon's roar, cut through the wind and snow. Aoyama? Have you solved it over there? Nanyun asked. Aoyama Hidenobu said, "It's been solved a long time ago, those ghosts are just garbage. Go." Nanyun nodded, and the two rushed to Xueji quickly, flanking from the left and right. Tisk! Don't underestimate me, Blood Demon Art. Before she could use the Blood Demon Art, Aoyama Hidenobu's knife was in front of her and cut off one of her arms. At the same time, the activation of the Blood Demon Art was interrupted. Xueji retreated violently, trying to distance herself. Nanyun rushed forward and on top, the breath of wind continued to attack Yukiheim. Yukiheim wanted to distance herself, but the range of breath of wind was very large and it was difficult to avoid. In addition, Nanyun was supporting her from the side, so Yukiheim could not find any flaws for a while. The two cooperated very well. When Yukiheim wanted to attack Aoyama Hidenobu, Nanyun's knife would cut her neck. Vice versa, whenever Yukiheim's blood demon technique was launched at Nanyun, Aoyama Hidenobu would also bully her. However, Aoyama Hidenobu and Nanyun were not feeling well either, as the physical strength and recovery ability of demons were far superior to that of humans. Now there were still several hours before dawn, and if this continued, the physical strength of the two would be exhausted first. And Yukiheim thought so too, so she simply stopped expecting to attack and hurt the enemy, but chose to focus on defense and delay time. As time went on, the two inevitably began to lose their physical strength, and the speed of swinging the knife gradually slowed down. Finally, Yukiheim seized the opportunity and swung a large piece of wind and snow, blowing the two away. After the two landed, they were panting and had some injuries on their bodies. Although the injuries were not serious, their physical strength was indeed at its lowest. It would be disadvantageous for them to drag it on. The two looked at each other and understood each other. Then, the two rushed up at the same time. Breathing of the wind. Breathing of water. Water and sky reversal. Seeing this move, Xueji couldn't even be arrogant. She retreated quickly, and the Blood Demon Art was performed to the extreme. Blood Demon Art Extreme Edition Heaven and Earth Collapse. The snow around them rushed towards the two people like an avalanche. The violent storm ravaged the entire area, and the whole village seemed to be shrouded in wind and snow. Shania stood on the roof of a house, and the wind and snow blew the haori he was wearing. These two guys, the power of this move seems to have become stronger again, not bad. Shania sighed with a smile, however, it seems a bit difficult to deal with the upper-lower string. Sure enough, the wind and snow dissipated, and both of them half knelt on the ground. The physical strength has been exhausted, and it is impossible to use such sword skills again. Humans are really fragile lives. Xueji's figure appeared, and a large part of her left shoulder to her ribs was cut off, and a small piece of her originally beautiful face was also cut off. At this time, new flesh and blood was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a serious injury, even if a ghost wants to recover, it will consume a lot of energy and physical strength, and Xueji also feels a little powerless. What a pity, you almost cut my neck. But just now that was your last chance, ha 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 ha. Xueji showed a ferocious smile, and her beautiful face became a little distorted. Damn! The two stood up with difficulty and planned to continue the attack. Water pillar, wind pillar. At this time, 6 soldiers rushed in and protected the two behind them. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to retreat? Aoyama Hidenobu roared. The enemy in front of him and Nanyun were difficult to deal with together, and these soldiers were even more useless. Yukiheim's smile became brighter and brighter at this time, as if she saw the scene of these demon slayers dying under her blood demon art. It's over. The frost began to condense again, and the temperature dropped again. Puff! Just when everyone felt powerless about the coming disaster, a hand pierced Yukiheim's heart from behind. Not only Yukiheim, but the demon slayers were also shocked by the sudden change. Yes, it's over. Shania said, looking at Yukihime in front of him with an unbelievable look on her face. Yukihime looked at Shania. Shania. Lord, why? Lord MUZAN doesn't want to wait any longer. Shania said calmly, it took so long to deal with 2 pillars. Lord MUZAN thinks you are no longer qualified to be the 12 demon moons. How? Before she finished speaking, her flesh and blood were completely absorbed by Shania, leaving only the red dress as the only proof of her existence. Aoyama Hidenobu and Nanyun looked at Shania who suddenly appeared, and their emotions were extremely complicated. On the one hand, they were shocked. Although they knew from Kaedjuro that Shania had become a demon, it was still difficult to accept it when they saw it with their own eyes. On the other hand, the sense of oppression coming from Shania made them have to tense their nerves. Don't be nervous. Shania smiled and said to the Demon Slayer Corps, between us, this state is meaningless, you see. While speaking, Shania didn't know when he had stood in the middle of the 8 people, with one hand on Aoyama Hidenobu's shoulder. Everyone was shocked, and Aoyama Hidenobu was sweating. His hair stood up, and he instinctively swung his knife in the direction of Xinyi. However, everything just now seemed like an illusion, and Xinyi appeared in the same place again, as if he had been there from the beginning. But Aoyama Hidenobu knew that it was not an illusion. It was just that his eyes could not keep up with Xinyi's speed, so the phenomenon just now occurred. Why? Nanyun spoke first at this time, looking at Xinyi, and asked loudly, Xinyi, why do you stand on the side of MUZAN, why do you want to become that kind of thing? Xinyi's expression was calm, and he said lightly, I want to get closer to the truth and seek more powerful power, that's all. For this, you don't hesitate to become the existence you once hated the most. Nanyun said. Xinyi said calmly, people's concepts will continue to change. You will sneer at you a few years ago in a few years, and you will think that you were a naive kid more than 10 years ago. Once a person has experienced something, the change of concept is just a matter of a moment. As Xinyi spoke, he edited his words into the substitute in his mind and transmitted them to MUZAN at the same time. The scumbag boss who was playing role-playing in Kyoto was watching the scene on Shania's side at the same time and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 10. The sword was broken, and the sword was broken. What a bunch of twisted ideas! Aoyama Hidenobu was furious, picked up the knife and rushed towards Shania. Water breathing pick up the form life flow. Boom! The dragon-like sword intent rushed towards Shania with the blade, smashing everything that passed by. Shania stretched out his left hand, reached forward, and directly caught Aoyama Hidenobu's blade. What? Both Aoyama Hidenobu and the people behind him were shocked. Is the gap between the upper and lower strings really that big? Whether it's twisted ideas or correct arguments, it's meaningless to the facts. Shania said. As he said that, he let go of Aoyama Hidenobu's knife, put the knife away, I don't want to kill you yet. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but once he said this, Aoyama Hidenobu was even more furious. Don't underestimate me, Ryadaji Shania. Aoyama Hidenobu slashed again, but Shania dodged it by a hair's breadth. The style of water breathing is peaceful, and the essence is to overcome hardness with softness. Shania said slowly, you can't exert the power of water breathing when you get angry like this. Ding! Aoyama Hidenobu turned a deaf ear and continued to slash at Shania. This time, Shania reached out and grabbed the blade. See, I told you. Claw claw koto wind. A gust of wind came from behind his head, and Shania took advantage of the situation to pull Aoyama Hidenobu behind him, and directly used his sun wheel sword to block Nanyun's sun wheel sword. Damn it! The two were thrown high again and fell to the ground. Looking at the two people who were exhausted, Shania didn't want to continue to entangle. The goal has been achieved, so, goodbye, Hidenobu, Nanyun. Shania said, and a hollow hole appeared behind him. What do you mean? First you ran to the enemy's side and turned into a man-eating evil ghost, and now you don't kill us. Ryudaji Shania, what do you want to do? Aoyama Hidenobu roared and questioned. Shania's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint sarcasm. I think you must have some misunderstanding. I don't kill you just because I think you are not worth killing. As the strongest combat force of the Demon Slayer Corps, you can't even let me draw my sword. It seems that Lord MUZAN still attaches too much importance to the Demon Slayer Corps. I will report to him truthfully that the Demon Slayer Corps, which he has always regarded as a great enemy, including the pillars, is just a group of insects that are not even worth killing. In the unwilling eyes of the two, Shania's figure slowly disappeared. After Shania's departure, the two fell into silence, and they all recalled the time when the two of them, Kaedjuro, and Shania participated in the final trial together. Shania's performance was too dazzling, and everyone thought that Shania might become a swordsman who changed the situation between humans and demons. Facts proved that it did change, but they didn't expect it to change in this way. After Shania entered the hollow, he walked along the hollow to the end and came to the Infinite City. Yes, this is the blood demon art that Shania just got. Space jump. The ability is actually very simple, and can be understood as a replica of Flying Thunder God. In other words, from now on, there will be another tearing character in the anime combat circle. That is, going home, Shania. How do you feel, after saying goodbye to your old companions? While digesting the information about the new blood demon art, the voice of the trash boss disrupted Shania's thoughts. Shania looked in the direction of the voice. Yo, the cross-dressing trash boss. I have to say that although Boss Ya has a bad character, corrupt morals, negative status, and no pattern, his appearance is still very good-looking. Especially the woman he imitated, it would be perfect if she couldn't speak. At this time, veins popped up on Boss Ya's forehead. Get rid of your rude thoughts. Yes. Shine Yi responded quickly, forgetting that he was still connected to Boss Ya. Boss Ya looked at Shine Yi, his expression was not happy or angry. Shine Yi, I need a reasonable explanation. With your strength, it should be easy to kill the ghost hunters present, why didn't you kill them? Shine Yi looked at Boss Ya's eyes, not afraid at all, because I think they are not worth killing me on purpose. It's not that I didn't kill them, but I don't care whether I kill them or not. Even if I leave them alone, with their strength, they can't pose a threat to us. Since the first generation of breathing swordsmen, each generation of the Demon Slayer Corps has been weaker than the previous generation, and killing them is meaningless. Oh! Boss Ya still looked at Shine Yi with interest, and it was obvious that this statement was not. Can't convince him. Shine Yi continued, compared to this, I brought back more important news, information about the Blue Higanbana. What? MUZAN finally lost his composure, and his voice began to tremble. Shine Yi said, although I didn't get the exact location of the Blue Higanbana, I did get some information about it, and I hope it will be helpful to you. Hurry up! MUZAN was so excited that he forgot that he could read minds, and asked with a trembling voice. Shania said, first of all, the Blue Higanbana blooms once every few decades. Therefore, the chance of finding it is very small, and. And what is it? I can't be sure of the truth of this rumor. It is said that the Blue Higanbana will only bloom at noon and will wither after noon. Shania said slowly, since you have been looking for it for hundreds of years and have not found it, I think the credibility of this rumor is still very high. He, ha 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 ha. MUZAN no longer had the elegance of the past, and laughed crazily. I didn't expect that the 12 demon moons that I spent countless efforts to build, more than 100 years of efforts, are not as good as an upper string that has been a demon for less than half a year. The information I heard today exceeds the information I have collected in the past 100 years. No wonder there has been no news for hundreds of years, no wonder it can't be found, ha 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 ha. Puff. Shania only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and MUZAN's nails pierced his neck. He could feel that MUZAN's blood was continuously injected into his body. Very good, Shine Yi. Very good, I am very satisfied with you. MUZAN said to Shine Yi with a smile. As an upper rank, Shine Yi is very adaptable to MUZAN's blood, so he did not feel in agony. He just felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was drilling in his blood vessels. After a few minutes, this discomfort gradually subsided, and then his own strength was strengthened. MUZAN now feels more and more that it is worthwhile to recruit Shine Yi. Look, the effect is coming out. It's worth listening to Shine Yi's crazy output to his family tree for several months, and MUZAN almost broke his defense several times. Now, it's a happy ending. Seeing Shine Yi digesting his blood, MUZAN did not stay for long and left the Infinite City directly. After calming down, MUZAN still thought about it. Although the information brought by Shine Yi is very important, it is not the exact location and flowering time of the blue spider lily after all, so his own experiment should continue. Always prepare for everything, and don't put all your eggs in one basket. Just like his 5 brains and 7 hearts, the main thing is to be cautious and thorough. After a long time, Janai finally opened his eyes. This time of blood donation made his strength grow greatly. According to his current strength, he should be able to surpass Yahoo. Shania couldn't wait to open the system panel. Name, Ryadaji Shania. Gender, male. Height, 190 centimeters. Age, 24. Identity, former stepson of the Demon Slayer Corps' Naruto Pillar candidate, and current upper 6. Breathing technique, thunder breathing, demonized version, level 976%, breathing techniques will improve physical fitness in all aspects. Even demons can be greatly enhanced after learning breathing techniques. Thunder breathing focuses on improving speed and explosive power. After demonization, thunder breathing's swordsmanship will be accompanied by electric current. After practicing the demonized version of thunder breathing to the extreme, lightning can be released without using a sword form. Blood demon technique, wind and water binding level 412%, the host can open a barrier anywhere within a radius of 50 meters, units that are considered enemies by the host will be weakened, and units that are considered teammates will be strengthened. The barrier will block sunlight to a certain extent. Ghosts inside the barrier can move in the sun for a short period of time. Evaluation, very good auxiliary blood ghost art, which can have a certain impact on upper rank ghosts, but it is still a bit difficult to influence the outcome. The effect is significant below the upper rank. Blood ghost art, thunder swift level 320%, blood ghost art that manipulates space, can use your own blood to set space coordinates, can jump between coordinates, no distance limit, currently up to 3 coordinates can be set, short distance space jumps can be made within the line of sight without setting coordinates, but cannot jump beyond the line of sight. Evaluation, from today on, you are the Yellow Flash. Chapter 11. After digesting the blood of the scumbag, Shania stood up and looked at Mingnu who was on the high ground. Miss Peepa, the Eternal Paradise, thank you. Shania waved to Mingnu. Mingnu nodded slightly. Ding! After the sound of the Peepa sounded, Shania arrived at the Paradise headquarters in a flash, and it was in Doma's room. At this time, Doma was holding a leg and chewing it happily. Oh! Mr. Shania, you are a rare guest. Doma was very happy to see Shania appear. Through the contact in the past few days, Shania has almost figured out Doma's personality. Although the comics say that Doma has no emotions, in fact, Doma has obvious emotional changes. For example, he always thinks that those believers who regard him as the son of God are pitiful, including parents who committed suicide in front of him. He will subjectively imitate the behavior of humans towards good friends, although most of the time it breaks the other party's defense. For example, the great enemy Sangha, it was better before. Doma was upper 6 and Akaza was upper 3, and Doma was not too much. Now Doma is upper 2, and he is directly against Tian Gang. Doma is now the superior, and he outputs garbage messages to Akaza every now and then, causing Akaza to suffer from neurasthenia. It's no wonder that Akaza breaks his defense when he sees Doma. Who wouldn't break his defense? Strictly speaking, Doma is not a machine without emotions. He should have emotional disorders and a wrong understanding of society. In other words, as long as it is a social creature, there is no such thing as being completely without emotions. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? This girl is very young and very nutritious. Doma picked up a leg at his feet and handed it to Shania. Shania waved his hand. Ah! I've eaten it. Really? That's a pity. Doma said a little disappointedly, look at your Lord Shania, you are also not good at choosing food, just like Lord Akaza. You know, if a young ghost wants to surpass his predecessors like me, he must know how to eat. After all, rare blood is not something you can encounter casually, so you can only make a fuss about the usual food. You know, the nutritional value of women, especially girls, is obviously higher than that of men. Lord Akaza and I have said many times that he never eats women, no wonder I surpassed him later. Shania listened to Doma's words and resisted the urge to draw his sword and chop him. After all, if Shania were to take action now, he would probably be frozen into an ice stick. Oh, by the way, look, this is the pot that Mr. Yahoo gave me last time. On it is the head of a female believer that I ate last time. How about it? It looks good, right? Doma was like a child who had just found a friend. He couldn't wait to take out the things he thought were good and show them to Xinyi. Xinyi covered his face helplessly. He was really blind to come here. Doma tilted his head and looked at Xinyi with a look of despair, as if he thought of something. Then, he reluctantly pushed the pot with the human head in front of Xinyi. If Mr. Xinyi likes it, then this is for you. Xinyi, are you polite? Don't like it? It doesn't matter. I have many works. Doma said with a smile. No, 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 no need. Xinyi said quickly. Doma didn't notice Shania's strangeness, and said to himself, I have always placed her at the bedside and admired her every night. My believers believe that offering flesh and blood to me is redemption. Now she must be living a happy life in heaven, right? Although he said so, Doma's words were full of sympathy, just like the sympathy of humans for insects. Shania felt a chill in his heart and decided to leave here quickly. It's getting late, I should go back too. Shania stood up and said. Are you leaving so soon? Stay with me for a while longer. Doma showed a reluctant look. Next time. Shania said perfunctorily, and then walked quickly towards the door. After leaving Doma's room, Shania breathed a sigh of relief. This dead pervert, no wonder he can play with Yahoo. Shania cursed in a low voice. On the way out of the eternal paradise, Shania has been observing the state of these believers. Like many religions, not everyone is a fanatic. Some of them were for profit or were coerced into joining. Some were even sold to the paradise cult by their families. Many girls who were given to Doma as food were sold to wealthy families as maids in the storybooks of the previous life. Food. Anyway, it's a remote place, and no one will notice if a few people are missing. Zhen has no intention of saving them. The situation of the eternal paradise has been going on for many years, and he can't save them alone. Moreover, because of saving them, he will tear his face with Doma and put himself in danger. This choice is not something Zhen will make. These are self-consolation. It's not worth it, it's not the right time, there is no obligation, and they are also voluntary. Repeating these words in his mind seems to alleviate his guilt of not saving people from death. After leaving the paradise, Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, trigger a new short-term mission. Please compete with the other 5 upper ranks to practice combat skills. Evaluation. The 5 upper ranks represent 5 enemies with different combat styles. As the host of a QQ life form, you should have the ability to deal with different enemies. Mission Progress, Sword Demon Kokushibo, 0/1, Ice Demon Doma, 0/1, Fighting Demon Akaza, 0/1, Emotional Demon Hantengu, 0/1, Pot Demon Jade Pot, 0/1. Mission Reward, every time you challenge an upper rank, you can obtain the conditions for opening a certain ability related to that upper rank, not opening the ability, but meeting the conditions for opening the ability. Whether it is opened depends on the host's talent and luck. For example, challenge Kokushibo and meet the conditions for opening the stripes, which means that the host's body can change to a state where the stripes can be opened and last for a period of time. Whether it is opened is unknown. P.S. If you win the competition, the host can randomly obtain a certain ability of the upper rank. If you initiate a blood battle of substitution and successfully devour the opponent, you can directly obtain the opponent's blood demon art. If the host can launch a bloody battle to replace the position and defeat all the upper strings, he can directly escape from MUZAN's control. Time limit, 1 year. After 1 year, the task will be settled, and the host will retain the partial reward completed, and the unfinished part will be regarded as a failure. Failure penalty, none. Evaluation. This system is designed to assist the host to become the ultimate life form, not the kind of coquettish bitch who sets penalties at every turn, please rest assured. Shania looked at the task in front of him and began to think. Challenging the upper strings seems to be very dangerous, but in fact the danger is not as great as he imagined. With his current strength, it is no problem to beat Yahoo. Facing Hantengu, the outcome is unknown. Therefore, these two are not dangerous. The real danger is the upper 3 strings. Among the 3, Doma is the safest. After all, Doma does not eat men, and he and Doma have a good relationship, so Doma will not eat him. Then there was Kokushibo. He was recruited by Kokushibo himself. Even if he started a bloody battle with Kokushibo, he would not kill him. The one who was really unsure was the third brother. After all, Akaza probably didn't have a good impression of him, the new upper rank who was fooling around with Doma. If he challenged rashly, he might be used as a sandbag and beaten, and then eaten alive. After all, Akaza usually eats people in the same way. He would fight with strong human beings, and eat them if he won. What if he lost? Sorry, our upper 3rd rank has never lost to humans so far. Therefore, except for the competition with Akaza, which needs to be considered, the others can be assured. When Shania became an upper rank, he never thought that among these colleagues, the most dangerous one to him was the third brother with the most honest personality. There was no way. Although he liked him in his previous life, Shania's personality was still quite evil. This is because he is not strong enough. If he had the strength of Doma, he would tease Akaza even more excessively than Doma. Chapter 12. The two of them were eating each other. Near the Soryu dojo, Akaza looked at the visitor in front of him and felt annoyed. Actually, Akaza didn't dislike Shania that much. It was just that he was with Doma all day, so he hated him. Since you have chosen to eat people, don't feel too guilty. Why don't you go hunting when you are extremely hungry? Shania looked at Akaza and asked. Akaza wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth and threw the stump in his hand aside. This has nothing to do with you, right? Because of the relationship between Shania and Doma, Akaza naturally didn't have a good face for Shania, not to mention that Shania came uninvited. The main reason why Shania came uninvited was to complete the mission. Now he actually didn't expect to beat the top 3 upper ranks, but he planned to test Akaza first. If Akaza had no hostility towards him, then he would have a serious fight. If Akaza wanted to kill him because of Doma, then he would fight him for a few moves and run away. Anyway, for him, the most uncontrollable person was Akaza. Don't be so cold, we are working together now, and it is necessary to communicate more and deepen our relationship. Shania said with a smile. However, It was this state that made Akaza angry. There was no way, Doma always had this expression every time he harassed him. Damn it, none of the upper six are good guys. I've made a new discovery recently. Shania took out a wine flask, went up to Akaza and hugged him, saying, although you can't taste the cooked food, you can still drink wine and tea. Would you like a cup? Sanan specialty rice wine, very delicious. Take it away. Hey! Take your hand away. Puff. Before Shania could react, Akaza's fist had already hit him, knocking off half of his head. At this time, Shania was like Whitebeard, with half of his head on his head and a confused look on his face. But in just a moment, the half of his head that was knocked off grew back. Although he looked calm on the surface, Shania was actually sweating all over. After becoming a ghost, although his recovery ability became extremely strong, as long as it was not beheaded by the Sun Wheel Sword, any injury could be quickly recovered. But, the pain was still there. After having half of his head knocked off, Shania almost fainted in pain. I don't know how Doma could let Akaza knock off half of his head without any resistance, and still said with a smile that he didn't care. The system did not sound a prompt, and it was obvious that a one-sided beating did not count as a sparring match. Originally, Shania thought that if Akaza hit him, he might be able to get a guaranteed victory after seeing blood. Unfortunately, the system was a bit too perfect. If it was said to be a sparring match, it must be a sparring match, leaving no room for bugs. Although I thought so much, the reality was just a matter of a moment. Akaza was just attacking to vent his anger, and he didn't think about fighting. At this time, his hand had not been retracted. Shania drew his sword and cut off Akaza's arm. Akaza was shocked. He didn't expect the new upper six to react so quickly. Before he could fight back, the sound of breaking wind came from behind him. Shania didn't know when he had appeared behind him, and the sheath axe in his hand chopped down towards his neck. Akaza kicked back and then jumped forward to create some distance. Just a moment ago, he felt the dangerous breath coming from the knife. If he was hit in the neck, he would die. What happened? How could Lord MUZAN allow this newcomer to carry the Nichiren sword? You know, even the upper rank one gave up the Nichiren sword and used his own flesh and blood and bones as a sword. And how did he appear behind him just now? Was it a blood demon technique? He had been a demon for decades, but he didn't expect that this new demon who had only been a demon for half a year would make him feel dangerous. Exercise technique destruction killing RA needle. Akaza directly unfolded the RA needle, and purple light appeared under his feet, forming a snowflake pattern. Shania looked at Akaza's movements and smiled slightly. With a thought, he instantly appeared behind Akaza, with the blade less than a finger away from the back of his neck. What? Akaza turned around immediately and raised his hand to block. The sheath in Shania's hand flashed like lightning, easily cutting off Akaza's arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and Akaza's arm was spurting with blood. Flying high. With the power of this attack, Akaza jumped back and pulled a distance from Shania. His knife was so close that the compass needle could sense it. This is definitely not a high-speed movement. Akaza looked solemn, looking at Shania and analyzing secretly. Logically speaking, Shania's strength should be far inferior to his own. If the conditions of both sides are equal, Shania must have no power to fight back. However, it just so happened that the conditions of both sides are not equal now. I know nothing about Shania's blood demon art, fighting style, etc., and Shania's performance seems to be very familiar with my abilities. In the brief fight just now, Shania restrained himself in every step. Shania also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although his hard power is not as good as Akaza, he has a natural advantage in intelligence with his understanding of the original work, and he can completely challenge the opponent of higher level. Of course, it is already the limit to tie Akaza for a short time. The fight just now also made him sure of one thing, that if he continued to fight, he would be beaten until Akaza got used to the rhythm of the battle. Shania's mind moved, and he activated Thunderbolt to jump behind Akaza again, holding the knife high in his hand. Akaza immediately turned around and punched him. However, at the moment when Shofu and Akaza's fists approached, Shania's figure disappeared again and appeared behind him again. Akaza twisted his body forcibly and crossed his arms to block himself. Puff! Shofu directly pierced Akaza's arms, and pierced Akaza's neck at the same speed. However, Shania's purpose of beheading was stopped by Akaza. This injury was no different from a scratch for Akaza, but it made Akaza furious. A rookie who had just become a demon for less than half a year, whose age was not even as old as his own demon age, actually suffered a loss in this battle. Especially since this guy had a good relationship with Doma, this was even more unforgivable. Destruction killing kick style, crown cut. Puff! A kick was thrown out, directly piercing Shania's abdomen. Akaza's kick was so fast that Shania had no time to react. Even his abdomen was kicked through for several seconds before he felt the pain. Far thunder! Tsitsizizizi! A dark golden electric current flashed directly on Shania's blade, paralyzing Akaza's nerves. Akaza was startled, and a sense of numbness spread throughout his body. Before he could react, Shania retreated violently and pulled away. The hole in his abdomen was also healing rapidly. After just a few seconds, Shania's abdomen was intact. If it weren't for the dull pain, Shania would even think that the piercing of his abdomen just now was an illusion. Akaza was extremely angry, and his aura was rising steadily. Just the murderous aura made Shania feel a little suffocated. At this time, Shania's idea was also very simple. Fuck, he's going to be serious, run away quickly. In fact, after he counterattacked at the beginning, he received a system prompt, and the task was completed. However, Akaza was really angry at that time, and he had no chance to get away. Now that he finally pulled away, Shania opened the space channel without hesitation. I admit defeat, Brother San, let's talk next time. After saying that, he didn't dare to stay at all and plunged in. Stop, bastard! Akaza seemed to punch cotton, not to mention how aggrieved he was. He was played by the other party, but the other party saw that he was going to be serious and ran away directly. This guy is worse than Doma in some aspects. Shania ran along the channel and ran to Tamayo. Mr. Shania. Tamayo was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of Shania. Shania smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, I'll hide here for a while. Hide for a while? Tamayo was a little confused. It seemed that Shania was avoiding some danger. Ah! Master Tamayo, who is this guy? At this time, a young man's voice sounded. Shania looked in the direction of the voice. Isn't this Yoshiro who was terminally ill before? It seems that he has become a ghost by Tamayo now. Hey, we have met before. The last time I saw you, you were almost dead. It's normal that you don't remember me. Shania said with a smile. What did you say? You rude guy, who are you? Yoshiro said angrily. Me. Shania looked at Yoshiro's appearance, and his evil taste came up again. He walked directly to Tamayo and hugged her in his arms. What do you think? Ah! It's unforgivable. You actually dared to hug Master Tamayo. The most important thing is that Master Tamayo didn't refuse. Yoshiro broke his defense. However, the fundamental reason why Tamayo did not refuse was because her brain was shut down by Shania's actions. When she came to her senses. At that time, she didn't know whether she should push Shania away. After all, she was still a little afraid of him. Ever since she was turned into a demon by MUZAN and ate her husband and children, Tamayo has never been attracted to the opposite sex. When facing Yoshiro, Tamayo just treated him like a child. Shania was the first person of the opposite sex who had intimate behavior with her since then. Chapter 13. The two of them were in a state of panic. Asshole, I want to fight you in a duel. Yoshiro roared angrily. Yoshiro. Tamayo said quickly, if you are so rude again, don't stay with me. You are just kidding me, Lord Tamayo. Yoshiro immediately restrained his anger and sat upright. And Mr. Shania, you should let go too. Tamayo looked at Shania who was still hugging her, and said with some displeasure. Shania's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Tamayo, Miss Tamayo, are you ordering me? What? Tamayo was startled, and finally remembered that the man in front of him was upper 6, and he could kill her at any time. Shania smiled, slowly lifted Tamayo's chin and said, Miss Tamayo, do you know? Even ghosts have the same physiological needs as humans. You. Tamayo was shocked. However, before she could react, she was knocked unconscious by a kiss from Shania. Ah! You bastard, let go of Master Tamayo. Yoshiro was completely upset and rushed up directly. However, just as he approached, he was slapped against the wall by Shania. What are you doing while the adults are doing things? Get in. As he said that, he picked up Yoshiro and locked him in the inner room. By the way, he threw a wind-stop water binding on Yoshiro. Yoshiro's strength was covered by Shania's wind-stop water binding and he could not move directly. Okay, Miss Tamayo, now, finally no one can disturb us. Shania turned around and said. What do you want to do? Tamayo retreated to the corner with a vigilant look on her face, looking at Shania vigilantly. But his action was meaningless and would only make Shania more excited. There is an ancient man in the Far East named Cao. Does Miss Tamayo know him? Shania said. Tamayo was confused. Hey. Shania said, unfortunately, his hobbies are very similar to mine. So, Miss Tamayo. While speaking, she walked in front of Tamayo, gently smoothed his messy hair, and then gently pinched his chin and said, very good, I like this look. You. Although she didn't know why Shania suddenly mentioned Cao, she knew what he was going to do by looking at his expression. Shania leaned close to her ear and whispered, how is the research going? The hot air she exhaled made Tamayo's ears itchy, and her heartbeat accelerated. Masaya smiled and said, don't worry, we are still in the cooperation stage. So I won't do anything to you for the time being, and we both have the same goal. Miss Tamayo, don't you miss the sun? What? Tamayo was shocked. She hasn't seen the sun for many years. Although she is out of the control of the scum boss and doesn't need to eat people to survive, she is still a ghost in essence. All ghosts are afraid of the sun, and they are also afraid of the sun blade. As a doctor, you should have a wide network of contacts among humans. So there is something you need to investigate. If it goes well, we can completely get rid of the identity of ghosts. Shania said. Tamayo had completely forgotten about Shania's rude behavior and asked quickly, what is it? Shania said, the blue higanbana is what MUZAN has been looking for hundreds of years. It blooms every few decades and has a very short flowering period. Moreover, it only blooms at noon when the sun is the brightest. It would be meaningless if it bloomed at noon. We, as ghosts, can't get it. Tamayo said. Shania smiled, so we need human help. Although you are a ghost, you are no different from humans in appearance. Use your connections among humans to find it. Tamayo still did not relax her vigilance, just tell me the information, aren't you afraid that I will run away with Yoshiro? Shania showed a chilling smile, it doesn't matter. Just now, I have left the coordinates on you. What? Tamayo was shocked. Shania reached out and gently pulled open Tamayo's collar, then placed his hand on Tamayo's heart. His movements were gentle, but with an irresistible force. A chill surged from the bottom of her heart, and she couldn't help but tremble. It's right here, you can feel it. Shania whispered. My blood demon art can set coordinates. As long as the coordinates are there, I can reach it with just a thought. And I can sense where you are at any time. So, you'd better not have any idea of running away. After that, he helped Tamayo tidy up her clothes and said, our cooperation is equal. I provide information, and you help me get rid of MUZAN's control, or find the blue Higanbana. The blue Higanbana can also be shared with you so that you can also overcome the sunlight, and I will also fulfill my promise and kill MUZAN Kibutsuji. Tamayo did not respond to Shinyi. She did not fully trust Shinyi from the beginning. It's just that with her strength, she can't resist no matter what Shinyi does. To put it bluntly, even if Shinyi really wants to do something excessive to her today, she has no ability to resist at all. And today's behavior logic is also very simple. How to make a person surrender completely? It's simple to say, first establish prestige, then show favor. Of course, the premise of doing this is that you have to know what the other party wants. For example, Tamayo, what she wants most is peace, and to let the trash boss bask in the sun. And almost all ghosts yearn for, to be intact bathed in the sun. As long as you can dig out the user's pain points, you can raise the user's expectations, accumulate potential energy, and then attract user attention to achieve marketing empowerment. Translated into human language, Shania knows what Tamayo wants, and he has the strength to crush Tamayo. So after shocking Tamayo with strength, you can use what Tamayo wants to control her. It doesn't need to be there, as long as Shania is feasible. Besides, Shania didn't lie, everything he said was true. Shania opened the door of the room and saw Yoshiro being pressed to the ground by wind-stop water binding, unable to move at all. You can come out, I'm done. Shania said after untying the barrier. Yoshiro rushed out, Master Tamayo, you are okay. Then, Yoshiro saw Tamayo sitting on the sofa, her clothes and hair were still a little messy, and the sweat on her face had not dried. The most important thing is that Tamayo's eyes seemed to have experienced something terrible. You bastard, how dare you do this to Master Tamayo? I'm going to kill you. Yoshiro's eyes widened, and he rushed towards Shania regardless of the difference in strength. However, before he rushed to Shania, his eyes went dark, and a pressure came from his body, as if he was going to crush him completely. Yoshiro fell to the ground again, unable to move. What a naughty child, he needs a beating. Shania sighed, and said with a look of disappointment. To be honest, Yoshiro is really a good kid, provided that he is an anime character. In reality, this kind of personality is called low emotional intelligence to be polite, and uneducated to be blunt. Although he is not a bad person, it is difficult for people to like him. He said Nezuko was ugly when they first met, which was because Tanjiro had a good temper. If it was someone with a bad temper, he would have slapped him long ago. Although Shania didn't kill him, it was still annoying to break his defense from time to time. It's fun. It's easy to break his defense, just harm Tamayo. Not to mention that Tamayo is really beautiful and has the attribute of a widow. If Demon Slayer is not a serious show, what Shania has to do will be off track. After thinking about it, I'll just go and play with Tamayo when I'm bored in the future, instead of teasing the big enemy, the third brother. After all, how can the third brother be as fun as Tamayo? Then, under Yoshiro's angry eyes, Shania walked up to Tamayo and kissed her gently on the lips. Then, I'll take my leave first. Thank you, Miss Tamayo, I'm very happy today. Yoshiro, puff. A ghost who never gets sick, can regenerate limbs, and whose body strength is several times stronger than that of humans, was actually irritated to the point of vomiting blood by Shinyi. You can imagine how irritated this guy was by Shinyi. If he could beat Shinyi, he would have come up and fought with him. It's a pity that he couldn't even move now. Chapter 14. After leaving Zhu Shi's residence, Shania began to look at the rewards he had received. The 6 secrets of the art are deployed. Max, the ability learned in the battle with Akaza, derived from destruction killing needle. The 6 secrets are the 6 senses, which are the eyes, ears, nose, throat, body, and mind. After the practitioner begins the technique, he will be able to sense the opponent's fighting spirit, making his body's dodge and defense extremely accurate, but he will not be able to sense the opponent who has reached the transparent world. Blood Demon Art is a kind of martial arts. This ability cannot be upgraded actively, but it will produce different effects based on the caster's physical strength, reaction speed, etc. Shania is quite satisfied with this ability, but he didn't expect it to be the same as Akaza. The bottom line of the battle is that you can get such a powerful ability. And this ability is not about strength. How strong it is depends on the strength of the user. It can be said that it is an ability with a very low lower limit and a very high upper limit. Because its strength, it is bound to the strength of the caster. If an ordinary person with little strength obtains it, the effect of this ability is almost zero. But if it is a strong person like Shania, theoretically, he can be invincible under the condition of transparency. Of course, he can't meet Doma. The range of Doma's Blood Demon Art, this ability is really useless, you can't dodge it. Shania himself is not particularly sure of his current strength, after all, there is no reference. What is certain is that he can't beat Akaza. What is uncertain is, can he defeat Han Tengu? To be more precise, can he defeat Zanpokutan? For his next target, Shania is going to choose between Han Tengu and Yahoo. I just don't know where Han Tengu usually moves around. The other people hardly meet each other. The meeting in Infinite Castle is also held only once in a long time. The reason for the last gathering of the upper strings was because Doma launched a bloody battle of position exchange, and another minor reason was that Kokushibo had a crush on I want to push myself to MUZAN. If there is no big commotion like the bloody battle of position exchange, the upper rank will not gather. I just joined the 12 Demon Moons, and I started as an upper rank, and I started the bloody battle of position exchange to climb up in half a year. I really think that it seems it's a bit too high profile. What if Boss Xia feels that he's growing too fast and becomes wary of him? Should he use the Demon Slayer core like he did to kill the lower rank 3? No, Muichiro almost lost when he fought Yahoo. If this happened to a pillar of this era, he would be killed in seconds before he could even save the situation. Suddenly, Shin thought of something. Find Doma. As a social terrorist, Doma must know the whereabouts of the upper ranks. Thinking of this, Shania immediately activated the coordinates of the Eternal Paradise. Blood Demon Art Thunder can only set 3 coordinates at present, and Shania set them on the Eternal Paradise, Infinite City, and Tamayo. Therefore, it only takes a moment to reach the Eternal Paradise. Mr. Shania, it's been a long time since we last met. Doma Shania appeared and immediately put down the snack in his hand. It was a female palm. Shania looked at Doma, somewhat helpless. Why do I see you eating every time I come? Doma smiled and said, well, ghosts are just like humans, eating is always the most important thing. By the way, what was that just now? Blood ghost technique. Shania nodded, yes. My blood ghost technique can be transmitted through coordinates. I placed a coordinate here before. Doma thought, well, speaking of this, you and Mr. Han Tengu are quite compatible, and his blood demon technique is also very powerful. Han Tengu, Janai thought about it and it was true. After Han Tengu released all 4 clones, taking Han Tengu's body away with him, this combination is simply cheating. Oh, by the way, let's get down to business. Do you know where Han Tengu or Yahoo are usually? Shania asked. Doma was stunned. Mr. Shania, you are not really tempted, are you going to find Mr. Ben Tengu to act together? No, something else. Shania waved his hand. Who wants to go with that scumbag? The scum team. He would rather choose Yahoo than Han Tengu. In the original work, the 6 upper strings all have different impressions. First, there are Jifutaro and Daki, a pair of brothers and sisters driven crazy by the times and fate. No need to say anything. What? Gyakutsu, a dead pervert. Akaza, a big nemesis. Doma, a brainless person who has mastered powerful power. Kokushibo, a blackened lemon essence. It can be said that these people are more or less mentally abnormal. There is a consensus in human society, that is, you can't treat mental patients with the same view. You don't expect mental patients to have a sense of right and wrong, nor can you expect mental patients to have empathy. Therefore, although these upper strings are bad, they will not make Shania feel disgusted. Only Han Tengu, that is simply morally corrupt and self-righteous, and even regards himself as a victim. The first sentence of the Apokazu is a very evil person who bullies the weak. It's really unbearable. But this guy's blood demon art is quite cool, where can you go to reason? This is a typical hypocrite, and hypocrites will be hated everywhere. No matter if they are real villains or real gentlemen, they will not like hypocrites. Well, Mr. Han Tengu and I are not very familiar with each other. And he seems to be afraid of everyone and has always been unwilling to deal with us. Doma answered Shania's question very seriously, but Mr. Han Tengu and I have a good relationship. Although his whereabouts are not fixed, I can help you contact him. Oh, thank you so much. Shania said with a smile. He admitted that he actually liked Doma a little bit now. It was so cool to respond to his requests. Shania silently decided in his heart that he would give Doma a quick death when he killed him in the future. After a long while, Doma opened his eyes, found it, Inweno. Shania's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, Doma. Doma smiled and waved his hand. Why are you saying this? Aren't we friends? As he said that, he thought of something. Shania, you fought with Akaza last time, right? Shania nodded. Yeah. Fighting with strong people is also my interest, but Akaza is really strong, I am no match for him at all. Doma said, if you want to hone your skills, why don't you go to Lord Kokushibo? You and Lord Kokushibo are both breathing swordsmen, and your fighting methods are the same. If he can hone you, you should become stronger quickly. Doma supports Shania to become stronger, but it's not that he has any expectations for Shania. Rather, he hopes that Shania will surpass Akaza as soon as possible, so that the two of them can play with Akaza together. Shania thought about it and felt that Doma's method was feasible. Anyway, it is impossible for me to grow beyond Kokushibo within a year, so I might as well ask Kokushibo for sword skills and get a guarantee. Finding a teacher for myself is indeed a good way to speed up my growth. You should know that in the past 6 months, Shania's daily training has been to improve his proficiency in blood demon arts. But the problem is that the upgrade speed is too slow behind closed doors. If you use blood demon arts in actual combat, your proficiency should increase very quickly. The only thing to note is that I now have 2 blood demon arts, but I can only announce one. And I have already shown the Thunder Suan in front of Doma and the boss, so I can only use the Thunder Suan in the competition with Kokushibo. As for the Jade Pot, Shania didn't want to go there. After all, the blood demon arts of the Jade Pot really didn't meet Shania's aesthetics. Whether the blood demon arts are strong or not depends on the developer's development and application. But whether it is handsome or not is determined at the moment of awakening. Let this pervert enjoy Yuhu's blood demon art by himself. Thinking of this, Shania activated the Thunderbolt and returned to the Infinite City. Without the scumbag boss, the whole Infinite City is only Mingnu and the dead otaku Kokushibo. Mingnu is here because the Infinite City is her blood demon art. But Kokushibo is here simply because he has no hobbies. Shania looked at Mingnu and had to say that as long as she didn't show the upper half of her face, she was still pretty. It's a pity that Shania knew what her full appearance was, and Artemayo was still more smooth. Where is Kokushibo? Shania walked in front of Mingnu and said coldly. Chapter 15. The battle was over, and the battle was over. In the Infinite Castle. Puff. Blood gushed out, and Shania lay on the ground again. This was the countless time that he had been chopped down by Kokushibo. From beginning to end, Kokushibo did not even use the breath of the moon. Shania now had a judgment of his own strength, which was stronger than Mujiro during the Infinite Castle period. After all, he could still barely see Kokushibo draw his sword and fight back. But it was just a fight, and he would be knocked down in no more than 10 rounds. Although he was seriously injured, it only took a few seconds to recover. The recovery ability of the upper strings was not comparable to that of other ghosts. Kokushibo slowly put away his sword and said calmly, "Let's stop here today." Hearing Kokushibo's words, Shania felt a pang of hunger coming from his stomach. It takes a lot of energy for a demon to recover from his own injuries. Especially when sparring with Kokushibo, not only does he have to recover from his injuries, but he also uses blood demon arts and thunder breathing, which consumes multiples. With your strength, you are only one step away from the highest realm. But this one step away is something that countless strong men cannot cross in their entire lives. Kokushibo said slowly, "Your sword skills are close to the level of subtlety, but approaching is not reaching it after all, and you still need to practice diligently. According to your talent, it may not take long for you to surpass Akaza." Kokushibo seems to have said a lot today, and told Shania a lot about the transparent world. First of all, it is certain that he is not far away from the transparent world now, but a little difference can lead to 1,000 miles. His swordsmanship is already very good, but he is just a little bit away from perfection. This difficulty requires not only talent and luck, but also hard work day and night. Thank you. Shania is still very grateful to Kokushibo for teaching him so seriously. He is a very honest person. Favors are favors and hatred is hatred. MUZAN and Kokushibo forced him to turn into a ghost and kill his teammates. This is hatred. Kokushibo taught him, this is a favor. Repaying kindness with kindness and repaying grievances with justice is Shania's life creed. So he decided that when he fell out with MUZAN in the future, he would let Kokushibo settle his knot before dying. But now, Shania still has to catch 2 ghosts to fill his stomach. After this period of time, Shania discovered a new world. That is, for ghosts, the same kind is the best food. Ghosts are not only transformed from humans, but their nutritional value is not inferior to that of humans, and all ghosts have more or less MUZAN's blood in their bodies. While digesting the flesh and blood of the ghost, MUZAN's blood will also slightly enhance his physical strength, reaction ability, and blood demon art. Of course, if the ghost eats too much, indigestion will occur. The so-called indigestion does not refer to the digestive system, but because of the enhancement brought by MUZAN's blood, he needs some time to adapt. Otherwise, there will be a situation where he has powerful power but cannot exert it. Of course, this kind of indigestion will generally be resolved in 2 or 3 days at most. After all, so far, except for the lower third who was agreed by MUZAN, Shania has only caught cannon fodder ghosts to eat. Others, even ghosts who can use blood demon art, he has never caught. There is no way, I am used to being cautious. If the opponent is the candidate for the 12 demon months that the boss is paying attention to, it will be too dangerous. At the current rhythm of Shania, it is quite like the development of the 10-mile slope sword god. Resisting hunger, Shania left the infinite city. He did not return to the eternal paradise. If he returned to Doma, he might throw a human girl to entertain him when he saw him like this. He was in a state of extreme hunger, and it was still unclear whether he could hold it in. But he only had 3 coordinates now, one was the infinite city, one was the paradise, and another one. In the end, he could only return to Tamayo. Tamayo felt helpless when she saw Shania, who had returned in less than a day. Just as she was about to say something, she was stunned again when she saw Shania's state. At this time, Shania was panting, tears of regret flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. "What's wrong with you?" Tamayo asked hurriedly. Shania said with difficulty, blood, human or demon, give me blood. Hey! Tamayo was even more stunned when she saw Shania's state. Hurry! Shania growled. He miscalculated. He didn't expect that the sparring with Kokushibo would consume so much of his energy. He went from being full to being on the verge of collapse from hunger. Maintaining his remaining sanity, he returned to Tamayo. After Tamayo got rid of MUZAN's cells, she only needed to drink a small amount of blood to survive, so Tamayo should have stored blood on weekdays. Shania didn't dare to go out on the street to hunt ghosts, because there were more people than ghosts, and he was afraid that he would lose control on the street. Wait a minute. Tamayo hurried to the back of the house. There is an ice storage in the basement, which is where Tamayo usually stores blood. She would use this as an excuse to take a small amount of blood from patients when she went out for medical treatment, and a little bit would add up to a lot. She was about to go down to take blood, and then Shania lost control faster than they had imagined. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shania's eyes were no longer rational at this time, and he grabbed Tamayo's neck with one hand. In Tamayo's horrified eyes, Shania bit her neck. A few minutes later, Shania, who had regained his sanity, looked at Tamayo, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, and felt a little sorry. In any case, Tamayo suffered an unexpected disaster because of him. Fortunately, after Shania regained his sanity, he let go of Tamayo as soon as possible, so he didn't swallow her directly. Don't worry, as long as you are a ghost, you should have experienced loss of control. Tamayo was a little understanding at this time, and took the initiative to comfort Shania. Shania said with some guilt, sorry, I seem to have overestimated my sanity. Although Shania was still hungry at this time, Tamayo's blood greatly alleviated his hunger. Now he was in a safe range and would not lose control at will. Master Tamayo, I'm back, today. Yoshiro pushed the door open with his bag in his hand, and then saw the scene in front of him. In an instant, the world of this new ghost collapsed. With Yoshiro's current level of anger, even if MUZAN passed by, he would have to be beaten by two big guys. Do you know how much damage this big fight will cause to the Demon King? But it's no wonder that Yoshiro is angry. After all, the picture of Shania and Tamayo together now is really hard to arouse people's imagination. Tamayo was pale and leaned on the bed weakly, and Shania was supporting her beside her. The most important thing is that Tamayo's eyes looking at Shania were a little complicated and elusive. Thinking of Shania's rude behavior towards Tamayo last time, Yoshiro broke his defense. Asshole, I will kill you. Yoshiro rushed up desperately, and then was thrown into a barrier and pressed to the ground. Damn it, let me go. I want to fight you alone. If you have the ability, don't use blood demon art or knife. Yoshiro, stop it. Tamayo sighed and said helplessly. Shania stepped on Yoshiro's face with one foot and said, children should act like children. You should go to a school at your age. Why do you always think about adult matters? I tell you, your Lady Tamayo is my woman, a ghost, you can't touch her. Mr. Shania, please don't say such misleading words. Tamayo said quickly. Shania smiled and said, sorry, sorry. Huff, huff. With a few flapping sounds, the crow Sosuke came to the window. Shania was stunned, because he felt that Sosuke's state was a little wrong. Sir Shania, the Lord. Sosuke said. Shania was stunned, and after a long time, he came back to his senses. Really? I know. Hey? What's wrong? Feeling that Shania was no longer stepping on him, Yoshiro was a little confused and asked. Tamayo also clearly felt the change in Shania's mood, and a trace of worry flashed across her face. Shania let out a long sigh and said, this may be something you have to experience since you have a long life. I have to go out for a while, Yoshiro, take good care of Tamayo. Yoshiro looked unhappy. I don't need you to remind me, I respect and admire Tamayo very much. Shania showed a dangerous look, just respect. Yoshiro. Chapter 16. The old man was killed in a car accident. The Yubayashiki family compound, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. The current head of the Yubayashiki family, Yubayashiki Katsuya, was lying on the couch, already dying. His curse had spread all over his body, and he could no longer hold on. At this time, he had just turned 25 years old. Ever since MUZAN appeared, the Yubayashiki family seemed to be cursed. The infant mortality rate of male babies was extremely high, and later the Yubayashiki family would dress up their heirs as girls to spend their childhood. But even so, every head of the Yubayashiki family did not live past the age of 25. Master Katsuya, his wife called softly beside him. His wife's name is Yubayashiki Yuko, formerly known as Kamigaki Yuko, and she is a woman from the priest family. Yubayashiki has been married to the priest family for generations, which is said to be to delay the curse to the maximum extent. Katsuya was very weak at this time, and could only say with great difficulty, "He hasn't arrived yet." "He shouldn't be here," said Yubayashiki Yuko. "Who said that? I've been here for a long time, but I just don't know what to say first." Shania jumped down from the roof and looked at Yubayashiki Katsuya in the house. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt his heart twitching when he saw it with his own eyes. Although Yubayashiki Katsuya couldn't see it at this time, he seemed to feel Shania's emotional fluctuations. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Shania said, "I'm a ghost, how can you scare me like this? I just didn't expect that it has come to this point in just half a year. This is fate, you should know it." Yubayashiki Katsuya was very open-minded, and he didn't have any anxiety about facing death. The next head of the family should be Naya, right? Let him quickly move the Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps after he takes over, and don't tell me after the move. Shania sighed and said. He has been worried about this problem for a long time, that is, as an upper rank, he actually knows the location of the Yubayashiki family and the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is always a hidden danger, although the scum boss is relatively tolerant of him now, and his tolerance is very high. But who knows if this guy suddenly has a brain seizure one day, will he break himself into pieces and read his memory bit by bit? By then, all the information in his mind will be known to him, and the Demon Slayer Corps will be completely destroyed. With the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps in this era, it can be said that any upper rank can destroy them all. The reason why they can continue to entangle with the demons is mainly because they hide deep enough. Of course, there is another reason, that is, the scum boss does not develop power among humans. In fact, in human society, whether in the business world or the political world, the Yubayashiki family has a wide network of people. Therefore, if someone is interested, it is not impossible to find the Yubayashiki family. It's a pity that although the boss often changes his vest to mix in the upper class, his main energy is to use the big shot he pretends to be to find the blue spider lily, and he doesn't think about anything else. Sometimes I really doubt whether the boss's IQ was chopped into pieces by Yoriichi back then, and he can only think about one thing. Who in the demon camp has the widest network of people and who is most capable of finding the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? That is the boss himself. As a result, this guy threw all the tasks of finding the Demon Slayer Corps and Yubayashiki to his subordinates, and he kept thinking about his blue spider lily. The handwritten copy of Thunder Breathing that you asked Sosuke to bring back is very useful. Many members of the team who have learned Thunder Breathing have made considerable progress in their strength. Yubayashiki Katsuya said. Shania scratched his head, there is nothing I can do. The old man died, and I am like this again. The breathing of thunder cannot be discontinued with me. There are at least dozens of people in the Demon Slayer Corps who learn the breathing of thunder. There will always be one or two talented people. I just don't know when the next time someone will serve as the sound pillar. The thing that Shania asked Sosuke to bring back to the Demon Slayer Corps was the breathing of thunder that Shania wrote down according to his memory. There are some differences from the original Breathing of Thunder. There are some notes added by Shania himself, and some details have been changed. Generally speaking, Shania made the Breathing of Thunder less difficult to learn while keeping the intensity basically unchanged. I should go. Shania said. Yubayashiki Katsuya, are you leaving now? Shania turned his back and sighed, it's too unbecoming for the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps to die in front of a demon. However, the Demon Slayer Corps is indeed getting worse and worse. As a demon, the pillar of the killing team, just because I am a former companion, you can't hate me. No wonder the Demon Slayer Corps has become weaker and weaker since the first generation of breathing swordsmen. There is nothing we can do about it. How many people can be so cruel as to really kill their former companions, said Katsuya Yubayashiki. Makoto didn't answer, but said, the pillar is here, I should go. As he spoke, a hole appeared in front of him. Shania looked back at Katsuya, then walked into the hole. When the hole closed, Shania's figure also disappeared. After Shania left, the Yubayashiki family held a funeral for the current head of the family, Katsuya Yubayashiki. The new head of the family and the new leader of the Demon Slayer Corps were his 7-year-old son, Naya Yubayashiki. According to the will of the former head of the family, the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps moved. The relocation of such a large family actually made a lot of noise, and it was not difficult for someone with ulterior motives to find out. But it is very easy to hide it from the demons. Even when the head of the Yubayashiki family passed away, the scum boss, it was not until 3 months later that I found out. The scumbag boss was angry about his intelligence gathering ability and felt that he could not be so depressed anymore. He should pay more attention to intelligence. Then, he held a remote meeting and asked the upper ranks to pay attention to intelligence and try their best to find the location of the Yubayashiki. It can only be said that the Demon Slayer Corps can still exist for hundreds of years with such a weak strength. There is really a reason. The upper ranks had different reactions to the scumbag boss's request. Kokushibo said that his subordinates had nothing to say, and the Yubayashiki was hidden very cleverly. Then he continued to stay in the Infinite Castle as a otaku. Doma said that he was not good at searching, so please don't cue him. Akaza has been in deep thought. Silence for a long time, and then went to practice boxing. Bantiangu was timid from beginning to end, and did not dare to speak loudly. Yahoo said that he already had reliable information, and as long as he worked harder, he could find the location of Yubayashiki. Then he was deceived by Shania with false information to the original base of Yubayashiki. That place has now become a market, and the original traces of the Demon Slayer Corps have been washed away by the atmosphere of the market. As for Shania, our loyal and dedicated upper six, Ryadaji Shania said. I am a lone man, a lone ghost, is it okay for me to do things like spying and searching? A bit unreasonable? There is no such thing as a shitty boss. Seeing that these employees were more unreliable than each other, the shitty boss was completely angry. Then, in extreme anger, the shitty boss got angry for a while. After the remote meeting, the shitty boss became more and more angry and felt that he couldn't just let it go. Then he live-streamed in the upper string's mind how he punished the disobedient lower string. Then an extremely confusing picture appeared, that is, it was the upper string that made the shitty boss angry, but it was the lower string that suffered. And what about the upper string? The one who was watching the live broadcast of the shitty boss's torture remotely was not only not scared, but even laughed twice. Chapter 17. The old man was very happy, but he was still very young. Unconsciously, half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, Shania has gone to the Infinite City to find Kokushibo almost once a month. As for the mission to challenge the upper strings, he has forgotten about it. In half a year, Shania's progress is obvious. Name, Ryadaji Shania. Gender, male. Height, 190 centimeters. Age, 25. Identity, upper 6. Breathing method, thunder breathing, demonized version, max. This breathing method has reached the pinnacle. It seems that there are real lightning flashes between every move. The sword intent carries lightning. There is no need to use a sword or perform swordsmanship to release lightning. Blood Demon Technique, Wind Stop Water Binding Level 4 36%. Thunder Swiftness Level 5 18%, you can use your own blood to set coordinates and make space jumps between coordinates. There is no distance limit. Currently, there are up to 5 coordinates. You can make short distance space jumps within your sight without setting coordinates. You can open up a small space to store items, and creatures can survive in the space. P.S. Flying Thunder God and God's Might and Heaven's Hand Power, I just ask you, who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Special Ability Stripes, Thunder, Max. After training to a certain level, patterns similar to those of demons will appear on your body, and your strength will be greatly improved. The specific improvement effect depends on the host's physique. Evaluation, realized in the battle with Kokushibo, this ability cannot be actively upgraded, and the lightning attribute pattern focuses on increasing explosive power and speed. Exercise of the Technique 6 Secrets. Compared to half a year ago, Shania's strength has made great progress. It can be said that the self standing in front of him half a year ago can be killed instantly by the self now. Only when facing Kokushibo, the situation has changed a lot. Well, the so-called change refers to the fact that Kokushibo started to use the breath of the moon when fighting with him. Of course, this does not mean that Kokushibo can't deal with Shania without the breath of the moon, but it means that Kokushibo believes that Shania's current strength can block the breath of the moon and will not be killed instantly. Except for Blood Demon Art Wind and Water Binding, which does not grow fast because Shania can hide, other abilities can be said to have made rapid progress. And as the body becomes stronger and stronger, the effect of the 6 secrets is also getting stronger and stronger. Of course, the most surprising thing is the stripes. With a ghost body, opening the stripes is just like eating and drinking water. There is no need to worry about the load on the body. Now, Shania only needs to find the Ichi Red Stone. Oh no, find the Blue Higanbana to become an ultimate creature. At this time, Shania is in Yoshiwara Flower Street, with the brother and sister of Jifutaro, and Daoduma. I say, Mr. Shania, your strength has surpassed Mr. Han Tengu. I'm afraid it won't take long for you to catch up with Mr. Akaza. Don't you really want to consider a bloody battle? Doma said while looking at the table, 1 to 3. Daki, 1 to 4. Jifutaro, pass. Ghosts. Shania said while looking at the cards, well. I have other plans. I plan to wait until I am stronger and directly initiate a bloody battle with Akaza. Or start with you directly. 1 to 8. Wait. King Bomb. Doma's eyes suddenly lit up and threw out 2 ghosts. Seeing the confused expressions of the other 3 ghosts, Doma was so proud. Shania, no. Gitaru, pass. Dakame, I can't afford it. Doma confidently drew a card and threw it on the table, A3. Straight. 3 with 1. Bomb. Bomb. After Doma's King Bomb was released, Shania played the card like a water, throwing it out without any hesitation. Ah! Damn it, I obviously have the biggest card in my hand, why did I still lose? Doma shouted unwillingly. Shania said, playing cards is like fighting, it requires skills, you can't just throw away your cards just because you have good cards. Doma lay on the couch, Shania-sama, if I start a bloody battle, then if I lose, I will be swallowed by Shania-sama, right? That's good, it feels good to be swallowed by you. Shania said, Doma, if I lose, will you eat me? Doma stood up suddenly, how is that possible, I won't eat Shania-sama. Shania smiled, me too, aren't we friends? Even if it's a ghost, I shouldn't eat it. Friends? Looking at Shania's sincere expression, Doma felt for the first time that a man would die for his friend. Shania looked at Doma's reaction and nodded secretly. To be honest, among these upper strings, Doma is the easiest to handle. Doma's problem, to put it bluntly, is two words: lack of love. From the fact that he was broken by Kaneo's words in the original work, it can be seen that Doma cares very much about how others see him, especially in terms of emotions. Speaking of which, there seems to be traces of demon hunters in Hanamaki recently. Doma said, looking at the endless stream of people on the street outside the window. Daki said proudly, "We have already inquired about this kind of thing. 2 people came, and it is said that they are 2 pillars. Daki, can you and your brother deal with the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Shania looked at Daki and asked. "Are you kidding, Master Shania? I have already eaten 3 pillars, and my brother has eaten 5 pillars." Da-im said. Shinyi said, "Even so, the strength of the pillars is not completely equal. The gap between the strong pillars and the weak pillars is like a chasm." Da-im smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, leave it to us. This time, the 2 pillars will be dealt with by us brothers and sisters." "Really? That's good," Shinyi said lightly with some inexplicable emotions in his eyes. Doma looked at Shinyi's state and instinctively noticed something wrong. But it was just a little bit, and it was fleeting. And whether it was rational or emotional, he was unwilling to doubt that there was something wrong with Shinyi. After all, he was just moved by him. Not to mention that if there was something wrong with Shinyi, it would have been noticed by the trash boss. "Then, let's go find the pillars first." Da-im slowly got up and let Jifutaro return to her body. Doma looked at the process of brother and sister fusion and exclaimed, "Twin ghosts, so cool." Shinyi was full of black lines. "Why do I think it's weird?" "Hey? Weird? You are so harsh, Mr. Shania," Doma said angrily. At this time, Daki's human appearance also disappeared, and she turned into a ghost. The end of her long silver hair was green, representing the prostitute Taro. Of course, what made Shania most nervous was Daki's clothes. To be precise, it was the things under her clothes. But in a moment, Shania calmed down. Daki is not yet 14 years old, it's too harsh, too handcuffed. And Daki's personality is too childish, and she is a naughty child, not likable at all. From this point of view, Tamayo is better, gentle and intellectual. Not afraid of breaking the law. Chapter 18. 2 hours later, it was the second half of the night and the flower street fell into silence. At this time, Dokamaki began to act. To say it was an act was actually to show her true self and wander around in the quiet street. Anyway, the 2 pillars who came to the flower street were here to kill ghosts, so as long as Dokamaki walked on the street, they would definitely come up. Breathing of flame, 1 type unknown fire. The fiery sword intention attacked Dokamaki, and the belt around her waist stretched out to block the attacking sword. "Hey? Didn't you say there were 2 pillars? Why is there only 1? Dokamaki looked at the orange-red hair and said with some disappointment. Rengoku Fengjiro also saw the words in Dokamaki's eyes. The left eye was lower string and the right eye was 1. Unlike other lower strings, which only had 1 eye engraved with the word and rank, Dokamaki's words were the same as the upper strings. "One of the lower strings, this should be the strongest demon I have ever met." Fengjiro's face was solemn and he had to be serious. The pillars of this era are basically at the same level of strength as the lower strings. When encountering the lower string 1, even Fengjiro, who is a pillar, has to take it seriously. That being said, I have been training myself for the past 6 months, and I may not be without the strength to fight even if I face the upper strings. Fengjiro thought, and swung his sword at Dokamaki. Breathing of flame, 2nd form, rising flame sky. So fast. Dokamaki was surprised by Fengjiro's speed and immediately jumped back, but was still touched by the tip of the knife. A faint blood line appeared on her neck. Although it was only a minor injury, it did make Dokamaki feel the threat of death. And at the same time, there was anger. In Daki's opinion, ghosts are naturally stronger than humans. As one of the elite ghosts, 12 ghost moons, she was actually hurt by a human, which she could not tolerate. Countless belts, accompanied by Daki's anger, swept towards Feng Xiaolang. Feng Xiaolang cut the belt with a knife and rushed towards Daki. The most important thing to fight against an enemy like Daki is to find an opportunity to get close. However, Daki is also very clear about the characteristics of her blood demon art. Seeing Feng Xiaolang rushing up, she retreated violently to keep a distance. If she was approached, she would not be the opponent of the man in front of her. Therefore, Daki has been using blood demon art to attack from a distance. After seeing his sister's fighting style, the prostitute Taro and Daki nodded with satisfaction. I just don't know how long Daki can maintain this calmness. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. At the same time, at the other end of the flower street. Really, Senior Feng Xiaolang is too incapable of taking care of newcomers. He actually left me to find demons. Damn it! A boy who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old was running on the side of the road in a Demon Slayer Corps uniform, complaining as he ran, really, I just became a pillar, and it's time to prove myself. Senior Feng Xiaolang is too stingy. He went to find powerful demons by himself and left the weak ones to me. It's so mean. Boom. What? Just as he passed a house, a huge momentum pressed down on him. This powerful momentum directly pressed him to stop, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead and dripped onto the ground. The boy turned around suddenly and saw a figure sitting on the roof. A gust of wind blew, mixed with murderous aura and blew on his face, as if cutting his face with a knife. What's wrong? How long are you going to stay there? The voice came from behind, and the figure on the roof disappeared at some point. Puff. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if pierced by a sharp blade. But when he came to his senses, he found that he was not injured. What was that just now? I should have been stabbed. Murderous aura? Such a terrifying murderous aura. The demon opposite may not be an ordinary demon, the 12 demon moons. Upper string. His brain turned rapidly, thinking about the other party's identity. Upper string 6, Ryadaji Shania. Hey! What hey? I have already reported my name to you. Even if it is an enemy, you should report your name. This is basic etiquette. Shania said. Originally, Shania did not intend to get involved in this matter. With the cooperation of the 2 pillars, self-protection is not a big problem. Doma has returned to the Gakuraku cult a long time ago. Although this guy is a community leader, he is not used to living outside. In other words, in the entire flower street, Shania is the only upper string. As long as he does not take action, the Demon Slayer Corps is basically safe. But in this young. When Nian passed by him, Shania heard his complaints. His attitude towards fighting was too frivolous and childish, so Shania decided to let him feel the beating. Arashi pillar, Suda Anosuk. At this time, his voice was a little trembling, and he was obviously shocked by Shania's momentum. Arashi pillar. The name of the pillar comes from his own breathing method. You use the wind breathing, and you are the wind pillar after becoming a pillar. And Shania is the thunder breathing, and he was originally going to inherit the title of the sound pillar. The reason why he is called the sound pillar is because in Japanese, the pronunciation of thunder is translated as God's sound. Therefore, the pillar of thunder breathing is called the sound pillar. P.S. Insert a digression, the thunder pillar does not mean the electric pole, the electric pole is the electric pole. It is called the sound pillar simply because it sounds good, and it is very high-end when combined with the word God's sound. And the storm breathing is obviously not one of the 5 initial breathing methods. Lan means storm, which should be a derivative of breath of wind or breath of water. What's wrong? Didn't you feel that those scums were not good for you? I should be qualified, right? Shine Yi said with a smile. Onosuk drew his knife and prepared for battle, but his hands kept shaking. Breath of Land Type 1 Wind Blowing Rain. Onosuk swung the blade to cut Shine Yi's neck, and Shine Yi stood still, allowing Onosuk to cut his neck. Ding! After the blade touched Shine Yi's neck, there was no blood spurting out as imagined, but a sound of metal collision was made. Tick-tock! Onosuk stared at Shine Yi's neck in a daze, and then looked at his own bleeding knuckles, and couldn't believe it. What's wrong? Looking at your momentum at the beginning, I thought you were very strong? Is this your full strength? Shine Yi said lightly. At this time, Onosuk was not only shocked, but also terrified. The seniors had told him to flee immediately if he met an upper-rank being. However, he did not take it seriously and even looked forward to meeting one. Today, he finally knew what the chasm of despair was. He slashed with all his strength, but could not even cut the opponent's skin. With such a gap, how did Senior Feng Jiro survive when he met an upper-rank being? Shania reached out and grabbed the blade, slowly pushing it away. However, this action frightened Onosuk so much that he quickly grabbed the Nichiren sword and jumped away. Chapter 19. The two of them were so close that they had to fight. Shania raised his foot and kicked Onosuk in the abdomen. Ah! Onosuk cried out in pain, then endured the pain and stepped forward, wanting to look at Shania's neck again. This time, Shania reached out and grabbed the blade. He grabbed the blade and swung it back, throwing Onosuk into an abandoned house. Most of the houses on Flower Street are adobe houses. With such a strong force, Onosuk was thrown over, and the house collapsed directly and turned into ruins. From the looks of you, it seems that you regard killing ghosts as a game. You feel bored when you meet weak ghosts, and you are eager to meet strong ones, right? Shania slowly walked in front of him and asked condescendingly. After all, Onosuk is a human being. Even though the breathing method can strengthen the body, and even though the Pilla's body strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people and ordinary demon slayers. But after all, he is a human being. Under such a heavy blow, Onosuk was seriously injured. Shania grabbed Onosuk's collar and lifted him up. And Onosuk took advantage of this moment and stabbed Shania's eyes with a knife. Shania tilted his head and dodged his knife, and then hit him on the head. Onosuk suddenly felt stars in his eyes, and his eyes went black and he almost lost consciousness. What do you think of the Demon Slayer Corps? Are you looking for an arena for your opponents? Shania threw Onosuk out again and asked, or do you define the Demon Slayer Corps' actions of fighting demons as just as fighting evil, and feel superior because of this? Onosuk struggled to get up and looked at Shania. You are really talkative. As a man-eating evil demon, stop talking endlessly from the perspective of our Demon Slayer Corps. Isn't it natural for the Demon Slayer Corps to fight you evil demons? Natural? Who gave you the power to fight demons? The so-called natural is something that can only be said when justice faces evil. Slowly walked to Onosuk and said, who gave you the power to define justice and evil? Humph, you man-eating evil demons, we are protecting humans, isn't this justice? Onosuk said as he rushed towards Shania. Then, he was kicked away by Shania again. So, you are too naive. Protecting humans? Who gave you the power to protect humans? Why do you want to protect humans? Shania continued to question, if your point of view is the point of view generally accepted by the Demon Slayer Corps, then I think I should know why the Demon Slayer Corps is getting weaker and weaker. Shania slowly pulled out the sheath from his waist. Most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were forced to join the Demon Slayer Corps because their families were hurt by demons. What is the real motivation for such a group of people to act? Justice? Faith? No, none of them. Justice will be misinterpreted, faith will collapse, and only hatred engraved in the bone marrow is eternal. The Demon Slayer Corps, in the final analysis, is essentially a group of avengers. Because they have been hurt by evil demons, they want to take revenge on evil demons and let all demons fall into hell. A group of avengers restrain their hatred and wrap themselves with responsibility and justice. But, without the blade of hatred, can they still hurt demons? Clang! Shania slashed at Onosuke with a knife, and Onosuke quickly raised his knife to block. However, the huge force from his hand almost knocked the sunwheel blade in his hand away, and his body staggered backwards. Before he could stabilize his body, Shiny's second sword was already in front of him. Onosuke barely twisted his body to take it, but was thrown to the ground. Shiny took the sword in his right hand and waved it slowly, but Onosuke could only barely move. You may think that the battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons is a battle between justice and evil, so you will be excited about defeating the demons. But in fact, there is naked hatred between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. Shiny slashed with a sword, cutting a wound on Inosuke's shoulder. Inosuke's sunwheel blade slipped out of his hand under the power of this sword and was nailed into the ruins. The so-called hatred has nothing to do with justice and evil. The battle of revenge is to impose one's own justice on the other party, let the loser go to hell, and then live as the winner with the resentment of the loser. He stopped and looked at Inosuke, who was having difficulty standing in front of him, and asked, "Now, do you hate me?" Inosuke did not answer, not because he could not answer, but because he could not speak. Although Shania generally showed mercy, it still hurt Inosuke. The force was not light, and the physical strength was exhausted. Can't answer? Then die. Shania looked at the exhausted Onosuke, and slashed with the sheath in his hand. Onosuke watched the blade slowly coming towards him, and then his eyes went black. At the same time, on the other side of the flower street, the battle between Fengjuro and Jifutaro was going on, and Daki was assisting. That's right, as early as 10 minutes ago, Daki's head was cut off by Fengjuro, and Jifutaro had to come out to clean up the mess. However, the imagined situation of the ghost suppressing people did not appear, but Jifutaro seemed to be suppressed. Although Fengjuro was scratched with many wounds on his body, the poison began to spread. But Jifutaro's side has not established an advantage for a long time. But the poison does exist, and because the battle rhythm is fast, the poison spreads faster. However, Jifutaro's face is not very good, because his condition is even worse. It's so strange, why? He's obviously been poisoned, why hasn't it taken effect yet? On the contrary, I've consumed too much energy. Jifutaro looked at Feng Xiaolang, who was calm and composed at this time, and he was a little out of breath. Feng Xiaolang was also a little confused at this time. Wasn't the opponent's sickle poisonous? In fact, the skin at the wound turned purple, indicating that it was indeed poisonous. However, the effect of this poison did not seem to be as great as he imagined. At the beginning, he could only barely resist Jifutaro's attack. But as time went on, the opponent's state seemed more like poisoning, and his movements were much slower than before. There were also cases of incoherent and uncoordinated attacks, and he caught the flaws several times. If it weren't for Dakame's support, he would have beheaded Jifutaro long ago. I can't figure it out, what's going on? Jifutaro became more and more confused, and finally broke through the defense. Don't underestimate me. Blood Demon Art Circle / Flying Blade Blood Scythe. Jifutaro roared, and rushed towards Fengjuro with a bloody sickle. Fengjuro was startled, and his instinct told him that this move was very dangerous, and he had to be on guard. However, just as Jifutaro was sprinting, a hand grabbed his wrist and stopped his tendency to sprint forward. The flying blade blood sickle wrapped around him had also dissipated at this time. Shinyi-sama! Jifutaro looked at Shinyi, who suddenly appeared, a little surprised. Shinyi said, "You are too slow, Jif. The sun is about to rise, and there is no point in fighting anymore." Shinyi. Feng Jiro was also very shocked when he saw Shiny appear, and asked quickly, "Where is Onosuke?" Shiny looked at him and said, "The little ghost who breathes with the mist? I'm not sure. But since I can appear here, he should not be safe and sound." Chapter 20. The two of them were in a mess. "Let's go, Jifutaro, Daki, Muzan-sama is waiting for us," Shiny said to Jifu's brother and sister, and then opened the space channel. "Yes." Jifutaro's face was full of reluctance, but looking at the blush that appeared on the horizon, he knew that he couldn't fight anymore. Before leaving, Shiny glanced at Feng Jiro. "It's only 3 miles south from here. If you go now, you might be able to hear his last words." "Stop!" Feng Jiro raised his sword and rushed towards Shiny. Ding! Shiny quickly drew his sword and slashed at Feng Jiro. The red blade broke, and a scar appeared on Feng Shulang's chest, and blood gushed out. It is indeed much stronger than half a year ago. But it is not enough, and it is still vulnerable. Shiny put away the knife and said, "I suggest you go see that kid and listen to his last words. Of course, the premise is that you are still alive." After Shiny left with the prostitute brother and sister, Feng Xiaolang suddenly felt a heavy pressure. His limbs and body seemed to be filled with lead, and it was difficult to move. Moreover, the poison that had not worked just now began to spread at this time. Puff! Cough cough cough! Feng Xiaolang spit out a mouthful of blood and took out a small bottle from his bag, which contained a small purple pill. It was a small pill made of wisteria flowers, which had a certain inhibitory effect on the poison of blood demon art. But it was just inhibition. If you want to completely detoxify, you still need to return to the headquarters for treatment and recuperation. The chest wound has stopped bleeding after simple emergency treatment. The wound caused by Shiny is not deep, but the bleeding looks scary. After adjusting his state, Feng Jiro performed full concentration breathing to temporarily restore his ability to move, and then ran in the direction pointed by Shiny. In the infinite castle, Jifutaro and Daki knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. As a lower line, for the scum boss, it is a consumable that can be replaced at any time. Although the scum boss is more optimistic about Jifutaro, he is only optimistic about his talent. Without growth, consumables are consumables after all. For the scum boss, ordinary ghosts are equal to consumables. The lower string is equal to a somewhat useful consumable, but it can still be replaced at any time. And the upper string is a powerful combat force that is difficult to cultivate and cannot be killed casually. When I defeat the sun and become a true ultimate creature, the upper string will also die. Jifutaro may have the potential to become an upper string, but before he has the qualifications to become an upper string, he is still consumable in the eyes of the trash boss. Therefore, Jifutaro is very careful about his attitude when facing MUZAN. Especially since he was defeated strictly this time, the reason for the defeat is not important, and the trash boss will not listen. Jifutaro, Daki, do you have anything to say? The trash boss looked down at Jifutaro in a women's kimono. Before Jifutaro could speak, he looked at Shiny with a gloomy face. Shiny, I advise you to throw away your dirty ideas. Don't think that I will tolerate you infinitely just because you are an upper string. Shiny remained calm and bowed slightly. Yes. Sometimes MUZAN really wanted to slap Shiny twice, even though Shiny was capable and gave him the information he wanted. But every time he appeared in women's clothes, this guy would have some dirty ideas. Although it didn't anger him, it was enough to annoy him, so MUZAN thought it was better to give him a warning. After all, the thoughts in Shania's heart, such as a good-looking skin and a pity that he opened his mouth, really made MUZAN feel bad. Originally, Shania killed a pillar, which made him in a good mood, but now he was a little gloomy. The reason why Shania was not punished directly was mainly because compared with the annoying Doma, Shania was much more pleasing to the eye. At least Shania didn't dig out his eyes from time to time to cheer him up in front of him. Doma's behavior sometimes made the boss sigh, where did the pervert come from? No wonder he could get along with Yahoo. It's said that Shania has always been close to Doma, and most of these dirty thoughts were instilled by Doma. Damn Doma, if you dare to lead our capable people astray, I will deal with you. His expectation for Shania is to become a trustworthy confidant like Kokushibo and Akaza, not a pervert like Doma and Gyakutsubo. Not even a pervert like Han Tengu's cowardice. Seeing that Shania responded, MUZAN no longer hesitated, but looked at Jifutaro and his sister. Jifutaro, do you have anything to say about what happened today? Wait, Lord MUZAN. Before Jifutaro spoke, Daki spoke first. Today's pillar is very strange. I don't know why my brother's poison has no effect on him, and he could only barely support it at the beginning, but then he became stronger and stronger, so... Shut up, did I ask you to speak? MUZAN's face was extremely ugly at this time. He pointed a finger at Daki. I asked you to come here, not to listen to your excuses. An invisible force attacked Daki, and cut Daki in half in an instant. The severe pain made Daki unable to move, let alone speak. Sister! Lord MUZAN! I'm useless, please let Daki go! Jifutaro shouted hurriedly. MUZAN looked at Jifutaro. No, in my opinion, it's Dakame-kama who is in the way, causing you to not be able to fight with all your strength. Jifutaro, do you know why you can't become an upper rank? Because you are carrying a burden. Do you want to work for me with a burden? My sister is not a burden, she is everything to me. Jifutaro was afraid that MUZAN would continue to attack Dakame-kami, so he quickly stood in front of Dakame-kami and shouted. Shut up! Are you questioning my judgment? MUZAN interrupted Jifutaro. My judgment is absolute and unquestionable. You dare to question my judgment? It seems that I am too tolerant of you on weekdays. Seeing this scene, I can't help but sigh that the boss is really tolerant of the upper rank. Look at the status of the lower rank and you will know that when he thinks you are not good enough, everything you say is wrong. For the upper rank, that is, Yahoo, this dead pervert, teases MUZAN's nerves every day, so that MUZAN sometimes can't help but pick his head to play with. The most important thing is that this guy seems to enjoy it. But it is different for Jifutaro, who is a lower ranked one. Now, whether Jifutaro defends himself or begs, it is incompetent in the eyes of the trash boss. In fact, the best way for Jifutaro now is to learn nightmares and make MUZAN think, fuck, where did this pervert come from? But because MUZAN can read letters, pretending is useless. Lord MUZAN! Shiny spoke at this time. MUZAN looked at Shiny. What's wrong? Shiny said, Daki just said that Rengoku Kaedjuro was just barely holding on at the beginning, but later he became stronger and stronger. Don't you think this feature is too similar to that thing? MUZAN was stunned, and then there was a sense of fear hidden deep in his memory. Impossible, that thing hasn't appeared for more than 100 years. The trash boss said immediately. Jifutaro, who had never seen the trash boss lose his temper like this, was a little confused at this time. Shiny said slowly, if it is really that thing, then the attitude towards the Demon Slayer Corps needs to change. If it is true, then the demon hunters have the capital to compete with the demons. Damn it! MUZAN cursed angrily, then looked at Shiny. It's all your fault that you are too useless. You haven't found the headquarters of Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps until now. If you can be more useful, why would I be so passive? Now there are people with awakened marks in the Demon Slayer Corps. If we can't find them, will we let them grow and become stronger? Yes, I am ashamed. But no matter what, the judgment of the Demon Slayer Corps can no longer be underestimated as before. Shiny said calmly. I can only say that he is worthy of being a scumbag boss. His network of contacts is the widest, but he always thinks about that blue higanbana and asks his subordinates to check Yubayashiki. What the hell? There is no reliable one among the upper strings. Kokushibo is a dead otaku, Akaza is a pure nemesis, Hantengu and Gyakutsu, one is a coward and the other is a pervert. The only one who has some ability is Doma. After all, he has the eternal paradise, but that is a religion, and a local religion at that. The influence of the eternal paradise has never left Blackwater town, and it is a highly independent and non-secularized religion. It's a dream for him to check the connections in human society. But Shania will not say it in front of the scumbag boss. Originally, Shania hinted at the stripes to mislead the scumbag boss. In fact, the reason why Fengjiro was able to suppress Jifutaro was purely because Shania deployed the wind-stop water binding next to him. The barrier of the wind-stop water binding is not only for demons. As long as Shania regards Jifutaro as an enemy, the barrier will also suppress his blood demon art. With Jifutaro's level, Shania can actually suppress him directly to lose his ability to move, and then be beheaded by Fengjiro. But if that were the case, it would be too easy for the scumbag boss to see the clues. But Shine Yi, at least you killed a pillar this time, you did a good job. MUZAN looked at Shine Yi and said. Shine Yi tried to suppress his smile, you are too kind. MUZAN looked at Jifutaro, humph. I will spare you this time, but Jifutaro, you have to remember. If something similar happens again, I will doubt whether I made the right choice to give you blood. Yes. Jifutaro prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to say anything else, and could only agree repeatedly. He looked at Daki with disdain, and then looked at Jifutaro with a look of regret, and MUZAN left the Infinite City. Shine Yi looked at Jifutaro who was still prostrating on the ground, and said, Okay, get up quickly and connect your sister's body. Yes. Jifutaro responded tremblingly, and then walked towards Daki. Chapter 21. The tears came out, and the tears were so deep. Brother, it hurts. After all, Daki is a little girl, and she hid in her brother's arms and cried. Hey! Mingnu, who was high up, listened to Daki's crying and seemed a little irritated. Zhen was also very irritated, because Daki's crying was too noisy. If it was really a 13 or 14-year-old cute little girl crying here, Zhen would also think it was very cute and pitiful, and want to comfort her. But after Daki became a ghost, she looked like an adult woman, but her heart remained at the age of 13. An adult, crying like a child when encountering something, is very noisy. Even if Daki is beautiful, even if her life story is tragic. But so what? People's joys and sorrows are not the same, and ghosts are the same. Shania just thought she was noisy and wanted to give her 2 big cunts. However, Shania didn't think it through. He didn't expect how much damage 2 big cunts would bring to a 13-year-old ghost. After giving Daki 2 big cunts, Daki cried even harder. Shania-sama. Perhaps because Shania just spoke up to save the brother and sister, Jifutaro's sister control attribute did not attack Shania. Shania looked impatient. I've said it before, as a brother, you should not only love your sister, but also discipline her. She is so annoying today because you spoiled her, so shut up quickly. Wivu, Shania-sama bullied me, it's unreasonable, Wivu. Daki heard what Shania said. Not only did she not mean to restrain herself, but she cried even louder. Really? Shania was really angry this time and started to suppress his bloodline directly. The murderous aura of the upper demons enveloped the brother and sister. This deterrent force was like Zhang Liao to the children of Zhang Dong. Daki stopped crying immediately. At the same time, her eyes became clear. Jifutaro was so scared that he dared not move, fearing that if he made a wrong move, his brother and sister would die at the hands of Shania. Just like MUZAN to demons, the upper demons also have the power of life and death over the lower demons. MUZAN in the human period was a noble in the Heian period, so he attached great importance to the concept of hierarchy. He would never tolerate the lower demons disobeying the upper demons. Therefore, even if Shania is the upper 6th and the Jifu brothers and sisters are the lower 1st, and the 2 sides are only 1 level apart, Shania's power over the Jifu brothers and sisters is unquestionable. Shania ignored the Jifu brothers and sisters and left the Infinite City directly. The reason why he didn't go to Kokushibo for training was because Shania had been hungry for 2 days, and it was almost dawn outside. If he fell into hunger again, he would have nowhere to find food. He couldn't harm Tamayo again, could he? The last time he lost control and made Tamayo lie in bed for 2 days, Shania still felt a little guilty. It was definitely not because he was afraid that if he accidentally ate Tamayo, no one would do experiments for him, absolutely not. You seem to be in a good mood today. Tamayo said to Shania standing by the window. Shania looked at the rising sun and said, well, it's good. Tamayo, the sun is about to rise, close the window quickly. Shania closed his eyes, wait a little longer, it's not too late to close it after it rises completely. As he said that, he slowly stretched his hand out of the window. Swish! In an instant, a puff of green smoke ignited from his hand. A burning sensation came from his hand, but Shania did not retract his hand, but endured the pain and continued to feel the sun. You're crazy! Tamayo screamed, and quickly stood up and pushed Shania away, then closed the window. The morning sun had not yet fully risen, and after only a few seconds of contact, Shania's arm was completely burned out. After leaving the sun, the arm began to grow again. Just watching me burn to death, isn't that what you want to see? Shania looked at Tamayo with a playful look on his face. Tamayo restrained the anxious emotions on his face and said slowly, if you die, who else can promise me to kill MUZAN Kibutsuji? Shania smiled, and the young face of Suda Ainosuke appeared in his mind. Suda Ainosuke, what an interesting junior. I am looking forward to how far you can grow. At the same time, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Really? I'm glad you're safe. The young lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Naya, saw the 2 injured pillars and said with a sigh of relief. It's good news that you can come back alive after encountering an upper-rank demon. Hey, the upper-rank demon you encountered, could it be Shania? Ching! Yamahide Nobu asked at this time. Rengoku Kaedjuro hesitated for a moment, yes. Aoyama Hidenobu's face sank, that's not surprising. I don't know what this guy is up to. Every time he meets us, he will beat us up, but he won't kill us. Rengoku Kaedjuro looked at the pillars and the young lord and said, I'm thinking, he may not want to be our enemy. He and MUZAN should not be of the same mind. Hey! Aoyama Hidenobu said angrily, Flame Pillar, are you awake? If he doesn't want to be our enemy, why should he accept the fact that he has become a demon? Don't tell me how he became an upper string so quickly, and he didn't eat people. Rengoku Kaedjuro said with a firm look in his eyes, I don't think he did. Why? My intuition is that he doesn't have the bloody smell unique to man-eating demons. Rengoku Kaedjuro said. Aoyama Hidenobu said, perhaps his blood demon art can restrain his aura, so we can't trust him. Not to mention that every time we meet, he is on the enemy side. As a newcomer, Suda Ainosuke sat in the corner without saying a word. He was still recalling what Shania said to him, and that Shania could have killed him, but he knocked him out at the last moment. In short, I think there is no room for negotiation about Ryudaji Shania. He is the enemy of our Demon Slayer Corps. Aoyama Hidenobu said, if the old Mingzu was still alive, he should have committed suicide by disembowelment. It's ridiculous for us to discuss this here. After that, he stood up and left. Hey, Hidenobu! Nanyun shouted. Fengjuro lowered his head and clenched his fists. Nanyun looked at Fengjuro, then at Naya and said, My lord, Fengjuro, you should understand Hidenobu. He used to admire Shania the most, but now Shania has suddenly become an enemy, and he must be the one who can't accept it the most. Fengjuro, I think Hidenobu is the one who wants to believe what you say the most, but I know. After all, ghosts are enemies, and so far I haven't encountered ghosts that don't eat people. Everything about Shania is just my speculation. Feng Jiro said. I think we can be uncertain about the judgment of Ryudaji Shania, but we can't let this person affect our judgment of ghosts. In any case, humans and ghosts are still mortal enemies. I hope that when you encounter ghosts, you will not be affected by Ryudaji Shania. At the age of 8, Yubayashiki Naya showed amazing rationality at this time. As he said that, he looked at Onosuke. Brother Onosuke, what do you think? Onosuke came back to his senses and said, Me? I think, that person, probably doesn't want us to trust him. Why? Everyone looked at Onosuke. Onosuke said, justice will be misinterpreted, faith will collapse, and only hatred engraved in the bone marrow is eternal. I think it is meaningless for us to entangle the good and evil of a demon. Because most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps joined the Demon Slayer Corps because their families were killed by demons. Judging good and evil is the job of the judge and the teacher of justice. The Demon Slayer Corps is just a group of avengers, and what they have to do is to avenge all demons. Chapter 22. The battle was won, and the battle was over. In the center of the Soryu Dojo, Akaza stood. Every time he saw this place, Akaza felt inexplicably at ease. Every time he was here, his combative heart would calm down. It was as if fighting here was an insult to this place. It's really strange. It's obviously a place that teaches martial arts, but I actually had such an idea. Akaza laughed at himself and threw those thoughts out of his mind. Oh? You really have the same hobby for thousands of years, staring at an abandoned dojo. Shinyi appeared on the roof of the dojo. Is this what martial artists often call meditation? Akaza frowned when he saw Shinyi appear. What are you doing here? Shinyi smiled and said, after 6 months of training, I think I should be able to fight you, so I came to try. Really? Akaza looked around the dojo. Let's go to the mountain. Shinyi nodded, no problem. The two came to the forest one after the other and stood up face to face. I see that you have a good relationship with Doma, but I didn't expect that you are also a person who likes to fight. Akaza grinned. Of course, he was very happy to have an upper rank come to fight him, even if he had an unpleasant quarrel with Shin half a year ago. The technique is deployed. Destruction killing. Luo Needle. The technique is deployed. 6 secrets to heaven. The two of them deployed the technique at the same time. Akaza's destruction killing. Luo Needle was a snowflake pattern, and Shania knew that it represented his fiancée, Koyayaki. And Shania's 6 secrets to heaven was a Buddhist swastika, and a golden swastika pattern also appeared on Shania's chest. However, the technique abilities of both parties were almost the same, except for the different patterns. Therefore, the gap between the two was not in this technique, but in other abilities. Shania did not draw his sword either. After all, he came to hone his unarmed fighting skills, and he had the Kokushibokyo for swordsmanship. Not drawing the sword? It seems that I have been underestimated. Akaza frowned and thought to himself. Akaza's martial arts were infinitely close to the legendary Supreme Realm. With a thought, the attack came in an instant. A straight punch was thrown at Shania, but Shania didn't react in time. However, the mechanism of 6 secrets allowed his instinct to control his body and automatically avoid the punch. While dodging, Shania kicked Akaza's head. Akaza raised his hand to block it, then rushed forward and punched Shania in the chest. Shania protected his chest with both hands, and the huge force pushed him back more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. It seems that you have indeed become a lot stronger in the past 6 months. Akaza said. 6 months ago, Shania could only rely on the characteristics of his blood demon art to let himself suffer a little loss before he got serious, and then quickly ran away. But now Shania can fight him head-on. Although he is still not his opponent, at least he doesn't need to play tricks. Thinking of this, Akaza's punch weakened a bit, as if he was afraid that Shania could not withstand his attack. Shania naturally felt Akaza in his hand, and sighed in his heart, "Third brother is still a kind man." There was no fancy blood demon technique in the close combat between the two. Akaza did not use any destructive killing martial arts, and Shania did not draw his sword or use blood demon technique. It was just a simple fist-to-flesh fight, a pure duel of physical strength and fighting skills. Another punch passed by, and Akaza was startled after tilting his head to avoid it. Shania's fist wind brushed past his ears and even knocked off a few of his hair. This guy, his progress is too fast. Akaza was a little shocked at Shania's growth rate, and at the same time, the strength in his hands increased a little. At this time, the situation became Akaza attacking, and Shania was passively beaten. The reason why Shania sought Akaza to spar was mainly to hone his fighting spirit. The so-called fighting spirit is something that everyone has. It can be understood as the air in Dragon Ball, the chakra in Naruto, etc. Different people use it differently, but in this world, most people use fighting spirit to simply increase the power of their attacks. There are very few people like Akaza who can release fighting spirit. I don't know if Kokushibo's moon breathing, which has such a large range, can be regarded as a kind of fighting spirit. Of course, fighting spirit is not just in the game. It's as simple as a blue bar. Do-chi is not acquired through training, but a kind of energy that exists in the body from birth. Tempering do-chi is actually training how to use it. The swordsmanship equipped with the breathing method can also be understood as the way to use do-chi. Although the breathing method cannot really visualize its attributes, a small number of swordsmen can produce the effects represented by its attributes after reaching a certain level of attainment in the breathing method. For example, Shania's thunder breathing, even without demonization, the pinnacle of thunder breathing will also have the effect of lightning when used. It's just that after demonization, lightning can be used in a way similar to blood demon art, not limited to swordsmanship. But in essence, this is actually similar to blood demon art, not the use of do-chi. As for the real use of do-chi, Shania is still a novice, so it is undoubtedly the most appropriate to find Akaza. Why not find Kokushibo? Because Kokushibo himself can't explain what do-chi is. Of course, Kokushibo can use his fighting spirit at will, but it is too basic for him, so he can't explain it clearly. It's like asking a Chinese to tell you what skills are needed to eat with chopsticks. Can he explain it clearly? After talking about it, I can only say that you will get used to it. Destruction kill air style. Shania's eyes lit up, he was waiting for this. He did not dodge, but let the fist hit him. The huge fist directly knocked him away and retreated more than 10 meters. Akaza did not intend to give Shania a chance to breathe, and several fists followed. Akaza's destruction kill originated from the basic martial arts learned in the human period. The biggest feature of this martial arts after the demonization is that it cannot be detected. Even with the perception of 6 secrets, the punch of Kong Shi was only sensed when it entered within 3 meters of Xin Yi. At that time, Xin Yi actually had no time to dodge and could only take it head-on. Fortunately, although Xin Yi's strength is not as good as Akaza's, he has one characteristic, that is, meat. Do you think that my ghosts are eaten for nothing? Eating ghosts is different from eating people. The disadvantage of eating ghosts is that ghosts do not have so-called rare blood, so Xin Yi can only slowly accumulate strength when eating ghosts, unlike those ghosts who eat people. Once they eat a rare blood, their strength will usher in a surge. But the advantage of eating ghosts is that there will be more or less a little bit of MUZAN's blood in the body of the ghost, so the strengthening of Xin Yi's body is much greater. Therefore, Xin Yi's other abilities are still growing, but in terms of meat, he must be the meatiest one among the 12 demon moons. Don't think that Akaza can suppress him now, but in fact it's all scraping. Although Xin Yi is at a disadvantage, he is not injured at all. Akaza also knew this, but the two were just sparring, not fighting to the death, and Akaza did not compete with Shania in terms of toughness. Moreover, Shania's growth rate aroused his interest, and he wanted to know how much Shania could grow just from this battle. After more than a dozen rounds of fighting, Akaza's eyes lit up. Shania, who was pulling away, stretched out his right index finger and pointed at Akaza. No self, no form. P.S. Although Crocodile said that the properties of the breathing method are just special effects, it only represents the different characteristics of its swordsmanship. But it is obviously in conflict with the original performance. For example, the Wind Call and the Moon Call are typical range attacks, and Zenitsu will also be accompanied by thunder when using the Thunder Call, so this is a small second setting. That is, after the breathing method reaches a certain level, there will be a weak attribute effect, and the source of power to achieve this attribute effect is the so-called fighting spirit. This so-called fighting spirit can be understood as something like physical strength, which is invisible and intangible but does exist and participates in the body's metabolism. But I don't plan to change too much, so there will be no plots such as the Demon Slayer Corps using breathing methods to perform fire escape and wind escape. Chapter 23. The wound on the shoulder was like a blade, but it only took a moment to heal. A hot and sharp breath came towards Akaza, and Akaza's hair stood up instantly, and he quickly dodged sideways. However, the breath still rubbed Akaza's shoulder and cut his skin. Blood flowed out and dripped on the ground. The wound on the shoulder was like being cut by a sharp blade, but it only took a moment to recover. Akaza was stunned, and after a long time, he showed an excited smile. Genius, this is a genius. From the fight to now, in less than half an hour, he has grown from a beginner who relied on breathing to the point where he can actually release his fighting spirit. No wonder MUZAN-sama and Kokushibo think so highly of him. He is indeed a genius. Akaza thought to himself. No wonder Akaza was excited, because he found that Shania would not use those despicable means when facing an opponent who could fight, so the two could fight heartily. In the past, he always looked for strong people to fight, but strong human beings were too rare. Even if there were, he would need to suppress his strength to barely be on par. Among the demons, only the upper ranks could be his opponents. Kokushibo and Doma, Akaza didn't even think about it. Fighting with Kokushibo, there is no game experience at all. Doma? There is something dirty, get out of here. Han Tengu was scared to death when he saw him, and he couldn't fight at all. As for Yahoo! Where did the pervert come from? So, Shania was the most pleasing one. Although his strength is still a little worse now, he roughly judged that he is stronger than Han Tengu. Although he is far behind me, with Shania's talent, it will only take 20 years, or even less, to catch up with me. Since I can't find an opponent, I will train myself. This is Akaza's idea, so Akaza directly turned into a sparring partner and tried his best to teach Shania. Hey, do you still remember the feeling just now? Akaza asked. Shania looked at his hands. He felt a little subtle at this time, as if he had caught a hint of inspiration in his mind. Calm down and feel the fighting spirit in your body. It is the energy that exists in the body of any living thing. Feel it and then control it. This process is like learning to distribute physical strength. Akaza said. Shania thought about it and pointed at Akaza. No self, no form. Bang! This time, Akaza casually slapped his hand and slapped away the finger force. No, finger power is different from fist power. Finger power should be sharp and pointed, and should penetrate my palm like a sharp weapon. Akaza said loudly. Of course, Shania knew what Akaza said, but in order to have enough penetrating power, he would need to compress and concentrate the do-chi, which was not easy. In general, although the power and penetration of do-chi from the fingers will increase greatly, the control and understanding of do-chi will be more demanding. Although Akaza can do it, his destruction is mainly based on fists, palms and feet. Because although the penetration and power of fists and palms are not as good as fingers, they are easier to use and better to control. And fists and palms can also manipulate Do Chi and cause damage to the enemy's internal organs. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Fight me with all your strength. I will tell you in actual combat. Akaza was already excited at this time and couldn't calm down to give instructions. Shania was also too lazy to think about it. Some things just come naturally. It is useless to keep thinking about it, and it will also affect your progress. When the time is right, you should move forward with your eyes, heart, and hands. However, Shine Yi still did not draw his sword, but chose to fight Akaza with his bare hands. Although swordsmanship is cool, there is also a flavor of hitting the flesh. And Shine Yi never forgot that he came to hone his weaknesses. In Shine Yi's opinion, although he is weak, his bare-handed fighting skills are really average. Although he has blood demon art and demonization thunder call, once he is close to him and is disarmed, his flesh can only be used as a sandbag. Therefore, the most urgent task is for Shine Yi to train himself into a hexagonal warrior. Shine Yi was actually excited, and he still wanted to fight with an evenly matched opponent. However, he was just belligerent, but he was not a battle maniac who regarded fighting as everything, nor was he a martial arts fanatic like Akaza. Most of the demons have lost their memories of their human days because of the way MUZAN gave them blood, so they are confused. Akaza. That's why he is so obsessed with fighting. In essence, he is trying to relieve his inner loneliness. But Shania is different. He always knows his goal. One is to kill the scum boss, and the other is to become the ultimate life form, Absolute. Ugh, sorry to get off topic. It's just that both goals take a long time, not a goal that can be completed in 10 or 20 years. The worst result is that he even has to wait until the end of the story. And during this long time, Shania naturally needs something to kill time. In addition, the system has awakened. Although the system cannot make Shania stronger directly, it can give him very intuitive feedback on Shania's progress. Hard work is not a necessary condition for progress, interest is. And the maintenance of interest is largely determined by the feedback you get from doing this thing. The more positive feedback you get, the greater the motivation will be. Training is like this. Although the feedback from the body cannot be felt immediately, the percentage data of growth on the panel can be seen clearly by Shania. Therefore, Shine Yi can maintain his interest in both training and sparring. Shine Yi rushed towards Akaza and raised his hand to attack. However, Akaza was faster. The moment Shine Yi raised his hand, he launched a set of 9 consecutive attacks on Shine Yi's head. Shine Yi had no choice but to withdraw his hands and guard against it, while he began to attack Akaza's lower body with his feet. However, the lower body of a martial artist is so stable that Shine Yi can't break it at all. Instead, he was staggered by Akaza's sneak attack and took several steps back. But even so, it was enough to make Akaza excited. You know, this was Shine Yi's counterattack in a head-on battle with himself, without any tricks or sneak attacks. There is another very important reason why Akaza didn't fight with Han Tengu and Yahoo. That is, once I get close to them, these two guys are completely vulnerable. Although they can keep up with me for a while with blood demon arts, there is no pleasure of fighting at all. I have to be careful not to beat them into pieces. It's not that they will be beaten into pieces, but if Bantiangu is broken by me, he will cry for a long time after recovering, which is uncomfortable to hear. Yahoo is even more heavyweight, and he probably feels good and wants me to punch him again. This is a pervert that even the boss can't stand. Akaza is as far away as possible. The two of them are constantly fighting, and Shania is constantly growing. What Akaza taught me before, it seems that he has new ideas. Shania retreated, pulled away, and clenched his fists. No self-hell. P.S. This book has multiple female protagonists, and there must be more than one female character interacting with Tamayo. If you like which characters, you can express your opinions in the comment section. Chapter 24. The two of them were so close that they had to face each other. Your strength has surpassed Han Tengu, right? Why don't you start a bloody battle to go higher? After the battle, Akaza asked Shania. Shania said, it's too troublesome to go up one level at a time. When I want to go up, I will challenge my limit. But you, don't you have any interest in your human memories? No, I'm only interested in the strong. Akaza didn't care, the meaning of life is to be able to fight with all kinds of strong people and become stronger. Why do you want to become stronger? Shania looked at Akaza. Becoming stronger is not the goal, but a means. What you have to do after becoming stronger is the goal, whether it is to repay or revenge, to protect or destroy, these are the goals and the motivation to become stronger. Akaza tilting his head, your question is really strange. Isn't it a reason to become stronger in order to fight stronger opponents? Shania looked at Akaza, it is true, but I don't think you belong to this category. Akaza, why? Shania said, blood demon arts are basically related to the memories of the caster before becoming a demon. Although your destruction-killing Lord Needle is essentially a martial art, it comes from your blood and can be regarded as a kind of blood demon art. The pattern of the Lord Needle is a snowflake pattern, which should be related to your memory when you were a human. Akaza was thoughtful, but after a few seconds, he became uninterested again. Shania knew that it was MUZAN cells that were active in his body, suppressing Akaza's memory. When he noticed something related to his human period, Akaza would feel a little memory fragment. But because of MUZAN cells, he couldn't integrate these fragments at all. Then why don't I change the question? Who did you learn your martial arts from? Shania said again. Akaza was stunned, who did you learn from? Who did you learn from? Who did you learn from? Is it related to that dojo? I saw the plaque says Sorya Dojo, is it related to your martial arts? Shania continued. Akaza felt a sharp pain in his head as if struck by lightning. The snowflake pattern of the Luo needle became clearer and clearer in his mind, and finally turned into a hairpin. What are you doing, Shania? At this moment, the voice of the trash boss appeared in Shania's mind. Shania was so scared that he almost couldn't hold it, but seeing that the trash boss didn't take the next step, Shania still suppressed the panic in his heart. Although his current behavior has attracted the attention of the trash boss, it is far from the bottom line of the trash boss. Otherwise, it would not be an inquiry, but to increase your strength first. I wonder if the ghost who lost his memory will be able to reach a higher level after recovering his memory. Akaza's loyalty to you is obvious to all, and I think he can become stronger, Shania responded. No need. Boss Ya's voice was full of unquestionable flavor. With the thought, Akaza's memory was suppressed again, and Akaza regained consciousness. He looked at Shiny with a complicated look. Then, he left the scene in a flash. This is just a warning. Don't do these things that cross the line in the future. Boss Ya said. Puff. Shiny only felt a pain in his heart, and a lot of blood spurted out of his mouth. Boss Ya's move just now crushed his heart. Although it was not a fatal injury, the fear and pain on the edge of death really made Shiny have no time to think about anything else. Shiny, I have high hopes for you, so I am tolerant of you. But don't forget that the power of life and death is in my hands, and only my will is absolute. I have preserved your memory, but it does not mean that other ghosts need to be preserved. The tone of the boss's voice did not show any emotion, but the warning was extremely obvious, don't make any decisions for me without authorization. While saying these words, the boss had been suppressing Shiny's heart to recover, so Shiny's body was constantly jumping on the edge of collapse and repair. Although he would not die, the pain was definitely unbearable for ordinary people, and Shiny's body began to twitch constantly. I don't know how long it took, but the boss released the suppression, and Shiny's heart began to repair. And Shiny finally recovered from the pain. Hu, he, you are quite cautious, this grandson. This sentence was cursed in Chinese. First of all, it is certain that the boss is a jerk. The boss is not afraid of Shania's behavior of awakening Akaza's memory, because he can suppress it at any time. However, he hates his subordinates making decisions for him without authorization. Another reason is Shania's speculation, that is, like Akaza, who was forced to become a demon, MUZAN does not want him to recover his memory. As for people like Han Tengu and Yahoo, Shania doesn't dare to try. Even if the scum boss doesn't kill him, it's really uncomfortable to have his heart crushed. Shania doesn't want to try it again. Ding! Meet the trigger conditions of the new task. Successfully trigger the long-term task, Dream Master. Long-term task, Dream Master. Please use the plot to make the dreams of the plot characters come true, which can be to satisfy wishes, untie the knot, restore memory, etc. This task is valid for a long time. Every time a plot character's dream is fulfilled, you can randomly obtain a certain ability of the character. P.S. The so-called plot character refers to the character who appeared in the original work and has promoted the plot. This task appeared just after I tried to help Akaza recover his memory. Since the system was activated, the frequency of triggering tasks has been pitifully low. Does it mean that I need to have similar behaviors to trigger tasks based on my behaviors? As for the task of the Dream Fulfiller, although it is not difficult, there is no way to complete it now. After all, where can I find plot characters more than 100 years before the plot began? What? You mean the upper strings? Who is a normal person among the upper strings? How to fulfill dreams? Akaza, the only feasible one, was suppressed by the scumbag boss as soon as he showed signs of being busy. As for the other upper strings, what is Doma's heart knot? Lack of love, this major is really not suitable. Han Tengu? Pure bad guy. Yahoo, dead pervert, I am afraid of fulfilling his dream at night. Oh no, I am afraid that I can't sleep during the day. Kokushibo? The current Kokushibo is a pure otaku, which is really difficult to operate. After thinking about it, only Tamayo can make her dream come true. However, Tamayo's wish is to kill the scumbag boss, what a dream. Yoshiro? This guy is now a pure dog of Tamayo. Shania said that Tamayo is my person, oh no, it's my ghost. Wei-kun has already taken care of the young man's tolerance without Yoshiro's face, and he still helps him realize his dream? Dream on. In general, this is a welfare task with low difficulty and high rewards, but today, more than 100 years ago in the plot time, Shania has no room for operation at all. Damn! What if I was born more than 100 years earlier? It would be great to save Yuichiro's wife and children. Alas! Born at the wrong time. Chapter 25. After leaving this place, Shania immediately found a few ghosts to fill his stomach. After fighting with Akaza, he was strengthened by the scumbag boss, which consumed a lot of energy and put him on the verge of losing control. Fortunately, there are quite a few ghosts around Akaza, and Shania found a few of them just by strolling around. After devouring these ghosts, Shania recovered to his peak state. Bang! Suddenly, Shania's heart twitched, and some extremely vague pictures appeared in his mind. In the picture, he was in a very old room, and his body seemed very weak. He was a noble, and the servants around him were serving him, and there was also a man dressed as a doctor who was picking medicine. Beside him, there was a prescription. There are many medicinal herbs written on it, and one of them is very eye-catching. Blue-red spider lily. Is this Mr. Xie's memory? Janai was a little surprised that Mr. Xie's memory appeared in his mind. At the same time, the scene around him changed. In a mansion, Mr. Xie, wearing a kimono, was reading a medical book in the study. It's not strange that there are Mr. Xie's memories in the ghost's mind. Both Daki and Ji Nu appeared in the original book, although they only appeared when they encountered an incident related to Yunyi. But Jinai's situation can also be explained, that is, Mr. Xie's blood in his body is too concentrated, so it's not strange to see some of his memories. However, it's strange that he can see what Mr. Xie is doing at this moment. Especially looking at Mr. Xie's appearance, he didn't even notice that he was still reading his medical book. The current situation is that he can block Mr. Xie's perception at any time, and he can also make up a lie to Mr. Xie. And he can actually sense what Mr. Xie is doing. Although he didn't know how long this state would last, whether it was a temporary state caused by consuming too many descendants of the boss, or an ability he had acquired. And somehow, he felt that the boss's control over him was a little weaker. It was just a little bit, the power of life and death was still controlled by the boss, but it was shocking enough. Zhen almost exclaimed, "Fuck, it's the opposite of Tian Gang." Hey! The boss who was far away in Kyoto suddenly felt a chill, as if he was being stared at. Looking around, he didn't feel anything strange, but the feeling of being spied on was so obvious. Could it be that the Demon Slayer Corps was staring at him? Recalling that in the Infinite City, Zhen said that someone in the Demon Slayer Corps was suspected of awakening the stripes, which made the boss start to think wildly. He had felt the horror of the stripes, not just when facing Yoriichi Tsugakoku. The first generation of breathing swordsmen trained by Yoriichi in the Demon Slayer Corps was called the strongest generation in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. If the swordsmen of that generation were placed in this era, they would be able to threaten the upper ranks. Could it be that the Demon Slayer Corps began to take the initiative to monitor themselves because someone awakened the mark and affected other swordsmen, resulting in a surge in strength? It must be so, it must be right. This is no longer an ordinary emergency, and a heavy punch must be taken. Then he once again ordered all the demons to find the Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and the lower ranks and lower demons were all trying their best to find them. However, demons cannot enter human society, and the lower ranks and lower demons can only run around like headless flies. There are also some demons who know how weak they are. So they dare not look for the Demon Slayer Corps, but they dare to join forces with other demons to eat people by taking advantage of the momentum of looking for the Demon Slayer Corps. The large-scale appearance of demons who eat people has suddenly caused the public security of the entire society to become chaotic. The Demon Slayer Corps has only a few hundred people in total, and at its peak, there were only more than 1,000 people, and they could not deal with so many demons at all. Even the pillars can only run around. However, this is also what the boss wants to see, because the Demon Slayer Corps must come forward for the public security incidents caused by the demons. Although the Demon Slayer Corps has not been recognized by the government has also acquiesced to the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the Yubayashiki family is large and powerful. If they can support a public security team, they can also help the government share the pressure of governance. The government is actually happy to see it happen. Even at some times, the government will give some help to the Demon Slayer Corps. However, the Demon Slayer Corps must come forward to deal with such a large-scale incident of evil demons attacking people. And the Demon Slayer Corps, who are running around, naturally have no energy to come to him. And when the lower-rank demons and when ordinary ghosts are dispatched in such a large force, what are our upper ranks doing? Kokushibo is still a dead otaku, never leaving the infinite castle all day. What? What if you want to eat people when you are hungry? Naruto will randomly teleport a lucky human around to the infinite castle and accurately send him to Kokushibo's room. Kokushibo is a guy who has everything he wants, and his treatment is better than that of the scum boss. Doma occasionally goes out to find snacks, and then asks Shania to go to the flower street to play mahjong with the prostitutes Taro and his sister. The big enemy is still entrenched near the Soryu dojo, acting as his martial arts fanatic. Bantiangu, a coward, unless the scum boss grabs his neck and gives him an order, he will hide as far as he can. Jade pot, the pots he makes are very popular recently, with several big orders, and he really has no time to deal with those things. And what about our loyal upper sixth, the loyal Minister Ryadaji? He was so happy. Although the scene was a bit scary, scaring ghosts, it was a real feast for him. Ever since he knew that if he continued to eat ghosts, there was a possibility of rebellion against Tiangang, these ghosts were no longer the rations that had to be eaten out of necessity in front of Xin Yi, but a walking feast. Of course, with so many ghosts, he could not eat them all by himself. If he really showed up and killed them, the boss would know. So in addition to hunting by himself, for the remaining rampant ghosts, Xin Yi would find the patrol team of the Demon Slayer Corps and lead them to the gathering place of ghosts. After the two sides fought, Xin Yi opened the barrier. Buff the Demon Slayer Corps and give the ghosts a lot of debuffs, so that the Demon Slayer Corps would kill randomly. During this period, another scene appeared in Xin Yi's mind. This time it was a memory of the Warring States period, when he was chopped into a sauerkraut by Yoriichi. I have to say, it was really shocking. But Xin Yi knew that such things were rare. This carnival won't last long. When Boss Xia comes to his senses and lets all the ghosts hide, he won't have a chance. At least at this time, Boss Xia has realized that someone is consciously hunting ghosts. Although he hasn't shifted his mind to the idea that there are ghosts devouring their own kind, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps has grown too much. As an existence who has dealt with the first generation of breathing swordsmen, Boss Xia naturally knows the harsh conditions for opening the stripes. If the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps opened the stripes, he can understand. But why do ordinary team members have such a sudden increase in strength? Those average-level Demon Slayer Corps soldiers used to have a hard fight when they encountered ghosts who knew blood demon arts. However, this time, more than a dozen Demon Slayer Corps soldiers were able to repel the lower strings without anyone dying. If the Demon Slayer Corps was not small in number, the evil ghost army that he had created since the Heian period would have suffered heavy losses. However, at this time, Boss Xia also knew that he couldn't continue to mess around, otherwise problems would arise sooner or later. This incident was too weird. He felt that he was being watched, and then he sent out the demons. It turned out that the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps had skyrocketed. All of this was too abnormal, so abnormal that he did suspect that there was a traitor, and then he spent a month reading the memories of the 12 demon moons and all the demons who knew blood demon arts, which made him dizzy. However, he still didn't find any problems. As we all know, sometimes the most frightening thing is not finding any problems. It's the most terrifying thing to know that there is a problem, but you can't find it. MUZAN now began to doubt whether Yoriichi had grown up in reincarnation, and whether he should find a place to hide for a few decades to wait for him to die before coming out. Chapter 26. In fact, Boss Xia did the same thing. After that incident, Boss Xia has completely lost contact. Except for the time when Shania sensed that he appeared in Sanyan because of the devouring ghost, he never appeared at all. Not to mention appearing, he didn't even have a meeting. There was absolutely no news. Time flies, and 60 years passed in a flash. For ghosts, 60 years is just a fleeting moment in a long life. Shania was not deeply involved in human society during these 60 years. If Doma hadn't told him the time, he would have no concept of time. 60 years. Shania subconsciously felt that this time was very long, at least for humans. Especially when he looked at the two graves in front of him. One grave was Aoyama Hidenobu's, and the other was Nanyun's. When they were alive, they were all his friends, and they were friends with him when he was a human. Originally, Shania had imagined that one day, he and his friends would face off. Unexpectedly, the final separation of life and death was due to time. Is it here? A voice woke up Shania who was sleeping on the tree, and Shania slowly opened his eyes. In the dark golden pupils, the words representing his level were printed. The left eye said upper string, and the right eye was fourth. Yes, in the past 60 years, Shania launched a bloody battle against Han Tengu. It was almost overwhelming, and Shania directly devoured Han Tengu. The vacancy of the upper string was filled by the brother and sister of Jifutaro, one of the lower strings. This is also one of Shania's plans. Jifutaro is much weaker than Han Tengu, and his mechanism is easier to figure out than Han Tengu. Han Tengu's clone, Hboten, is a troublesome existence who will not let go, is cautious in combat, and has a strong fighting mentality. Jifutaro is not like that. Not only does his own mentality fluctuate greatly, but there is also the burden of Dakamikato. If it weren't for the mechanism that the twin ghosts must be beheaded twice to be killed, then Dakamikato would have played a pure side effect. Therefore, after Shania devoured Han Tengu, although his own strength soared, the overall strength of the upper rank was actually weakened. At the same time, he also obtained Han Tengu's blood demon art. Name: Ryudaji Shania. Gender: male. Age: 84. Identity: upper rank 4. Breathing method: lightning breathing, demonized version, max. Blood demon art: wind stop water binding level 5 24%, thunder swiftness level 8 31%, emotional clone level 5 6%, can separate 4 clones of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness to fight the enemy, and each of the 4 clones has an independent blood demon art. The 4 clones merge into the hatred clone. Both the main body and the hatred can use the blood demon art of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. P.S. The strength of the 4 clones is currently about the next level. The strength of the hatred clone is about the upper 6. The reference strength is based on the original lineup, that is, the host has 4 clones with strength equivalent to Nightmare. Special skills: spots, ritual deployment 6 secrets. Martial arts, selflessness and formlessness. The fighting spirit is released through the fingertips, which has a strong penetrating ability. Selflessness hell, the fighting spirit is transformed into fist power, and while hitting the enemy, the fighting spirit will enter the enemy's body and damage the bones and internal organs. Special martial arts, Vajra force, a martial art used in conjunction with the 6 secrets. When the ritual is deployed, the fighting spirit will form a protective chi around the body, which will rebound when attacked. If an attack that can break the chi is encountered, the 6 secrets will dodge by itself. With Shania's current strength, he may not lose to Doma. However, for the sake of caution, Shania did not continue to initiate a bloody battle of position exchange, but continued to settle for a long time. While thinking, the voice of the voice was closer again. Shania got up and jumped into the woods. Why did your master build his tomb in the mountains, Urokodaki? A short young man asked the young man next to him who was taller than him but looked too gentle. Urokodaki said, my master became a trainer here after he retired. Of course, he will be buried in Saguyama after his death. If I can live to retire, I will also train ghost hunters here. By the way, I am sweeping my master's tomb. What are you doing here? Kawashima. Well, my injury is not healed yet. The Lord doesn't assign any tasks to me. It's boring for me to stay in the headquarters alone. I'm going out for a walk with you. Kawashima said. At the same time, a prompt sound appeared in Shania's mind. Ding! Found the plot mission, Urokodaki Seikanji, 20 years old, Kawashima Jigoro, 22 years old, the Dream Master condition is activated, the god is fulfilled, and the cave is opened. Fulfilling the dreams of 2 people can randomly obtain a certain ability of the 2 people. Urokodaki Seikanji, Water Pillar candidate. I hope to become a pillar, kill demons to protect others, and no one will experience their own tragedy. Ability: Smell, Water Breathing. Kawashima Jigoro, Class A Swordsman. I hope to become the Sound Pillar, so that the thunder breathing that has been covered in dust for 60 years will shine again. Ability: Thunder Breathing. Shania. The thunder breathing that has been covered in dust for 60 years. Okay, I know I should die, okay, is this how it works? Shinai really couldn't refute Kawashima Jigero's voice. If he hadn't become a demon, the Demon Slayer core wouldn't have lost the sound pillar. The thunder breathing is notoriously difficult to practice among the 5 major breathing methods, second only to the rock breathing. As a result, it is difficult for soldiers who learn thunder breathing to make progress without the guidance of the pillar-level combat power. This has led to fewer and fewer people learning thunder breathing, but the 5 basic breathing methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. The fewer people learning thunder breathing has led to the lack of some combat power in the Demon Slayer core. Look at Kawashima Jigero, although he is already a Class A swordsman, he is still a long way from becoming a pillar. Wait! Suddenly, Urokodaka Seikanji paused and lowered his voice. Kawashima Jigero asked, "What's wrong?" Urokodaka Seikanji said, "There is a smell of ghosts." Ghosts? How can there be ghosts in the trainer's residence? This place is so close to Fujiki Mountain, and there are wisteria flowers all around. Kawashima Jigero was shocked. Then, a sharp murderous aura came from the forest, and the 2 young men felt their hair stand on end and cold sweat instantly flowed down. It was clearly a night in July, but they felt icy cold. This kind of momentum is definitely not an ordinary demon, it must be the 12 demon moons, maybe even the upper moon. The 2 of them drew their Nichiren swords at the same time, staring at the front, ready for battle. "How long are you 2 going to stay there?" Shinyi had already appeared behind the 2 and spoke. For a moment, the 2 of them stiffened. Shinyi's voice was like a death warrant for them. They didn't even have the courage to look back. Young people nowadays are really useless. The pillars 60 years ago dared to use swords against me even though there was a huge gap in strength. Shania's tone was somewhat disappointed, the Demon Slayer core is really getting worse and worse. Seeing that the 2 were silent, Shania looked at Urokodaka Seikanji, "You are a disciple of Aoyama Hidenobu, right? When your master was your age, he was already able to protect non-pillar soldiers in front of the 12 demon moons. Are you going to let me start killing that little demon now? That is..." Urokodaka Seikanji turned around and saw Shania, and the first thing he saw was the sheath on his waist, Sunwheel Blade. Just when he thought he had met a senior from the Demon Slayer Corps, he looked up again and saw the level in Shania's eyes. Upper String 4, Ryadaji Shania. Shania introduced himself. Upper String. Hearing Shania's words, the hearts of both of them sank. Shania looked at Urokodaki and said, "I heard Hidenobu mention you, saying that you are a talented swordsman worth training. Now it seems that you are far worse than he was back then. You know my master?" Urokodaka suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. Shania said, "Yes, we are old friends." Shania said this sincerely. He and Aoyama Hidenobu are indeed old friends. In fact, after Aoyama Hidenobu retired, the 2 met several times. At that time, Aoyama Hidenobu no longer wanted to kill Shania. Mainly because he believed Kaejuro's words, Shania did not have the bloody smell of a man-eating evil spirit. However, when Urokodaka heard this, the meaning was completely changed. In the mind of the young Urokodaka, he imagined the tragic plot that his master had fought with an upper rank for a lifetime and could not kill it in his entire life. Chapter 27. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to face each other. "You 2, as ghost hunters, what should you do after seeing a ghost? Do you need me to teach you?" Shania looked at the 2 young men who were at a loss, with a tone of regret. Water breathing first form water surface slash. Ding! A knife slashed towards Shania's neck, and Shania didn't dodge, letting Urokodaka Seikanji's knife slash his neck. The blade hit his neck, and some sparks burst out. Shania was unharmed, but Urokodaka Seikanji's hand was cracked by the shock. Thunder breathing 1 form Thunderbolt Flash. Kyujimajiguro rushed towards Shania like a lightning bolt. Swish! The moment the blade touched Shania, Shania disappeared. The two men were unsteady and stumbled forward. When they stood firm, Shania had already appeared behind them. No self, no form. Sharp finger force burst out from between the fingers and shot towards Kyujimajiguro. Ding! After a crisp sound, Kyujimajiguro's sun wheel sword broke. Kyujimajiguro was blown away by the aftermath of the finger force, flew more than 10 meters away, and hit a tree. For the breath of thunder, only the first form is the essence. What is needed is to move forward courageously, focus on one point, and reach the pinnacle. Shinyi looked at Kawahimajiguro and said, the first form is the essence of the whole set of sword skills. The 5 sword forms behind are ultimately auxiliary moves of the first form. If you haven't practiced the first form to the fullest, then no matter how proficient you are in the 5 forms behind, you can't bring out the true power of the breath of thunder. Although Shinyi doesn't usually use the sword form of the breath of thunder, he has already reached the pinnacle of the breath of thunder, so he naturally knows some of the key points easily. You too should have thunder breathing attack as the main attack, and then water breathing on the other side to contain. This is the key to cooperation. But you are just the opposite. Water breathing swordsmanship is good at defense and containment, while thunder breathing is good at attacking swordsmanship. These two should complement each other, but you drag each other down. But it is understandable, after all, there has not been a pillar-level swordsman who has learned thunder breathing for 60 years. It is normal that you don't know how to cooperate. Shania sighed helplessly. As he said, he picked up a branch from the ground, then, let me teach you from the most basic. Hey! The two began to be confused. In terms of strength gap, the other party is upper 4, and it is easy to kill the two of them. But from the looks of it, Shin not only does not intend to kill them, but also plans to teach them how to fight. For a moment, the two really didn't know how to respond. After all, the other party is a ghost. Humph! Knowing that it was futile to continue talking, Shinai rushed to Jigoro Kawahima and hit him with the branch in his hand. Seeing the branch coming towards his head, Jigoro Kawahima quickly raised his knife to block it. Bang! However, the attacked part was indeed in the leg. Jigoro Kawahima staggered and almost lost his balance after being attacked in the leg. At this time, Jigoro Kawahima's chest was wide open and Shania hit him directly with a branch. Although it was a branch, it still made Jigoro Kawahima almost lose his breath after being poked hard. Why didn't you sneak attack from behind when I was hitting him? Shania suddenly turned around and hit Urokodaka Seikanji's hand with a stick, knocking his Nichiren sword away. Then, the branch pressed against his throat. Look, this is the result of not seizing the opportunity in battle. When I was attacking him, you could have sneak attacked me from behind, but you did nothing. Is it because you are not capable enough and don't know how to sneak attack, or is it because you are abiding by the so-called Bushido spirit and are unwilling to sneak attack? Shania asked. It's not that he thinks too much, but the Demon Slayer Corps is essentially a group of samurai, and it is inevitable that they will accept some Bushido ideas. Shania doesn't want to judge whether he is good or bad with this kind of thinking, but there is no doubt that he is not suitable for the Demon Slayer Corps. If it's just a lack of ability, then at most it's extra training. If it's a problem of thinking, then it needs a heavy punch. The enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps is a man-eating evil demon. If they really believe in the Bushido spirit, what will happen? I think that the gap in our strength is that even a sneak attack is useless. Urokodaka Seikanji said. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the face by a branch of Shania. So you give up? As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, why don't you carry medicine made of wisteria flowers with you? There are a lot of. You can use these wisteria flowers to attack me, why not? You should know that if you use these wisteria flowers, even if they are ineffective against me, it can buy you 1 or 2 seconds, and you can use this time to try new countermeasures," Shania said, and stepped forward to poke Urokodaka Seikanji. Urokodaka Seikanji dodged with difficulty. In a battle, 1 or 2 seconds may determine the outcome. Your battle with the demons is a fight of life and death. You must do everything you can, and use any despicable and bad means. As a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, you often have to take on the responsibility of protecting other members. Have you ever thought that if you sneak attack me, you can buy that little demon 1 or 2 seconds to escape? At this point, the two of them finally confirmed that the upper-ranked demon in front of them actually intended to teach them how to fight. Although it was outrageous, they could not think of any other explanation. With such a huge gap in strength, they really could not think of what the other party could gain from them. Is it because I am young? Is it because I am weak? Or is it because I will be gone in a few decades, while he is still alive and well? As for wanting to eat them, that is even more impossible. If the other party has the slightest idea of wanting to eat them, they will eat them as soon as they meet, and it is guaranteed to be a painless swallowing without any chance of reaction. When you have ruled out all the impossibilities, the remaining ones, no matter how unlikely, are the truth. In short, the ghost in front of him was teaching 2 young men from the Demon Slayer Corps fighting skills. In the process of teaching the 2 young men, Shania discovered a wonderful use of blood demon art. The effect of blood demon art when stop water binding can weaken the enemies within the barrier, while strengthening the teammates within the barrier. Then, he did a very ridiculous experiment. That is, he regarded himself as an enemy, and regarded the 2 little ghosts as teammates. In the end, he got a feedback that he was not weakened, but the 2 little ghosts were strengthened. And it may be because the 2 little ghosts attacked the caster, so the wind stop water binding greatly reduced their enhancement. In other words, since the blood demon art also has the function of protecting the master. To be precise, it is not to protect the master, but to prevent the caster from using himself to commit suicide. How to say it? Useless knowledge has increased again. After a night of training, the 2 boys returned to Aoyama Hidenobu's former home with bruises all over their bodies. And Shania hid in the woods before the sun rose. Although there are many wisteria flowers in the woods, the effect of these wisteria flowers on him is minimal, at most it just makes him a little uncomfortable. Wisteria flowers are poison to demons, but it is nonsense to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. Ordinary wisteria flowers cannot kill even the lowest level demons in a short time, let alone the upper strings. In the original work, Shinobu Koko used 37 kilograms of wisteria flower extract to make a poison, which temporarily affected Doma's recovery ability and the blood demon art. This is 37 kilograms of wisteria flower extract, and it is of ultra-high purity, not some useless thing like wisteria flower tea. Moreover, the reason why Doma was poisoned was that he ate Shinobu Koko himself. Therefore, the influence of wisteria flowers alone on ghosts is not as great as imagined. Ghosts hate wisteria flowers, not fear them. Only when large-scale wisteria trees are connected together like the trial field of the final selection of Fujixe Mountain, will it really affect the status of some weak ghosts and make them unable to rush out. Chapter 28. The only thing that made Shania feel relieved was that this place was not far from Fuji Mountain. At night, Shania could also go to Fuji Mountain for a buffet. As for the ghosts in Fuji Mountain, I don't know whether it was because the boss didn't care about the cannon fodder, or because such a large number of wisteria flowers also blocked the blood ghost art, which made the boss unable to detect it. According to Shania's judgment, the latter possibility is more likely. After all, with so many ghosts gathered in one place, even the weakest cannon fodder ghost, the boss couldn't completely not interfere. However, the fact is that the final selection site of Fuji Mountain has not been discovered by the boss for hundreds of years. These ghosts in Fuji Mountain are all cannon fodder without exception. Not to mention the supernatural ghosts, even the alien ghosts are not there. The most ghosts have never eaten more than 10 people, so their strength is very weak. Ghosts are not allowed to devour each other, so the only food source for these ghosts is the annual final selection. Some weak prospective ghost hunters will become the food of ghosts. However, the standard for passing the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps is also very low. It does not require prospective ghost hunters to kill a certain number of ghosts, but only requires them to survive here for 7 days. And there are many ghosts in this forest. Especially many. You can almost meet them after walking a few steps. For Shania, this is simply the Monkey King entering the peach garden. Why? Master, This ghost couldn't believe why the upper string would kill him. He wanted to tell the blood in his body that there were upper strings killing ghosts. However, before he could think of this, he was devoured by Shania. That day, after Shania finished the buffet and was training the 2 little ghosts, a voice suddenly came to his mind. Spirit, start. It's the 12 Kizuki are meeting. The voice came from Kokushibo, but everyone knew it was MUZAN's instruction. Good guy, the scum boss has been hiding for 60 years and is ready to come out? With a ding sound, Shiny appeared in the Infinite City. Sir Shiny, you are too slow. Doma complained when he saw Shiny. Shiny was full of black lines, can you blame me for this? Mina. Ding. Another peepa sounded, and a pot appeared in front of Shiny. Oh my, Lord Shiny, it's been a long time. A strange thing floated out of the pot and came in front of Shiny. Shiny raised his foot and stepped on his face, pushing him down. You're too close, you pervert. Yahoo, woo. So good, Shania-sama, do it harder. Shania couldn't hold it anymore, and pulled Yahoo's head off and threw it aside. Doma went forward and hugged Shania's shoulders. Well. Mr. Shania, don't bully Yahoo too much. Mr. Shania, please hold my head. Yahoo's voice came again. Mr. Yahoo. At this time, Doma came forward and held Yahoo's head. How about we get along well? Yahoo, this. Doma stared into Yahoo's eyes and said, Mr. Shania doesn't like this way of getting along, can you be more restrained? Yahoo looked at Doma's colorful eyes, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Doma helping him out, Shania breathed a sigh of relief. If I had known, I should have fought Yahoo first when I was fighting in the blood battle. At that time, I mainly disliked Yahoo's blood demon art, so I chose Han Tengu. As a result, this pervert has been jumping around until now. By the way, can a blood battle be initiated by a superior against a subordinate? What if he wins? Demotion? I can only say that evil people have their own evil people. To deal with a pervert like Yahoo, only a pervert like Doma can subdue him. Ding! Another sound of the pipa, Akaza appeared in the infinite castle. Hey! Mr. Akaza! Doma's eyes lit up when he saw Akaza, as if a wolf saw a sheep. He threw Yahoo's head casually and walked forward quickly. Yahoo! Ding! This time it was the brother and sister of Jifutaro, and it can be seen that they are still confused. Mr. Akaza, I'm so glad to see you're still healthy. I haven't seen you for 60 years, and I'm glad everyone is safe. Doma said with a smile. Akaza's face darkened. Don't touch me, you disgusting thing. After saying that, he punched him in the head. Doma had half of his head knocked off, but he was still smiling. Doma-sama. Jifutaro was furious and took out his sickle to attack Akaza. Doma was his savior, the Oni, so he would never allow other Oni to offend Doma. Unexpectedly, Shania was faster than him and directly cut off Akaza's arm with his sword. Akaza. Shania said, understand your identity, Akaza. How can a subordinate attack a superior? If you are not convinced, start a bloody battle with Doma, let the 12 Kizuki witness it together, don't fight privately. Akaza blinked his upper rank 3 eyes and looked at Shania upper rank 4 eyes. Hey! Puff. At this time, a knife pierced Shania's chest and blood gushed out. Kokushibo appeared in front of Shania at some point, and stabbed him in the heart. What are you doing, bastard? It hurts. Shania said angrily. Kokushibo said, what you said makes sense, but you are also a subordinate to Akaza, so you have no right to say this. Shania said without showing any weakness, because your superior has not appeared, I can only do it reluctantly. Kokushibo did not continue to talk, but walked towards Akaza. Akaza, you too. Shania, hey, pull out your knife for me. Kokushibo, if you are dissatisfied with Doma, start a bloody battle and defeat him fairly. Tisk. Akaza was very dissatisfied with Kokushibo's handling, but he couldn't get angry because of the difference in strength. It has nothing to do with fear or not, but under the suppression of Kokushibo, he has no ability to resist at all. Shania walked behind Kokushibo and pointed at the knife on his chest. Hey, it's almost time to pull out the knife. At the same time, on a platform below, a lower rank trembled at the way the upper ranks got along. This was the first time they had a meeting with the upper ranks, but it was normal. The scumbag boss hadn't appeared in 60 years, and this time he showed up. He had to call the management to hold a meeting. Lord MUZAN is here. Kokushibo said at this time. Shania was furious. Did you listen to me, you six-eyed lemon? Take your knife away quickly. At the same time, the scumbag boss appeared elegantly in a women's kimono. Then, looking at the scene in front of him, Shania, your look is. Shania pointed at Kokushibo and said, this guy abused private punishment, Lord MUZAN, you have to take charge for me. MUZAN laughed and said, you did something beyond the limit, so Kokushibo punished you. Hey? Too biased, we are both upper strings, why does he have a private room? I shed blood for the Infinite City, I have made contributions to the 12 Demon Moons. A few days ago, I killed 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were about to become pillars. Shania said indignantly. Oh! The trashy boss eyes lit up, and then began to read Shania's memory. Chapter 29. The old man was very happy. 1 breath of thunder and 1 breath of water? Well done. Boss Ya nodded with satisfaction. Although Shania's personality is a bit off, probably because he was led astray by Doma, his record is very impressive. In recent years, Shania has killed many pillars and elite ghost hunters. Of course, these records are just fake accounts made by Shania for MUZAN. For the sake of rigor, he changed the appearance of the dead and gave it to Boss Ya. In case Boss Ya encounters a face-matching monster one day and comes to his senses, he will be embarrassed. Then, MUZAN's face turned angry. Shania, I've told you many times, throw away your dirty thoughts when you see me. Shania was stunned, and quickly threw away those dangerous thoughts in his mind. MUZAN said, I was going to give you some more blood, but now I'm very unhappy and I don't plan to give it to you. Shania, tisk. MUZAN looked at the upper strings. Although there were 2 annoying ones, he was generally satisfied. Especially the first 4, the record is nothing to say. Of course, he didn't know that Shania's record was all fake. Every month, he was shown a lot of cannibalism scenes, and all of them were changed by Shania to eat ghosts for him to watch. Although Yahu's record was a bit worse, he could make a lot of money from making pots, so it was useful. Although the brother and sister of Jifutaro have always stayed in the red light district, Jifutaro has good talent and he is very optimistic about it. If there was no Daki, the burden, he would be more satisfied. He turned his gaze to the lower strings, and then his good mood for the day was gone. A bunch of useless people, this generation of lower strings made him understand the saying that they are never satisfied with what they eat and are not good at anything. He thought that letting Shania kill the lower string 3 Snow Princess was already a shame for the lower strings, but he didn't expect that none of the lower strings in this generation were more reliable than Snow Princess. This group of lower strings, when they met the ghost hunters, they were so arrogant that they wanted to tell the ghost hunters about their ancestors. They would write down everything they said to them word for word, and then show off when they met the ghost hunters. It's okay that they don't have strength, and they don't have brains. The 6 lower strings crawled on the ground, not daring to speak at all. They could only let the scum boss examine them. A bunch of useless people. It seems that the 12 demon moons will only keep the upper strings. The scum boss became more and more angry as he thought about it, and said this. The lower strings were suddenly as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Are they going to lay off employees? Shania looked at this group of lower ranks and thought it was a pity. If he could swallow these lower ranks, his strength would probably be able to rise to a higher level, and his strength should be able to truly catch up with Doma. It's a pity that the laid-off demons, the trash boss, want to recycle the blood. Next, we have to select new lower ranks. The trash boss said, looking at a pool of blood. Kokushibo, yes. Doma, et. Akaza. Shania, how cruel, the fate of the lower ranks is also fate. Gyaku, as expected of Lord MUZAN, so cruel, so beautiful. Jifutaro, Daki, a bunch of ugly monsters, they deserve to die. The 12 Kizuki at this time are really full of talents. Upper string 1, the strongest of the 12 Kizuki, the loyal partner of the trash boss MUZAN, and the second largest shareholder in technology investment. He will be ugly to death in the future. Upper string 2, the terrifyingly powerful ice demon, freezes everything with a wave of his hand. The future will be killed by 2 little brats because of food poisoning and unable to exert his strength. Upper string 3, fighting demon, the only honest man in the 12 demon moons, a great injustice. The future will die because his wife pulled the network cable. Upper string 4, a traitor. Upper string 5, a weird pervert, a synonym for going with the flow. The future will die because he caught the enemy and deliberately didn't kill him, and he created a big daddy for himself. Upper string 6, a street-level strongman, but he only exploded, and didn't kill anyone. The future will die because he underestimated the protagonist's halo and brought a sister who was a burden. MUZAN looked at the upper strings in front of him and was very satisfied. With the help of these heroes, there is no need to worry about not being able to die. Of course, what the scum boss didn't know was that he contributed the most in the entire war. Counting the achievements of the scum boss in the original work, in the era of the main plot alone, the scum boss killed 4 lower strings and 1 upper string in seconds. This record is not much worse than the combined performance of all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. It is not an exaggeration to give him the title of Demon Pillar. He even deserves the title. Really? Yet. MUZAN looked at Xinyi. Xinyi, ah. MUZAN said, you devoured lower string 3 last time, this time you have to find me another lower string 3. Ah? Didn't you agree that I killed lower string 3? Xinyi was shocked. He didn't expect the scumbag boss to bring up the past. The scumbag boss smiled and said, I agreed, but I regret it now, you have to compensate me. You fucking. It's settled, bye. Without waiting for Xinyi to refute, MUZAN finalized the matter and left Infinite City at the speed of light. This old bastard. Shania looked at the place where MUZAN disappeared and cursed. But generally speaking, this is a good thing for Shania. Although Shania has eaten a lot of ghosts in the past 60 years, he has eaten a lot. And every time he eats a certain amount of ghosts, he will peek into a certain memory of Boss Xia, and sometimes he can even sense Boss Xia's existence. And he can feel that he is getting out of Boss Xia's control little by little. Although this process is slow, it does exist. And now Shania, although his strength is far from Boss Xia and Kokushibo, Boss Xia can only rely on his strength to crush him if he wants to kill him. If he wants to control himself, Boss Xia no longer has this authority, at most it will affect his state. And these, after being filtered by the mental substitute, Boss Xia is unaware of it. In his perception, he can still decide the life and death of the upper strings with one word, including Shania. This brings up another problem, that is, your own blood can also turn people into demons. And the demons you turn into can maintain their lives and become stronger by eating demons, and they are not controlled by the scumbag boss. In short, Shania created a dual monarchy under the scumbag boss. That is, my boss's boss is not my boss. The demons turned into demons by Shania's blood are only controlled by Shania, not by the scumbag boss. And Shania can use the power of the mental stand-in to make the scumbag boss mistakenly believe that he can control them. If it weren't difficult to find candidates, Shania would even want to replace all the lower strings with his own people, his own demons. After leaving the Infinite City, Shania came to Tamayo's residence, but Tamayo and Yoshiro were not there. Shania was a little curious and triggered the coordinates on Tamayo's body. Then, his face became ugly. Tamayo and the others were discovered by the demons. Chapter 30. The two of them were in a state of panic. On the streets of Edo, Tamayo and another ghost were facing each other. How about it, Miss Tamayo, can you agree to my proposal? The ghost dressed very decently and said politely. Tamayo's face was solemn. Who are you? Did MUZAN send you here? The ghost smiled and said, Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tokikawa, and it has nothing to do with finding you and Master MUZAN. I just hope that we can cooperate. Recently, a very strong ghost hunter has appeared in Asakusa. If we don't eradicate him, neither you nor I will have a good life. Ghost hunter. Tamayo frowned. Shishuan said, Yes, this man is blind and his right arm is cut off. However, he is so powerful that even the lower ranks dare not confront him head-on. Blind and without a right arm. Tamayo, who has always been dealing with humans, certainly knows how serious this disability is for humans. However, it is such a disabled person who can make the lower ranks feel terrified. Even though Tamayo has lived for more than 200 years and has seen many big scenes, he is still extremely shocked. Do you know his name? Tamayo asked. Shishuan shook his head. He calls himself Hunter 11. Hunter 11? Not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he is holding a Nichiren sword, he is definitely not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shishuan said. Tamayo frowned and said vigilantly, How can I believe that this is not your conspiracy? Tokawa said, If I have a conspiracy, I should take you directly to see Lord MUZAN instead of discussing cooperation here. I have heard about your story, but we are the same kind after all. How can we be killed by humans? Really? How about being killed by a human like me? Before he finished speaking, a young man appeared behind Tokawa. The young man's eyes were closed, his right hand was missing, and a sun-wheel sword was hanging on his waist. Tokawa suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Miss Tamayo, if we don't join forces, you will be killed too. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Tokawa's arm was cut off. The pain in the broken arm woke him up, but what frightened him even more was that his recovery ability was suppressed. The broken arm that would have taken only a few seconds to recover had not grown out yet. Looking at the sun-wheel sword of Hunter number 11, the originally silver-white blade had now become as red as a branding iron. The burning breath emanating from the blade was exactly the same as the burning sensation on his broken arm. What is going on? Shi Chuan was horrified. The situation before him had never happened in the previous fight. Hunter number 11 pointed his knife at Shi Chuan, I won't let you escape this time. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, Hunter number 11 could always find Shi Chuan's position accurately. From beginning to end, Tamayo and Yoshiro did not make a move, watching him fall into a passive position. Miss Tamayo, why are you just watching? Are you really going to watch him die without helping? Shi Chuan said while being beaten. After a while, both of Shi Chuan's hands were cut off, and there were countless wounds on his body that could not be healed because of the hot sword intent. These wounds continued to consume Shi Chuan's physical strength, making him weaker and weaker. It's time to end. Hunter number 11 rushed towards Shi Chuan, who was no longer able to dodge, and slashed at his neck. Ding! A hand blocked in front of Shi Chuan and caught the blade. I am really surprised. I didn't expect that there are people who hunt demons as demon hunters besides the Demon Slayer Corps, and they also have the red sword with great killing power against demons. Shania felt the pain coming from his palm and said with some surprise. To be honest, since he became a demon, he has been helping the Demon Slayer Corps and occasionally came forward to guide the young people of the Demon Slayer Corps. But he has never met a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who can open the red sword, and today he actually met a demon hunter who is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who can open the red sword. In Shania's opinion, the strength of the Hunter 11 in front of him, although not as good as the Rock Pillar and Wind Pillar in the original work, is already stronger than the pillars of this era. Hunter 11 sensed the appearance of Shania and immediately responded, swinging his sword to slash at Shania. Shania dodged sideways, took the Sun Wheel Sword of Hunter 11, and then kicked him out. Bang! Hunter 11 was kicked to the side of a tree, and then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He pierced his shoulder with his Sunwheel blade and nailed him to the tree. You are, the fourth upper string, Lord Xinyi. Tokuo was very shocked by Xinyi's appearance. No one expected that the high and mighty upper string would appear in such a place. His brain was working fast, and he quickly pointed at Tamayo and said, I found the defector Tamayo, Lord, please catch her and give her to Lord MUZAN. For a demon like him, although MUZAN could share memories with him, MUZAN simply didn't have the leisure to care about a demon of his level. He wanted to climb up, awaken the blood demon art, become one of the 12 demon moons, or even an upper string. All of this, if he could get more blood from MUZAN, he would definitely achieve his goal faster. Offering Tamayo to MUZAN, even to an upper string, might get a blood-granting reward. Really? You've worked so hard. Xinyi smiled and walked in front of Tokuo and patted his shoulder. It's not hard, it's all for Master MUZAN. Shishuan said firmly, then Master, quickly capture Tamayo. Yes, of course. As soon as the voice fell, Xinyi stretched out his hand and grabbed Shishuan's neck. Why? Master MUZAN. Don't shout, he can't sense your death. Xinyi looked at Shishuan and said. In Xinyi's indifferent eyes, Shishuan was completely devoured by Xinyi, turning into nutrients to strengthen Xinyi and to reverse Tiangang. In fact, there is no need to kill him. It seems that he is not on the same side as MUZAN. Tamayo said. Xinyi said slowly, just knowing your existence is enough to sentence him to death, not to mention that he has found you, and there must be no ashes left. After all, they are still controlled by MUZAN. I know. Tamayo looked at Xinyi, and she was really relieved at this time. Then, what about this ghost hunter? Tamayo asked. Shania looked at hunter number 11 at this time. Because of the pain and excessive blood loss, he was already a little confused. What kind of existence is a demon hunter who is not from the Demon Slayer Corps? The strength shown by the opponent just now made Tamayo a little scared. But Shania's strength is really eye-catching. An opponent who is even stronger than the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps was killed instantly by Shania. Shania walked in front of hunter number 11, stretched out his index finger, and revealed a sharp nail. The nail blew directly into hunter no 11's neck, and Shania's blood began to be injected into it in small quantities. Tamayo hurriedly shouted, "What are you going to do?" Shania grinned, "I want to do an experiment." Chapter 31. The blood of the Hunter 11 was raging wildly in his body. After a while, Hunter 11, who was still somewhat alive, became dying. Failed. Xinyi murmured. Tamayo frowned, "What failed?" Tamayo looked at Tamayo and said, "In the past 60 years, I have devoured and assimilated a large amount of MUZAN's blood, so I have some ideas about creatures like ghosts. Hey! Tamayo was stunned. Shania said, perhaps it is just as MUZAN said, demons are actually the evolution of humans. The physical strength of demons, as well as blood demon arts and talents that are stronger than humans, are undoubtedly the manifestation of evolution. But in the process of evolution, there is a problem in one link. Tamayo, evolution. Shania said, yes, demons are indeed the evolution of humans, but in the process of MUZAN's evolution, the key medicine of Blue Higanbana was missing. Therefore, the evolution went wrong. Although MUZAN gained a strong body and terrifying abilities, he was abandoned by the sun and could not move in the sun. And my blood has changed a little in the past 60 years. So I injected him with a small amount of blood, which is not enough to turn him into a demon, but I want to see if I can cure his incomplete body. Unfortunately, it seems that I can't. Then how do you plan to deal with him? Tamayo looked at the fallen Hunter 11, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. The Demon Slayer core itself is enough to be sympathetic, and the Hunter 11 in front of him, hunting demons alone with a crippled body, is even more sighing. It seems that we can only turn him into a ghost like Yoshiro. A ghost that is not controlled by MUZAN and does not need to eat people. Shania said. Tamayo was shocked, what do you need me to do? Shania said, no. As he said that, he walked to the dying Hunter 11 and injected his blood into his body. With the injection of blood, Hunter 11 began to burst into life. Gradually, Hunter 11's broken right arm began to tremble, and a brand new arm was growing. At the same time, sharp teeth were growing in Hunter 11's mouth. Welcome to be my companion, can you tell me your name? Shania said, looking at Hunter 11 who had woken up. Hunter 11 looked at Shania, without showing hostility, but said coldly, Lu. Really? Then Lu, I need you to do something for me, help me as a companion. Shania said slowly. Lu said, what? Shania said, enter MUZAN's site. From today on, you are the new lower rank candidate I found for MUZAN. I understand. Lu agreed without much hesitation. After Shania gave him blood, the two of them established a connection. Therefore, the communication that should have taken place had already been completed in his mind through information exchange. This is the so-called tacit understanding. Shania's blood can turn people into demons, and the people who become demons will be controlled by Shania. This is the similarity between his blood and MUZAN. However, there are some differences. MUZAN's blood will suppress the memory of the person who received the blood directly when it is injected. Only the demon who drinks it will not have its memory erased. Kokushibo, Doma, and Shania are demons who drank his blood, so the memories of their human period are still there. Shania's blood will not erase the other party's memory, nor will it distort the other party's personality, but it will subtly eliminate the other party's hostility towards Shania. At the same time, Shania's own blood demon arts can also be temporarily granted to the demons transformed from his own blood. However, only one blood demon art can be granted. For example, if Shania granted Fusai Shubin to Ryu, then Ryu can use the ability of Fusai Shubin before the authority is taken back. However, this ability is also limited, that is, during the authorization period, Shania cannot use the blood demon art that has been granted. Moreover, if Shania's blood demon art is activated by other demons, it will probably be greatly discounted. If MUZAN Kibutsuji is regarded as the first-generation demon, then the demons transformed by him, whether Shania, Tamayo, or other demons, can be regarded as the second-generation demons. Even the siblings Jifutaro and Takihime, although they were saved by Doma, it was still MUZAN's blood that turned them into demons. And Ryu and Yoshiro can both be regarded as the third-generation demons. Because they are. One was transformed from Tamayo's blood, and the other was transformed from Shania's blood. And neither of them needs to eat humans to survive, but they become stronger very slowly. This is the so-called dual monarchy, which can also be called the feudal monarchy. Although Shania is still controlled by MUZAN, Shania's blood can turn people into demons and is not controlled by MUZAN. In the conversation with Lu, Shania got some understanding of the hunter organization. The Demon Slayer Corps is not the only demon hunter organization in Neon. To be precise, the Demon Slayer Corps is the largest and most complete demon hunter organization. The hunter organization is a subordinate organization of the government, and there are demon hunters trained by people from the government. It has to be said that although it is trained by the government, its professionalism is really inferior to that of the Demon Slayer Corps. Apart from anything else, even the breathing method used by Lu is the residual water breathing exchanged between his local hunter organization and the Demon Slayer Corps. The Nichiren swords were all made of defective products discarded by the Demon Slayer Corps. After knowing this, Shania didn't show too much surprise. After all, this fits his stereotype of what the Japanese government can do. They want the horse to run, but they don't want the horse to eat grass. In terms of being inhuman, the Japanese government has never disappointed anyone. In short, the hunters are a group of ghost hunters who are even more pitiful than the Demon Slayer Corps. If the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are injured and disabled, at least there are logistics troops to treat them. If they can't recover, the wealthy and powerful Omiyashiki will support you for life. The hunter troops don't have such good treatment. There are many people like Ryu who continue to hunt ghosts with their disabled bodies. Of course, apart from Ryu, there are very few who have survived to this day. It must be said that Ryu's talent really surprised Shania. A person who has not been trained in the breathing method system has practiced to the level of opening the red sword with the fragments of the water breathing. Even though he was blind and lost his right arm, he could make lower-ranked demons avoid him. With such talent, Shania really couldn't bear to kill him. After becoming a demon, Ryu's eyes and right arm have recovered. Even if you don't look at the physical enhancement of becoming a demon, Ryu's strength has still increased greatly. Not to mention, Shania's blood has raised Ryu's physical strength to a very high level. What I lack is just a complete and systematic training method. Since Ryu is learning water breathing and can grow to this point, it means that he is highly compatible with water breathing. It's a pity that there are only fragments, which leads to his upper limit here. And I happen to have a young man who has learned water breathing. Although Shania has a certain understanding of water breathing, there is still some gap compared to those who study water breathing professionally. And Urokodakase Kanji's level has long reached the level of the pillar, but he has not yet been officially appointed. Therefore, it is more appropriate for him to guide Ryu. Chapter 32. The old man was in a strange place, and the old man was in a strange place. Another space, Infinite City. 6 strange ghosts gathered here, these are the new lower strings that joined the 12 demon moons. More than 3 months have passed since the boss laid off the lower strings, and the lower strings have long been gathered. In fact, the lower strings are essentially consumables. Except for the ghosts with the potential to become upper strings, other MUZAN can be manufactured at any time. It's nothing more than consuming more blood. For the 6 lower string reserve troops in front of him, MUZAN hiding in the dark showed a little lack of interest. It's one thing to look down on them, but as a leader, he still has to establish his authority. Is this Infinite City? A female ghost looked around, and the fake smile on her face made Lu feel sick. That's right, Lu was also teleported here, which means that he successfully entered MUZAN's sight and was about to become a lower string. Hey, it seems that the 6 of us have been selected. The one who spoke was a ghost in police uniform, with a musket on his waist. Lu knelt on one side, and he had no intention of talking to these ghosts. MUZAN in the dark looked at Lu with interest, and he saw the shadow of Shania in Lu. The more he looked at MUZAN, the more he liked him, especially after feeling the rebelliousness in Liu's heart. MUZAN wanted to train him as a candidate for the upper string. Lu suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, words appeared in his eyes. The left eye was lower string and the right eye was 1. The eyes of the other 5 ghosts also showed the same reaction, but they only had one eye, and lower in their corresponding class appeared. The female ghost with a fake smile at the beginning is the lower second, and the ghost with a gun is the lower third. Oh! This guy is the lower first, which should be our superior. The fake smile girl walked in front of Lu and said with a smile, I am Mi Rong, please give me more advice. Lu looked at Mi Rong and said lightly, I know you seem to like to catch those children who have been abused by their parents and devour them in the name of their mothers. Mi Rong smiled and said, I didn't expect that the lower first master actually knows me so well. It's an honor. I think you have some misunderstandings about what I said. Lu continued, if it weren't for being chosen by that master, I would kill you with my own hands. So you'd better stay away from me, otherwise I'm afraid I can't control myself. Hey? It's really heartless. Mi Rong didn't get angry because of Liu's words, but laughed tenderly. Lu looked at Mi Rong and said, it's hard for me to say whether your twisted character is natural or caused by your husband's abuse. If it's the latter, it's worth some sympathy, but if it's the former, you're just worthless trash. What did you say? Mi Rong frowned, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. She had long forgotten her human days after being turned into a ghost by MUZAN, but Liu's words still aroused her anger, the resentment that came from instinct. Have you lost your memory? What a pathetic existence. Liu's tone was still so calm. The arrogance in you is exactly the same as Shania's back then. At this time, MUZAN in female clothing finally appeared, looking at Lu with admiration in his eyes. And beside MUZAN was Shania. He was very optimistic about Liu's character and talent, and he had a hunch that he would become a capable assistant like Shania in the future. Especially when reading Liu's inner voice, he didn't have the dirty thoughts that occasionally popped up like Shania. If his strength was not so immature, his position in MUZAN's heart would be equal to Shania's. The same pride, the same talent, the same loyalty. With such a hero's help, why worry about not being able to achieve the great death? When the ghosts saw MUZAN appear, they instinctively felt submission and knelt down. After a moment of daze, Lu also knelt down. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise he would be exposed. Because he was a ghost transformed from Shania's blood, Shania could naturally control his memory, and the memory that MUZAN saw was also forged by Shania. Guhuo bird. MUZAN looked at Mi Rong. Mi Rong trembled and said, yes. MUZAN's eyes were cold, I should have said that I don't want you to use your old name. What do you want to do by calling yourself Mi Rong? Are you trying to express that even if you lose your memory, you are unwilling to submit to me? Are you trying to say that even if you lose your past memories, the things left from your human period are better than the present ones? Is it more valuable? You have forgotten everything from the human period, why do you only remember the name? I'm very sorry, Master Wu Han, my subordinate. I didn't mean it, it's just that, to act in human society, you need a human name. Me? No, Guhuo Shao is trembling, he said quickly. Wu Han grinned, oh? You mean I wronged you? I was wrong, right? It's starting again. Jinya said helplessly, covering his face. The essence of Boss Chu's proposition is that it is blocked at both ends. No matter how you answer it, it will be wrong. There is only one way to break the deadlock. That is to make Boss Dan think, damn, where is this pervert from, or to show his unruliness and arouse Boss Dan's desire to conquer. It's useless to beg for mercy. Begging for mercy will only make the boss think you are a waste. Boss Chu has never used Shangxian as a gift, because the cost of cultivating a Shangxian is too high. The lower string is different. When necessary, the lower string is a pure tool for venting anger. But this time Boss Chu did not go on a killing spree. His purpose was to declare his dominance and let them distinguish who was the king. Therefore, after just giving Gu Huaniao a small punishment, Boss Chu did not continue. The purpose was nothing more than to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but Gu Huaniao got angry as soon as she came up, and Wu Quan couldn't ignore her. So of course, she became the chicken that was killed. After cutting Gu Huo bird into a human pig, ghost pig, Wu Mei also suppressed her recovery ability, making her recovery extremely slow. The continuous loss of blood, coupled with the need to consume more energy for recovery, made Gu Huaniao, who had just finished eating clay pot rice, fall into weakness again. After Wu Mei left, all the ghosts got up one after another, and other Xixian didn't dare to look at the seriously injured Gu Huaniao. Lu walked to Gu Huaniao, his expression still cold. What a pathetic thing. Click. At this time, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of Liu's head. A gun. Liu said calmly, as a samurai who was killed by a gun, it is really ironic that he used a gun after becoming a ghost. Pei Lang. Humph. Pei Lang smiled coldly, Master Liu, times have changed. Really? Lu Linglang responded, and then the sword flashed. Pei Lang's arm holding the gun was cut off entirely, and blood spurted out and dyed the ground of Infinite City red. It seems that the speed at which I draw the knife is faster than the speed at which you pull the trigger. Water surface slash. Poof. After everyone was stunned, Pei Lang was cut in half. For ghosts, there is actually not much difference between guns and swords. It is difficult for firearms to make breakthroughs in the past few decades. Don't be too superstitious about firearms. After finishing speaking, Lu left the Infinite City. Chapter 33. The doctor said that the medicine was developed. Tamayo's residence. This is the medicine that I have developed. Tamayo handed Shania a syringe and said. With the introduction of Western technology, medicine has become more and more advanced, and Tamayo's research has also begun to make progress. Shania looked at the syringe and said, what does it do? Tamayo said, it can help you get rid of the desire for human flesh and blood in MUZAN's genes. From now on, you will be like us, and you only need to drink a small amount of blood to maintain your life. But the price is also obvious. For MUZAN's followers, giving up the desire for flesh and blood means slow growth. It shouldn't affect my eating ghosts, right? Shania said. Tamayo nodded and said, the effect of this drug on the cells of demons has not been found yet, and because this drug is cultivated based on your blood, you have changed during the experiment, and your blood has also changed. This drug has some other effects. Hey! Shania was stunned, what effect? Tamayo said, it can temporarily restore your human body and allow you to move in the Sunday. What? Shania was not calm this time. Becoming human again means that he can move normally during the day without relying on the wind and water binding to block the sun. Although his blood demon art wind and water binding can allow him to move in the sun for a short period of time, the restrictions are too great. First of all, blood demon art is the power of demons, and it will still be restrained by the sun for a long time, and finally dissipate in the sun. Secondly, when the wind and water binding is activated, his other abilities also exist. With the current strength of the wind and water binding, even the upper strings will be affected, not to mention those ordinary people. Once ordinary people enter the range of the wind and water binding, it will not take long for their bodies to collapse. Therefore, Tamayo's medicine is of great significance to Shania. But it also has a price. Once you return to human form, your blood demon art will not be usable. At the same time, your physical strength will be limited by the human body and can only reach the upper limit of humans. Moreover, you can only return to human form during the day. At night, the blood of the demon in your body will suppress the blood of humans. Tamayo said. Shania nodded and said, in other words, the effect of this medicine is to make me a kind of existence between humans and demons, right? You can understand it this way. Tamayo nodded and said, and you are still not out of MUZAN's control, and his curse can still affect you. Got it. Shania nodded. He was very satisfied that he could have this effect in 60 years. Unlike the original work, after Tamayo obtained Nezuko's blood, he developed a drug that can turn demons back to humans in a few years. But that was Nezuko's blood. Whether it was because of the changes in the blood of the descendants of the Komatsu family caused by the breath of the sun, or because of the online rumors that Nezuko had accidentally eaten the blue spider lily, it was obvious that Shania didn't have any of these. Therefore, in 60 years, it was beyond his expectation that Tamayo could make such progress. As for the time to turn back into a human, he would be weakened, and the upper limit of his physical fitness would be limited to the limit of humans. Shania was not worried about this. Where is the limit of humans in this world? The theoretical limit is Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Of course, Shania has no idea about this limit for the time being. But there is also a practical limit that Shania can reach. Rock Pillar, Gyume of Sadness Island. Without the three-piece set, he tied the existence of the first form of Kokushibo. You must know that Kokushibo has the two advantages of transparent world and stripes, but in the first form, he was tied by the rock pillar without any amplification. And Kokushibo evaluated the rock pillar as the most perfect body in 300 years, giving it a high evaluation. When Akaza faced Kokushibo's attack, his hand was cut off before he could react. Tokaido Muchiro, who had activated the markings, couldn't even see what Kokushibo's sword looked like. Fuzugawa Sanya, the second strongest of the Taisho 9 pillars, was severely injured after only a few moves with Kokushibo without the markings. And Gyume by Minjyu, without any amplification, can be equal to Kokushibo's first form, which shows how terrifying his strength is. As the strongest of the 9 pillars of the Taisho era, he can shock all the other pillars with just a clap of his hands. And even if he died in the end, Gyume by Minjyu was not dead. He died not because of the damage caused by Kokushibo, but because of the consumption of his vitality by the stripes. Therefore, even if the human posture is limited by the upper limit of human, Shania is still not worried about becoming weak. And until now, Shania's strongest means of attack are still swordsmanship and martial arts, which belong to the combat ability of the human period. Restricting the blood ghost art and moving in the human body may bring new gains. What's more, this is not a restriction at all, but a benefit. The power of the ghost still exists, but it can't be used during the day. But the problem is that the previous Shania couldn't even go out during the day. Very good, give me the injection. Shania said. Tamayo was shocked. Do you trust me so much? If I add wisteria flower extract to the medicine, 60 years is enough to know a person, I think you can be trusted. Shania looked at Tamayo with sincerity in his eyes. I can trust you, right, Tamayo? Looking at Shania's eyes, Tamayo nodded as if possessed by a ghost, and then began to inject Shania with the medicine. In fact, the injection process is also very simple. Because it is a ghost, there is no need to worry about many things that humans need to worry about. Tamayo directly inserted it into the aorta. After a while, Shania felt an extremely weak warm current flowing through his body. It was so weak that he couldn't tell whether it was a real change or a psychological effect. In short, there was no obvious change. Is it okay now? Shania looked puzzled. Tamayo was not sure. I don't know, you are the first to use this medicine. Shania was full of black lines. You should have done some experiments before using it on me. Tamayo said helplessly, the success of this medicine is somewhat due to luck. If it is experimented on other ghosts, I dare not guarantee that it can be made again. In other words, there is only one such medicine in the world. Shania looked at the silver moon hanging high outside, and said helplessly, it seems that we can only wait for the sun to rise and see. Just a few hours seemed like several years. Finally, Shine Yi saw the sky turn white. The sun finally rose, and Shine Yi's heartbeat began to accelerate. As the sky became brighter, Shine Yi could clearly feel that his body seemed to be in shackles. All the abilities of a ghost seemed to have encountered something extremely terrible, and they were all hidden in the deepest part. Xinyi stood in the shadow and stretched his hand into the sun with expectation. The imagined burning sensation did not come, but a warm feeling came instead. 60 years, a full 60 years, Xinyi finally felt the sun again. Trying to mobilize the blood ghost art, but just as this thought arose, a heart-a palpitation came from the bottom of my heart. And the blood demon art that had just been mobilized also subsided again. In other words, the blood demon art was not blocked, but Xinyi's self-protection instinct hid the part of Xinyi as a demon. Unless he was fatally injured, Xinyi was a human during the day. Only when he was fatally injured, the self-protection instinct would release the demon part. Feeling that the power of his body was subsiding, Xinyi's physical strength began to return to the strength of a human. However, compared to himself 60 years ago, as a human, he has still made a lot of progress. After returning to being a human, Xinyi can finally start to implement his plan. Chapter 34. The young man in front of him was holding a wooden sword. The young man with flesh-colored hair slashed the water breath with the sunwheel sword, but was blocked by the young man in front of him with a wooden sword. And with a slight shake of his hand, he shook the young man away. Xiantu. Are you okay? The girl who was watching the battle next to him hurried forward and asked with concern. Xiantu stood up, I'm fine. Then, he looked at the young man in front of him, sorry, brother Akito, please continue. No, let's stop here today. The young man called Akito said, looking at the setting sun. Hey? Why? Xiantu was confused. Akito said, training needs to be gradual. Even if you train one more night today, you can't immediately become strong. On the contrary, overtraining will damage your body. Your body is not fully developed yet, so don't squeeze your potential too much. After saying that, he ignored the unwilling look of Santo and walked down the mountain by himself. Damn it! Santo was very unwilling. He had obviously increased the amount of training, but why didn't his strength improve much? Is it really like Akito said that he overtrained? The young man named Akito ignored Santo's entanglement and quickly went down the mountain. Arrived at the small house at the foot of the mountain, went in and looked at the masked Urokodakase Kanji. You are really relieved? Leave those little ghosts to me. Akito looked at Urokodakase Kanji and smiled. Urokodakase Kanji looked at Akito and said after a long time, thank you for your hard work. Akito went into the house and sat down next to Urokodakase Kanji. As the sun went down, darkness began to shroud the outside world until the moon appeared and the soft moonlight illuminated the road. And Akito, who was beside Urokodakase Kanji, also changed in appearance. His hair grew longer, and he grew claws and fangs, and his normal pupils turned dark gold. And in the dark gold pupils, words appeared. Upper string and fourth string. Akito looked at the old man in front of him and felt a little emotional. For more than 40 years, the young man became an old man, but he didn't change much. The trainer in front of him, who looked like his elder, called himself Senior Shania. Yes, Akito is Shania, the name of Shania's activities as a human. Feeling the power surging in his body, Shania felt quite emotional. In more than 40 years, he changed several identities to join the Demon Slayer Corps. For nothing else, just to collect the 5 initial breathing methods. His purpose was also very simple. He wanted to try to combine the 5 initial breathing methods to see if he could restore the sun breathing. Even if the complete version cannot be restored, a youthful mini version similar to Kagura the god of fire can be restored. But unfortunately, the reality did not match his expectations. After he sorted out the information of the 5 initial breathing methods, he came to a disappointing conclusion. That is, after 300 years, countless swordsmen have improved the 5 initial breathing methods, which are already very different from the original version. Although compared with the initial breathing methods, the current initial breathing methods are much stronger. After all, they are the hard work of genius swordsmen of all generations. It is abnormal if they cannot compare with their predecessors. But an embarrassing problem that follows is that although the 5 initial breathing methods are weak, they are indeed derived from the sun breathing, and the influence of the sun breathing is very large. And now, except for the most basic characteristics of the 5 initial breathing methods, it is difficult to see the shadow of the sun breathing. Even the 5 breathing methods at the beginning can complement each other, which is also the fundamental reason why the first generation of breathing swordsmen are so powerful. A single breathing method is not strong, but the 5 major breathing methods are interoperable and can complement each other. And swordsmen who practice different breathing methods can also complement each other in combat. Now, although the individual breathing methods have reached a very powerful level, there are already great differences between the major breathing methods. In many places, different breathing methods are even in conflict. For example, it is similar to the different internal skills in martial arts novels. At the beginning, the operation roots of the 5 major internal skills were complementary. In theory, learning the 5 major internal skills can restore the strongest internal skills. Although it is only theoretical, it is feasible after all. Now, the 5 major internal skills have become extremely powerful after being improved by swordsmen of all generations, and the strengthening of the body is also greater. However, because of the change in the root of the inner strength, many of the roots of the 5 inner strengths are different, or even completely conflicting. Although some sword types can be used interchangeably, that is only a part of it. After collecting the 5 initial breathing methods, Shania found that all he could do was to improve the thunder breathing to a certain extent. After more than 40 years of hard work, the result he got in the end is really hard to be happy about. But it's time. Shania stood up and said to Urokodaka Seikanji, I should go too. Urokodaka Seikanji said, why don't you let me tell the Demon Slayer Corps about you? Shania sighed and said, after all, I am still a demon, and my identity will be controversial here. If there is a dispute, there will be cracks that would not appear otherwise. Really? Okay. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded. Shania smiled and said, the disciples you accepted are all good and talented. But that kid named Yiyang has a big problem with his personality. If he is not enlightened, he will be a drag on the battlefield in the future. Well, this kind of problem cannot be solved overnight, we can only take it slowly. Urokodaka Seikanji said. Shania looked at him and said, I'm leaving. Don't tell the children my identity, and don't ask me where I went. The next time we meet, we may not be enemies or friends. As Urokodaka Seikanji saw him off, Shania went straight into Lei Sun's space. With a thought, he appeared in the Eternal Paradise sect. Mr. Shania, it's been a long time since we last met. Doma smiled when he saw Shania appear. When he saw Shania, Doma's smile was different from his usual fake smile. It was a smile from the heart. Just like the woman he killed with his own hands a few years ago, Doma also had a smile from the heart in front of that woman. It's been 100 years, Doma, I think it's time. Shania said. Doma tilted his head, Shania took out a toe bone from his pocket, look. Doma was stunned, Ghost Gate Mirror. Shania smiled, yes, you should know what this means. Doma's smile also faded, exchange blood battle, Mr. Shania, do you want to initiate a exchange blood battle with me? Yes, exchange blood battle. Shania said with a smile. P.S. The original work seems to have no process of exchange blood battle, so the dialogue and process of initiating exchange blood battle are all my YY. Chapter 35. The deadly battle was over, and the deadly battle was over. Hai Shui Town. Masaya slowly drew his sword and took a deep breath. He kicked his feet and rushed towards Doma like an arrow from a string with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Doma gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and a cloud of ice mist attacked Masaya. Seeing this, Masaya jumped to the side and avoided the range of the ice mist. In an instant, Masaya was in front of Doma and slashed at Doma's neck. Puff! Blood gushed out, and Doma retreated violently, covering his neck. His face was full of astonishment. This was the first time in 100 years that he was so close to death. The ice mist he created would invade the enemy's lungs and hinder his breathing, and it would be even more effective for enemies who were proficient in breathing techniques. In the fight just now, Shania not only deliberately avoided the ice mist, but also approached him at the fastest speed. From beginning to end, Shania did not use his blood demon technique. And Doma did not know how many trump cards Shania had. In this battle, the intelligence of both sides was unequal. And in this round of confrontation, Shania had a rough judgment of Doma's strength. When he only used martial arts and swordsmanship, he was no weaker than Doma. With the advantage of intelligence, Shania was confident that he could defeat Doma. At this time, the wound on Doma's neck had healed, leaving only a lot of blood. Although the ability of the sheath is the same as that of the Sun Wheel sword, Shania did not activate the red sword, so without decapitation, the suppression of the sheath itself on the ghost can be completely ignored for Doma's level. But even so, Doma also felt the danger from Shania's sword. That knife, is it the Nichiren sword? Doma asked curiously. Shania smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No. The sheath is not the Nichiren sword. Although the sheath's function is similar to that of the Nichiren sword, it is indeed not the Nichiren sword." Oh! Doma looked at the dark golden knife with lightning patterns with interest. Thunder breathing fifth form heat thunder realm. Blood demon art lotus flower. Boom! A large area of the surrounding forest was frozen by Doma's blood demon art, and then it was instantly destroyed by Shania's lightning. After the transformation of thunder breathing, after reaching the pinnacle, it can really release lightning. Therefore, Doma was also very afraid. Thunder breathing, sixth form, thunder and lightning roar. The next moment, Shania raised the knife in his hand and chopped it down with all his strength. An invisible wave of air slashed out, and the lightning that was rapidly moving with Shiny as the center instantly turned into huge lightning strikes, which were released outward from the position where Shiny was. The ice crystal vines were shattered by lightning, and the broken ice chips kept falling from the air. The ground was already covered with a layer of ice crystal debris, which slowly melted. Blood demon art, cold white princess. The cold air flow rushed out like crazy, forming two giant ice lotuses in the shape of girls in front of Doma. Doma clenched his palm. Boom! As Doma's hand clenched, the girl in the giant ice lotus seemed to wake up, and suddenly opened her mouth, and two strong and cold air flows gushed out of the girl's mouth in an instant. The cold air flow this time was more fierce and powerful than the cold air flow Doma used to fan. The moment the cold air flow appeared, the temperature of the entire area seemed to drop a lot. The ground in front of Doma suddenly condensed into ice. Shania immediately jumped away, out of the range of Doma's blood demon art. At this time, Shania's heartbeat began to speed up, and his body temperature continued to rise. Shania's left arm began to be covered with dark golden lightning patterns. Thunder breathing one form thunderbolt flash. Fast! Shania turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Doma, passing through the ice fog along the way, and the air wave he brought directly blew away the ice fog. Doma's face suddenly changed, and while his body retreated violently, he continued to gather strength. Blood demon art mist ice water lily bodhisattva. In a hurry, Doma urged his greatest strength and released his ultimate move. An extremely huge ice man, who looked like a bodhisattva meditating with his hands clasped together, condensed and rose quickly from the ground where Doma was. Facing the lightning that was coming at a rapid speed, the iceman stretched out his huge palm, whistling a biting icy wind, and slapped it. Boom! The thunder dragon and the huge iceman's palm collided with each other in an instant. The terrible power released by the two moves formed an astonishing shock wave. From the collision point, it spread rapidly. In an instant, the explosion swept the entire forest with ice mist. In the explosion, Doma appeared. He was a little embarrassed at this time, and his clothes and hair looked extremely dirty. The maximum release of the blood demon art consumed a lot of his physical strength, and his condition was not good at this time. Shania didn't look calm either, and several parts of his body were covered with frost. These frosts constantly invaded Shania's body, fighting against Shania's recovery ability. Shania's expression was a little solemn, it seemed that he still underestimated Doma. It was still unrealistic to want to defeat Doma without blood demon art. When facing Doma, both the Six Secrets and the Vajra force were restrained. They could not play their effects. Doma waved the folding fan in his hand, and countless ice crystals turned into ice mist and attacked Shania. Shania's mind moved, and his figure appeared directly behind Doma. Just waiting for you to activate the blood demon art. Mr. Shania. Doma suddenly turned around, and the folding fan in his hand slashed at Shania like a sharp sword. When Shania appeared behind Doma, the folding fan was less than a finger away from his neck. But the next second, Doma's smile froze. The folding fan went straight through Shania's neck, without any sense of reality. Puff! And Shania casually raised his hand, Doma's neck was cut open, and blood burst out like a fountain. If Doma hadn't dodged quickly, this knife would have cut off his head. Doma is not good at close combat, which does not mean that his physical strength is weak. On the contrary, because Doma has eaten many people, coupled with his extremely high talent, his physical strength and reaction speed are far stronger than Akaza. The reason why he is not good at close combat is that he has not systematically learned the skills of close combat. In fact, no one in the Demon Slayer Corps can get close to Doma, and the lower strings below him cannot break through his blood demon art. Therefore, martial arts and swordsmanship are dispensable to Doma. Doma covered his neck and retreated violently. But Shania raised his hand and pointed, "No self, no form." The sharp finger force instantly pierced Doma's neck, causing Doma to lose balance for a moment. Shania took the opportunity to approach and cut off Doma's left arm with a knife. "Sir Shania, your choice to start a bloody battle with me is a failure." Doma said with a smile, "The difference in our strength is not big, and the battle between ghosts is meaningless. Look, if you cut off my arm, I will be able to." Doma was suddenly stunned halfway through. In the past, his arm should have recovered long ago, but now, looking at the wound, it seemed to be burnt and emitted black smoke. Looking at Shania's blade again, the dark gold color was gone, and the whole blade was flashing with a red light, as if it was a red-hot iron, emitting a burning breath. "Is this a red sword?" A memory suddenly appeared in Doma's mind. In the memory, a samurai, holding a red sword, attacked him. Chapter 36. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Strange. What's going on? Doma looked at Shania in front of him, feeling extremely confused. "I can't feel anything. He's standing right in front of me, but..." In Doma's horrified eyes, Shania rushed towards him. Thunder-breathing seventh form White Dragon. The lightning around Shania kept entwining, turning into the form of a dragon, and swung out with Shania's blade. The silver-white dragon destroyed everything that passed by and swept towards Doma. Doma quickly used blood demon art to resist, but the ice created by Doma seemed extremely fragile in the face of such a large-scale lightning. Looking at the white dragon getting closer and closer, Doma no longer had the idea of resisting. "Ah! That's good." Doma looked at Shania's resolute face, "To die in your hands is also a redemption." Mr. Shania. As the dragon disappeared, the scene fell into silence. The range of the thunder dragon directly destroyed an entire forest, and even alarmed the villagers in the village below the mountain. The originally dense vegetation on the mountain has completely disappeared, leaving only a bare mountaintop. Shania looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was a little complicated. To be honest, he and Doma have gotten along really well for more than 100 years. If Doma was not a ghost, he would still be happy to be a real friend with Doma. The smoke dissipated, and Doma's figure appeared. At this time, Doma was no longer as comfortable as before. His upper clothes had disappeared, and his entire upper body was charred. The burning sensation ravaged Doma's whole body, inhibiting his recovery from injuries. Doma. Shiny watched Doma fall and hurried forward. Congratulations, Master Shiny, you won. Doma smiled with relief. From today on, you are the upper rank 2. And I should become the nourishment for the new upper rank 2 to become stronger. Shiny looked at Doma with mixed feelings. After a while, he stretched out his left hand and said, "What are you talking about, Doma? Aren't we friends? As a friend, I won't eat you." Doma opened his eyes suddenly, looking at Shiny who stretched out his hand to him, Doma's heart began to waver. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scenes of getting along with Shiny in the past 100 years. Since he was born, his parents have treated him as a tool, and his believers have treated him as a god. In such an environment, Doma closed his heart and became a machine that seemed to have no emotions. He knew very well that the reason why MUZAN valued him was that he wanted to use his eternal paradise to achieve his goals. But it doesn't matter, he longs for companionship and getting along with others. He imitates the words and deeds of good friends in human society and interacts with the upper strings. However, the upper strings don't seem to like him, and the lower strings are all afraid of him. Until Shania appeared, he was the first existence to communicate with him as a friend, whether it was a ghost or a human. It was Shania who taught him how to communicate with others normally. Therefore, Doma's feelings for Shania are not only likes, but also gratitude. Seeing Shania reaching out to him, Doma let out a long breath, showing a smile from the heart, and stretched out his hand to shake with Shania. "I really didn't expect that in 100 years I actually dropped from the upper string 2 to the upper string 3. I don't know what Lord Akaza will think. I didn't do anything and was suddenly demoted. He must be very angry." Shania smiled and pulled Doma up and said, "Don't worry, Akaza won't be demoted." Doma was stunned. "Hey!" Puff. The next second, Doma felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the red blade in Shiny's hand had pierced his heart. Why? Mr. Shiny, we are not friends." Doma couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, and his voice began to tremble. And Shiny's smile was restrained, and the look he gave Doma was no longer friendly, but indifferent. Doma, who originally had no desire to survive, did not die under Shiny's sword. Shiny's later words made him want to live. But the change in less than a minute made Doma, who had just had the instinct to survive, collapse. "Mr. Shiny, what am I? Doma looked at Shiny and asked. Shania's mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly said, "We are friends." Doma, Shania continued, "Because we are friends, we should help each other and achieve each other. Then we will be reborn and move forward." Listening to Shania's words, Doma shed tears for the first time. Shania hugged Doma. "Thank you, Doma." Different space, infinite city. Akaza was a little surprised that he suddenly appeared here, and he looked around. The gathering of the upper strings means that something big has happened. Ding! As the sound of the pipa sounded, Akaza appeared on a platform. Kokushibo, Shania, and the brother and sister of Gyudaru have arrived. Akaza looked at the people in front of him and said in surprise, "What on earth is going on?" Kokushibo said, "Just now, Shania launched a bloody battle with Doma and defeated Doma. Now, he is the new upper string 2. The former upper string 2 Doma is dead." What? Akaza was shocked and stood there in a daze. He thought about all the sad things he had encountered in his life, and then he barely suppressed the corners of his mouth. "Shania, you are indeed my confidant. Akaza's eyes looking at Shania also became friendly and gentle. The ghost that you admire most killed the ghost that you hate the most. Is there anything happier than this in the world? Looking at the words upper string and 2 in Shania's eyes, Akaza felt that the mountain pressing on him was removed. Suddenly, Akaza found something wrong. Where's Tamegatsu? Although he hated this pervert, how come Tamegatsu was still missing during the bloody battle between Shania and Doma? Tamegatsu is here. At this time, Ryu suddenly appeared in the infinite castle, holding Tamegatsu's head in his hand. As for the pot, it had long disappeared. What? Akaza was shocked again. He didn't expect that there would be 2 bloody battles today, and the challenger won. However, Ryu didn't swallow Tamegatsu. He looks too disgusting. I can't eat him. Ryu seemed to see the doubts of the upper strings and spoke. Tamegatsu said aggrievedly, "You are so mean. And his pot is not symmetrical." Ryu added another knife. Tamegatsu, puff. Doma-sama was. Jifutaro and Daki still couldn't accept what happened. Their savior was killed by Shania. You know, Doma has said more than once that Shania is his best friend. What is this? Break up? Or backstab? Damn it! Jifutaro took out his sickle and rushed directly to Shania. Why? Shania-sama. Hey! Shania looked at Jifutaro who was rushing towards him, and naturally knew why he was angry. Before Jifutaro could get close to Shania, his legs were cut off by Ryu's sword and he fell to the ground. Brother! Seeing that her brother was injured, Dakameki immediately attacked Ryu. However, a large number of ribbons were fragile in front of Ryu's sword and were all cut off. Dakameki was kicked away by Ryu and nailed to a pillar with a sword. Then he rushed to Jifutaro and stepped on Jifutaro's head. Jifutaro had just grown 2 legs and was ready to stand up and attack Ryu, but he was immediately suppressed. As the upper 6, how can you attack the upper 2? It seems that it is because Lord MUZAN is too lenient with you that this kind of rebellion happened. Ryuna's voice, which could not be heard, rang out in the infinite castle. Kokushibo, who was originally planning to teach Jifutaro a lesson, sat back in his seat when he saw someone helping him maintain order. Gamatsu, who was left with only one head, saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and had already run to the corner to hide. Akaza frowned. He didn't expect that the new upper string would make things so tense. That's it. P.S. Why do I feel a little sympathetic to Doma while writing? Chapter 37. The ghosts were killed, and the ghosts were killed. MUZAN appeared in the infinite castle, and all the ghosts were quiet. Ryu. MUZAN looked at Ryu and shouted. Ryu, here. MUZAN said, it's good that you can take the initiative to maintain order among the upper strings. However, there is no need to humiliate Jifutaro in such an extreme way. Yes. MUZAN continued, Jifutaro was angry about Doma's death because Doma once saved their lives. This shows that Jifutaro is a person who remembers the old favors. Since he will remember Doma's favor, there is no need to doubt his loyalty to me. Let him go first. Ryu nodded, raised his foot and took a few steps back. Jifutaro was free and took a few breaths. Then he looked at Lu with a fierce look in his eyes. Almost instantly, Jifutaro took out his sickle and rushed towards Lu. Asshole, go to hell! Jifutaro! When Jifutaro rushed in front of Lu, MUZAN spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Jifutaro's figure stopped abruptly and could not move forward. MUZAN's momentum made him sweat coldly, and the fear from his instinct made him stop his movements. MUZAN said slowly, if you fight against Lu in front of me, then I really can't forgive you. The pressure from MUZAN directly suppressed Jifutaro to his knees. Jifutaro! MUZAN looked at Jifutaro. Jifutaro's voice trembled, yes. MUZAN said, the winner of the blood battle has the right to devour the loser. As the winner, Shania has the right to devour the defeated Doma. Are you angry because you are dissatisfied with Shania or dissatisfied with the blood battle? The blood battle is a system I established. In other words, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Jifutaro suddenly fell to the ground and twitched. He felt that his heart was being held in someone's hand, and it was still being squeezed. Hey! Jifutaro, are you dissatisfied with me? MUZAN continued to ask. Jifutaro couldn't speak at all at this time, and could only curl up in pain. Brother! Daki saw her brother suffering and shouted. MUZAN-sama, please let my brother go. It's all because of me. Shut up. It would have been better if Daki didn't speak. As soon as Daki spoke, MUZAN got angry. With a wave of his hand, he took off Daki's head. The beheaded Daki hadn't reacted yet. MUZAN threw away Daki's head and said, remember, Shania and Ryu both became upper rank through the blood battle of position exchange. It is their right to devour the loser. They can give up this right, but bystanders cannot question it. If you question their rights, it means questioning the blood battle of position exchange, and questioning the blood battle of position exchange is questioning me. And my decision is absolute, unquestionable, and must be implemented. Lord MUZAN. At this time, Shania, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. MUZAN was stunned. What's wrong? Shania looked at Jifutaro. He should not be able to hold on. MUZAN looked at Shania. Are you pleading for them? Shania, he wanted to kill you just now. Shania sighed and said, as you said, Jifutaro is a man who remembers the old favor and must be extremely loyal to you. The cost of training an upper string is not low, and there is no need to kill an upper string for this matter. MUZAN asked, even if he commits a crime, you won't be angry. Shania raised his head and looked at MUZAN, then smiled. Which adult would really be angry with a child? MUZAN looked at Shania, feeling very satisfied, and untied the suppression of Jifutaro. Okay. After MUZAN left, the upper strings were left looking at each other. Yahoo poked his head out from the corner, looking at the atmosphere on the scene, trembling and not daring to speak. After all, apart from the now autistic Jifutaro, he was the weakest one. He never expected that a mere lower rank one would dare to challenge him to a bloody battle. He lost. The reason why the other party did not devour him was that he thought he was ugly. That was fine, but he actually said that his pot was asymmetrical. What can a man endure? If he could not defeat him, Yu-Hu would have given up long ago. Jifutaro, if you still want to kill me, then continue to become stronger. Shania looked at Jifutaro and said. Shania no longer cares about Jifutaro. After all, he can see at a glance that Jifutaro's strength is about to reach its limit. There are also differences in talent among ghosts, and it is not necessarily the case that the ghost who eats more people is stronger. Just like the lower 6 hibiki in the original work, it is because he has reached the limit of his talent that he cannot make any progress no matter how much he eats. Jifutaro's talent and strength are certainly not comparable to hibiki, but Jifutaro is carrying Daki, which means that his growth will be hindered by Daki. But if there is no Daki, Jifutaro will not be able to become a ghost, or even survive. The mechanism of the twin ghosts gives Jifutaro and Daki a higher tolerance rate. If the heads of the two brothers and sisters are not cut off, they cannot be killed. But at the same time, Jifutaro's growth is also affected by Daki. Therefore, for Shania, Jifutaro cannot pose a threat at all. Especially his sister, Daki, who is his weak spot. The weakness is too obvious, even easier to deal with than Doma. Hey! You, could it be? Akaza looked at Shania's current state and was a little surprised. Have you reached the highest realm? Shania looked at Akaza and said, Ah! I have to thank Doma. If I hadn't fought him, it would probably take at least 10 years. In Akaza's perception, Shania's breath was completely restrained, and he looked like an ordinary person. This is because he has mastered his fighting spirit to a subtle degree, so he can completely restrain his breath and avoid the perception of others. For a moment, Akaza felt a little sour. Shania became a ghost at least 100 years later than himself, but he reached the highest realm faster than himself, which is the legendary transparent world. And Shania set his sights on Kokushibo. Looking at Kokushibo at this time, Shania no longer felt unfathomable. Although he could feel that he was still inferior to Kokushibo, he did not regard him as an abyss and could not sense him as before. He turned his gaze to Akaza again. At this time, Akaza had also changed in Shania's eyes. 4 words to describe him: full of flaws. Flaws in the body, flaws in fighting spirit, flaws in blood, internal organs, and muscle movement. Shania could feel that if the two of them were fighting at this time, Shania could easily seize Akaza's flaws and defeat him. Why do you feel unhappy? Akaza looked at Shania and said. Shania was stunned. Really? No. Akaza said, is it because of Doma? Shania sighed, didn't I say no? If I have to say, it's that I won't be able to find anyone to play mahjong with in the future. Akaza tilted his head and said with some jealousy, since you have entered the Supreme Realm, you should strike while the iron is hot, consolidate your strength, and strive to surpass that guy Kokushibo as soon as possible. Even if you are a demon, you have to live. You can't always fight for the sake of fighting. Shania smiled and patted Akaza on the shoulder. Except for a brief loss after killing Doma, Shania's mood was generally good. In the battle with Doma, he unexpectedly reached the transparent world. And after swallowing Doma, his strength also ushered in a surge. Of course, the most important thing is that the strength of the demons has been weakened. The death of Doma is not just as simple as the death of an upper string. The eternal paradise cult he led can basically be disbanded. This means that Boss Xia's financial income has been almost halved, and the intelligence system is also half useless. Boss Xia needs to spend more energy on these two aspects, and can spend even less time on Xinyi. After leaving Infinite City, Xinyi opened the system panel. Chapter 38. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Name, Ryadaji Shania. Gender, male. Race, demon, can be transformed into a human during the day. Height, 190 centimeters. Identity, upper rank 2 breathing method, lightning breathing, demonized version, max, flame breathing max, breath of wind level 981%, breath of rock level 892%, breath of water level 888%. Blood demon art, thunder swiftness max, wind stop water binding level 771%, emotional clone level 712%, already granted, flow, ice condensation spell, derived from Doma. It is a blood demon technique that turns one's own blood into ice crystals and freezes the enemy. Once the enemy inhales the ice crystals, their lungs will be severely injured. People who learn breathing techniques will not be able to use them. Level 00%. Special skills, markings, spells unfold 6 secret heavenly martial arts, selfless and formless, selfless hell special martial arts, Vajra power, King extreme sword intention, the sword intention realized after reaching the transparent world. In the process of fighting one's own moves it will form a sword intent, constantly wearing away the opponent's will. After opening the wind and water binding, the enemies in the barrier will be constantly worn away by the sword intent, while the companions in the barrier will be protected by the sword intent. Realm, transparent world, the highest realm that martial artists pursue throughout their lives, which can only be achieved when martial arts or swordsmanship reach a level of perfection. For those who reach this realm, all martial arts in the world will have no secrets in their eyes. Originally, Zhe Zhen also achieved clarity. The world felt those subtle changes, and after observing the system panel, it was relieved. Although the system did not directly help Janai become stronger, it does not mean that the system is not helpful. The greatest role of the system is like a flash of inspiration. When you encounter a bottleneck, the changes in the system panel can always serve as a reminder. For example, this time it is King's Sword intention. If you don't look at the system panel, it may take a long time for you to discover it or even use it. The role of the system is to tell you that you have this ability. As for how whether you can bring it out depends entirely on your own training. The bustle of the day belongs to humans, while the ghosts belong to the shadows. But when the sun sets and darkness covers the earth, that is when the evil ghosts become active. This town was extremely quiet tonight. It seemed that there were more and more cases of evil spirits attacking people recently, causing everyone to panic. At night, two figures flashed through the town. At some point, two figures appeared in a place. The footsteps stopped on the roof. The smell of blood came from somewhere nearby, and it was certain that there was a ghost hunting. Smelling the blood, Zhen Ye would not be affected at this time. In addition to encountering rare blood, it might make you feel my mouth was dry, but I would not lose my mind. Here. Lu said, looking at the yard below. It should be here. Shiny said slowly, the demons here have been a little too active recently, and the frequency of attacking people is abnormally high. Is it because it is not under the management of the Demon Slayer Corps? Lu pondered. Shiny frowned. Yi frowned. Is it difficult for hunters to deal with such ordinary ghosts? Lu was silent for a few seconds, then said, although hunters are ghost hunters like the Demon Slayer Corps. Hunters are even supported by the government. Should have been more powerful. But, in reality, the hunters can't even have a sun blade in each person's hand, which means that not every hunter has the ability to kill evil spirits. Listening to Liu's story, Zhen could only feel helpless about the unreliability of the Japanese government. This level of unreliability is even worse than that of Diking next door. Let's go. The two figures flashed and came to the courtyard. Gentle the moonlight shone on the two people, reflecting their faces and also illuminating the yard. Broken limbs and arms were scattered around, and several bloody heads were lying on the ground. Although their eyes were open, they were no longer alive. The expressions on many heads were still in the fear of the moment before death. This horrific and bloody scene would have frightened people to death in the past life. However, from the perspective of a ghost, the ghost that attacked this yard was indeed a big and rough man who wasted the natural resources. Entering the center of the yard, a ghost was enjoying the meal. Sensing someone behind him, the ghost turned around and then showed a look of fear. My lords! The ghost knelt down in front of the two men. You are the one who attacked humans recently? Lu asked. The ghost said quickly, yes. Masaya sighed, too ostentatious. The ghost was a little confused about what Masaya said. Puff. But he didn't have a chance to think. He didn't even see who took out the knife, and his head was cut off. Ka. There was a crisp sound from Liu's waist, that was the sound of the knife being sheathed. Let's go. Masaya said, preparing to turn around. Just took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. In a corner not far from the ghost, 2 girls hugged each other tightly. The older girl protected the younger girl tightly. Survivors. Lu followed Masaya's gaze and saw the 2 sisters. Just leave it alone. Masaya said, since I saw it, I can't just leave it alone. But, looking at the sisters' fearful expressions, it was obvious that they regarded Shiny as a fellow man-eating demon. But this was normal, after all, they had similar features. It was just that Shiny and the others were more handsome and dressed more decently. Hey! Shiny was about to say something, but a dangerous aura came over him. He pushed Ryu away, then stepped forward and grabbed the sisters, jumping away. Boom! A meteor hammer hit the spot where Shiny had just stood. If Shiny hadn't dodged, he would have been hit by now. Namo Amitabha! A tall man dressed as a monk walked slowly into the house with a chain. From the perspective of the transparent world, Shiny could see through everything about the man. Both the body and the fighting spirit were extremely condensed, and he was only one step away from the highest realm. When Ryu saw the man's clothes of the Demon Slayer Corps, he immediately drew his sword and rushed up. Shiny was shocked. Wait, Ryu. Ryu swung the knife in his hand without hesitation, but the man grabbed his wrist and pulled it off. Then, the man swung the broad axe in his hand towards Ryu's neck. Ding! At the critical moment, Shania appeared between the two and drew his knife to block the broad axe's attack. Wait, you are from the Demon Slayer Corps. We didn't kill the people here, the murderer has already. I have nothing to say to the demons. The man's tone was calm, but full of determination. Tisk! Masaya had no choice but to grab Liu and retreat. Although Liu's injuries had recovered at this time, he still broke out in a cold sweat after just brushing shoulders with the god of death. In all these years, he had never seen such a powerful demon slayer, even the pillars. However, she had no power to fight back against the man in front of her. Looking at Masaya's performance again, it was the first time she saw Masaya with such a solemn expression. The reason was also very simple, Masaya knew the man in front of her. Rock Pillar, Gyume of Sadomasochism. Chapter 39. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Shania looked at Gyume in front of him, and his expression became solemn. Rock Pillar, Gyume, this is the strongest opponent Shania has encountered since he became a demon. Although Doma's strength is terrifying, Doma's lack of emotion makes it easy to catch weaknesses in battle. And Gyume hates demons to the bone, has a firm will to fight, and a strong body. Ha! While thinking, Gyume shouted violently, grabbed the chain and threw the meteor hammer at himself. What? So fast! The meteor hammer was so fast that Shania didn't have time to block it with a knife, so he could only raise his left hand to catch it. However, the moment his hand touched the meteor hammer, Shania could sense that even if he took it head-on, he would inevitably get hurt. Therefore, the moment he touched the meteor hammer, Shania took advantage of the situation and pulled it aside, deviating the trajectory of the meteor hammer. Unexpectedly, Bai Minjiahu Xingming took advantage of this gap and actually rushed forward, slashing at Shania with the broad axe in his hand. Ding! The collision of the weapons of both sides could produce dazzling sparks. Shania retreated violently backwards with a huge force, and Bai Minjiahu Xingming just came in front of the two sisters and took them away. Does he want to force me to retreat and then save the two survivors? Shania looked at Bai Minjiahu Xingming's actions and immediately understood Bai Minjiahu Xingming's thoughts. Obviously, Bai Minjiahu Xingming regarded himself as a man-eating evil ghost. Therefore, all of Bai Minjiahu Xingming's actions from the beginning were to divert his attention from the two sisters, so that he could find an opportunity to take the sisters to a safe place. If there is any mistake during this period, he will be caught by himself and get hurt. This blind monk has a sharper perception than a healthy person. Shiny looked at his left hand dripping with blood, which was hit by the meteor hammer of Bai Minjiahu Xingming. Although the injury has been healing, he still intuitively feels the strength of Bai Minjiahu Xingming. After only a few rounds of fighting, Shiny made a judgment. Without using blood ghost arts, only using swordsmanship and martial arts, it is difficult for him to defeat him. You have rescued them now, so let's take a break, monk. Shiny said. It's less than half an hour before dawn. If he stays here for too long, he must turn back into a human, and then he really can't beat him. Humph! Bai Minjiahu Xingming snorted coldly and rushed towards Shiny with a broad axe. You don't listen to me at all. Shiny had no choice but to raise his knife to resist. The two figures instantly turned into two streams of light and began to collide wildly. Lu looked at the scene in the yard with a shocked face. With his strength, he could only see two vague figures. No self-hell! He punched at Bai Minjiahu Xingming's head with his left fist, but was blocked by Bai Minjiahu Xingming's broad axe. Shania threw away the sheath on his right hand and punched at No Self-Hell again. Boom! The explosion caused by the fist force raged in the whole yard. Lu Jianxi immediately rushed to the two sisters and took them away from the yard. After the fist force dissipated, Shania was a little shocked. He hit no self-hell without holding back. You know, even Akaza would be injured after taking his move. And Bai Minjiahu Xingming actually took no self-hell head-on. Bai Minjiahu Xingming raised his right hand high, and slashed at Janai with the broad axe. Janai raised his hand to hold Bai Minjiahu Xingming's wrist, gently jumped up, and pointed at Bai Minjiahu Xingming. No self, no form. The sharp finger force pierced Bai Minjiahu Xingming like a sharp blade, and Bai Minjiahu Xingming raised the broad axe to block it. However, the finger force instantly penetrated the axe and went to Bai Minjiahu Xingming's eyebrows. Bai Minjiahu Xingming was startled and quickly turned his head away. The finger force cut Bai Minjiahu Xingming's face, leaving him with a finger-long wound. Janai landed calmly, just next to the sheath he had thrown away. After sheathing the knife, Janai prepared to retreat. One reason was that it would be dawn soon, and the other was that it would be embarrassing if the opponent opened a mark if he continued to fight like this. Although Janai would not kill the people of the Demon Slayer Corps, especially the pillars. But that doesn't mean he will let the Demon Slayer Corps kill him. He will fight back if necessary. At this time, the left hand of Bai Minjiahu Xingmei was trembling slightly. Although he took on Wevojigoku head-on, Wevojigoku's fighting spirit still broke the arm bone of his left hand. Since the beginning. In the end, he did not use the Breath of Rock move. It was not that he felt it was unnecessary, but Shania suppressed him, so he could not use it at all. If it was not for the fact that it was almost dawn, his disadvantage would only get bigger and bigger if he continued to fight. Monk, you seem to have forgotten something. Shania said with a smile. Hey! Bai Minjiahu Xingming was stunned, and then his face changed drastically. He could no longer sense the two girls just now. Bai Minjiahu Xingming was furious, picked up the meteor hammer and broad axe, and prepared to continue fighting. He wanted to drag it out until dawn. Ice condensation spell Frost Nagi. The cold air gathered in his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, Bai Minjiahu Xingming was frozen. Don't move, your body will crack if you move too much. Just keep this state, and it will be untied after dawn. Shania said slowly. Bai Minjiahu Xingming was a little unprepared for this sudden ice. Almost all the ghosts he met in the past had their own fighting methods. Ghosts that are good at close combat usually lack long-range combat means. Ghosts that have long-range means usually have weaker close combat capabilities. The ghost in front of him could slightly gain the upper hand in close combat with him, and he thought it was a ghost that was good at close combat. Therefore, he was completely unprepared for the sudden ice from Xinyi. Xinyi was also a little proud at this time. Are you stupid? I am a wizard. Let's go, Lu. Xinyi shouted. Since Bai Minjiahu Xingming appeared here, and it was almost dawn, he didn't need to worry about the safety of the two little girls. Looking at the white sky, Xinyi hurriedly pulled Lu away. Bai Minjiahu Xingming walked out of the yard and came to the two girls, trying to make his tone as gentle as possible. Are you okay? However, seeing the fear in the eyes of the two girls, Bai Minjiahu Xingming sighed inexplicably. Although they were safe, the grief of losing their parents also surged in their hearts at this moment, and the unreasonable hatred of having their loved ones taken away was fully displayed in the eyes of the two girls. Through the eyes of the girls, Bai Minjiahu Xingming saw that the hearts of the two girls were filled with pure fear and overwhelming fear of the inexplicable creature of the ghost. Even looking at him as a person. At this moment, the girls' hearts were completely occupied by fear. Perhaps, in their eyes, I may also be the incarnation of a monster. At this time, Bai Minjiahu Xingming thought of his past and the girl named Sao. Although Bai Minjiahu Xingming sympathized with the sisters, his past memories made him unable to have patience with the children. If it weren't for this encounter, he would not even want to have any communication with the children. Send a signal and summon the nearby Demon Slayer team. Looking at the two sisters who were still leaning on each other, he said to the team members, send them to the nearby town and settle them down. Chapter 40. The first time. A few days later, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Good morning, Flame Pillar. Hello. Good morning, Mr. Makijiro. Good morning. Good morning, Flame Pillar. Good morning. Early in the morning, Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijiro came to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and he responded to all the team members he met along the way. Rengoku Makijiro walked to a room and stopped. How are the preparations going? Mr. Genosuke. Ah? Almost done. A voice came from the door. The door slowly opened, and a young man appeared from inside. Hey, Mr. Makijiro. It's almost time to go. The meeting of the pillars is about to begin. Rengoku Makijiro said. Genosuke smiled and walked side by side with Rengoku Makijiro to the Lord's house. Rengoku Makijiro looked at the young man beside him, and the scene when he just joined the team emerged in his mind. Genosuke, whose full name is Ryudaji Genosuke, is said to be the descendant of the Sound Pillar 100 years ago. He is not a disciple of the current Sound Pillar Jigoro Kawashima, but after Jigoro Kawashima retired, he took over the position of the Sound Pillar with his military exploits and strength. Together with the current Rock Pillar, Gyume, they are called two monsters by their colleagues. Come to think of it, you haven't met Mr. Gyume yet, right? Rengoku Makijiro said. Genosuke nodded. Ah? I've heard of you for a long time, but I've never met you. Rengoku Makijiro smiled and said, it's okay, this is your first time to attend the meeting of the pillars, I will introduce you to them when the time comes. You two are both young and powerful swordsmen, you will definitely get along well. Really? Genosuke did not comment. The two came to the Lord's house, and the other pillars had also arrived. At this time, the lineup of the Demon Slayer Corps pillars was not as luxurious as in the Taisho period. Currently there are only Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijiro, Rock Pillar Baiminjaihu Jayame, Sound Pillar Ryudaji Genosuke, and Water Pillar Urokodaka Seikanji who has not yet retired. In theory, Urokodaka Seikanji can retire at this age, but the Water Pillar has no successor, so he cannot step down. In fact, if Genosuke had not emerged as a pillar, Kawahima Jigoro would not have been able to retire. And Genosuke's record as a pillar is truly shocking. Genosuke killed the lower rank 3 Bone Leaf without getting hurt, and slaughtered all 125 evil spirits around him. Among them, 20 of these evil spirits were demons that had awakened blood demon arts. This record is difficult to achieve even for the pillars. The most important thing is that he was not injured during the entire slaughter. Therefore, he and the Rock Pillar, Sadness Island Jimei, were classified as monsters in the Demon Slayer Corps. This meeting of the pillars was chaired by the 15-year-old new head of the family, Yubayashiki Yoya. Really? Did Jimei meet the upper rank? Yubayashiki Yoya listened to Jimei's report and thought about it. No one doubted Jimei's words. Because if it was the lower rank, it would be Jimei's axe. So, how strong is it, Mr. Jimei? Rengoku Makijiro asked. Gyume Baiminjaiho clasped his hands together and said slowly, very strong, I think if it wasn't for the dawn, I wouldn't be a match. Really? Yubayashiki Yoya's expression also began to become solemn. In his opinion, Gyume Baiminjaiho is already one of the top few people in the past few hundred years. Even he is not a match for the upper strings, which shows how strong the upper strings are. By the way, where are the 2 children you brought back? Yubayashiki Yoya said. Gyume Baiminjaiho said, I have settled down Yin, but they have always said that they want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Since they are willing, then let's observe them. If they have talent, they will be trained as members of the team. Yubayashiki Yoya said. Well. For girls, Mr. Urokodaka's water breathing should be more suitable, right? Rengoku Makijiro touched his chin and thought. Genosuk immediately said, Mr. Makijiro, you have a very deep stereotype. Breathing has nothing to do with gender. I think girls can learn rock breathing. Hey! What? Rock breathing? The pillars looked at Genosuk in shock. Girls practice rock breathing. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Mr. Genosuk, breathing has nothing to do with gender, but it has something to do with their physical talents. Bai Minjiu Xingmei said. Genosuk spread his hands, really? I was careless. Say. Girls can learn thunder breathing. Yubayashiki Yoi looked at Genosuk with a playful smile. Genosuk was full of black lines. What nonsense are you talking about? Has your curse spread to your brain? Hey, don't be rude to the Lord. Rengoku Makijiro quickly scolded. Yubayashiki Yoi smiled and waved his hands. This is not nonsense. The family's handbook records that the second sound pillar is a woman. Really? Genosuk asked. Yubayashiki Yoi smiled and said, So, Mr. Genosuk, the two of them are handed over to you. Genosuk said, Can I refuse? In this way, the dreams of the two girls are shattered. Can you really bear it? Mr. Genosuk. Bai Minjiu Xingmei clasped his hands together and said with tears. Genosuk was angry. Hey, is this what you should say as a monk? What about the compassion you promised? Finally, the moral Genosuk was still kidnapped by morality and accepted the arrangement. Back at his residence, Genosuk lay down on the bed, feeling a little surprised. He really didn't expect that the management of the Demon Slayer Corps was so loose. He had been pretending for so long, but no one had discovered that he was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. A person who had no trainer and did not participate in the final selection was regarded as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps just because he was holding an Ikaran sword and wearing a team uniform. He was promoted to a pillar after his military exploits were sufficient. If I had known earlier, why would I have asked Urokodaka Seikanji to cooperate with me? I could have just sneaked in myself. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. It was Urokodaka Seikanji who entered the room. He walked to Genosuk and sat down. I didn't expect that you actually sneaked in. Urokodaka Seikanji looked at the young man in front of him and said, Senior Shania. That's right, the new sound pillar, Ryudaji Genosuk, is actually Shania's fake identity. Shania used the alias Genosuk and joined the Demon Slayer Corps as a human, and even became a pillar. This made Shania feel that the scumbag boss in the original book couldn't find the Demon Slayer Corps no matter how hard he tried, which was really true. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed with the Demon Slayer Corps. It was fortunate that he found the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. If it were another demon, wouldn't your Yubayashiki family be reborn? With such a loose management model, if the scumbag boss made a mistake in operation, he would find it. Now thinking back, Kokushibo's sentence, Yubayashiki cleverly hid himself. There are only two possibilities, either Kokushibo is as stupid as the scumbag boss, or this guy never planned to find Yubayashiki and has been a otaku in the Infinite Castle. Chapter 41. The two girls were so busy that they had to face each other. By the way, don't call me senior here, I'm claiming to be a genius boy. On the way, Shania said to Urokodaka Seikanji. Urokodaka Seikanji was full of black lines, a genius boy who was nearly 100 years old? I thought about it, those two girls are more of a water breather. So I want them to train in Sagiri Mountain. Shania said. Urokodaka Seikanji was stunned, haven't you learned water breathing? Shania said, from the aspect of water breathing alone, you are more knowledgeable than me. As he said, he took a bite of the big meat bun in his hand. In human form, Shin can eat human food and draw nutrients from it to strengthen himself. Of course, even if Shin eats a lot of these foods every meal, the remaining energy is negligible after daily physiological needs are consumed. The only thing that can significantly strengthen Shin is human blood and demons. However, these are not important to Shin. He has been a demon for more than 100 years. In the first 60 years, eating anything other than flesh and blood was as tasteless as chewing wax. Since he was able to temporarily restore his human form, Shin has been showing off his food in revenge. It's a pity that the food in Neon is too scarce. In the middle, Shin also secretly ran to the next door to take Qing to eat a few meals. Immortality is certainly tempting, but immortality with a price always makes people feel unmotivated. Especially the price of immortality is to completely break away from the society that once existed, and to hand over the power of life and death to others. As for why Shin joined the Demon Slayer Corps again after 100 years, it is also very simple. That is to improve the combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps as much as possible, so that they can consume as much MUZAN as possible in the final battle. He did not forget the task issued by the system to him, that before becoming the ultimate life form, he had to seize MUZAN's power. Now Shania, MUZAN's control over him is very weak, so weak that if MUZAN really wants to kill him, Shania can even use MUZAN's cells in his body to counterattack MUZAN. However, if the two really face off, Shania can only flee in panic. Although the boss is not only timid but also stupid, his strength is still there. It is not shameful to be cut into pieces by Yuichiro. Yuichiro can cut him into pieces, but it does not mean that others can do so. In the original final battle, after being greatly weakened by Tamayo, the boss can still whip against the red swords of all the pillars. Tanjiro's complete version of the sun and the red sword can't cut him, and he has to drag it until dawn. It can only be said that the combat power of Boss Ya is not in the same dimension as the 12 demon moons he created. Even if the 12 demon moons come together, Boss Ya will be able to defeat them in a short time without blood suppression. Of course, Boss Ya with such combat power looks even uglier. If Shania and Boss Ya were to have a falling out now, he would have to run away quickly. Fortunately, Boss Ya has a relatively high tolerance for the upper strings. At least so far, no upper string has been laid off by Boss Ya. In addition, there are already 2 rebels among the upper strings now. But I have already reached the limit of the upper strings. After all, a ghost with talent like Lu is hard to come by, and you can't just get any ghost and cultivate it into an upper string. If the upper strings were so easy to cultivate, Boss Ya wouldn't be so tolerant of the upper strings' various behaviors towards him. Especially myself, I was crazy about the family tree of Boss Ya in the first few months of becoming a ghost, but Boss Ya didn't do anything to me. In addition to the fact that the scumbag boss wanted to make him surrender, the more important thing was that the upper ranks had just undergone a lineup change, and the scumbag boss was reluctant to kill an upper rank directly. Even if Shiny can create his own kind now, it is conceivable that the species created will not be better than those created by the scumbag boss, and may even be worse. Because the ghosts transformed by Shiny's blood do not have an appetite for human flesh and blood, and the source of power is not human flesh and blood, but ghosts. Although the number of ghosts is not small, it is still not enough compared to humans. And it is useless to create more cannon fodder. It is enough to have an upper rank and be a rebel together with me. Later, I will do something to divert the attention of the scumbag boss, and find a gap to help Liangxiu connect the network cable, and the upper ranks will be directly useless. When he came to Yin's station, Shiny saw the 2 sisters who survived before. It is ironic to think that a few days ago, these 2 sisters regarded themselves as food. The evil spirit of the people. Now, he has no guard against himself at all. Kane Koko and Shinobu Koko. Urokadakase Kanji said. Yes. The 2 sisters responded quickly. Urokadakase Kanji said, in the next 2 years, you will train with me in breathing and swordsmanship in Sajiri Mountain. If you can pass the final selection, you can join the Demon Slayer Corps. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and then stood up and bowed. Please give me more advice, Mr. Urokadaki. This is the sound pillar, Ryadaji Genosuk. He will formulate your basic training plan. Urokodaka Seikanji pointed to Shania beside him and said. Thank you for your hard work, sound pillar. Kane looked at Shania, stunned for a few seconds, and bowed quickly. Shania said expressionlessly, Don't be happy too early, I will not relax in training because of gender. Yes. The two sisters answered decisively. Well, you guys should do your best. I won't be responsible if you get disabled during the training. Shania deliberately said it in a serious tone. In fact, although the management model of the Demon Slayer Corps is confusing, the training of newcomers is unexpectedly scientific. Because there are not many people, it is not difficult for each trainer to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. And even for people with poor talents, breathing training can also play a role in strengthening the body, so the Demon Slayer Corps has never seen any cases of disability or death during training. Almost all the demon slayers who did not end well died in the fight with demons. Of course, there are also a small number of unlucky people who will die in the final selection. And Shania has some new ideas during training. Because in the original work, Koko Shinobu showed a weaker strength than other pillars, and she herself said that she could not cut the neck of the demon, so she turned to study the wisteria poison for special attacks against demons. And Kane, from the looks of her, is not a power player. Therefore, Shania wants to find a way to make up for their shortcomings in training. As for this method, Shania decided to let the two sisters try to sense Do-Chi after completing the basic training. Unlike the training progress of other demon slayers, the training progress of the breathing swordsman is that after the breathing method and swordsmanship have reached a certain level of attainment, they will begin to sense the existence of Do-Chi and apply it to swordsmanship. And the use of Do-Chi will make the nature of breathing methods of different natures become reality. For example, Shania, because his Do-Chi is now strong and condensed, even in the human state, the thunder breathing can still release lightning. The attainment of the rock breathing of the sad island Jiume is also about to reach the pinnacle, so his rock breathing will also have the characteristics of rock. It's not that he can release earth escape, but his skin, muscles, and bones will be hardened to varying degrees, so that ordinary swords cannot cut him. If you have to say, it is somewhat similar to hard Qigong. Another example is Urokodaka Seikanji, who has a very high level of water breathing. It doesn't mean that the sword move can create water, but when the enemy attacks, there is no need to use the sword to resist. Wherever the sword intention reaches, there is a line of defense. Of course, the most obvious one is the wind pillar Fuzugawa Sanya in the original work. Even without a sword, he can hit the wind blade with his bare hands. He is a very skilled user of fighting spirit. However, all of the above people started to use fighting spirit after their breathing method and swordsmanship reached a certain level. This process is passive, more like a skill of sword moves and sword intention, rather than a direct use of fighting spirit. What Shania wants to do is to let the butterfly sisters actively perceive and use fighting spirit after completing basic training. And the breathing method is mainly used to strengthen the body in the early stage. So, the two of them are equivalent to your stepsons now, right? Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Shania and said. Shania said helplessly, Hey, I'm only 18 years old. Urokodaka Seikanji, puff. Chapter 42. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Sister, what's wrong? Shinobu Koko asked, looking at her sister in a daze. Kane stared at Shania, and then said, Shinobu, do you think Master Naruto-sama looks familiar? Shinobu Koko was stunned. Really? Kane said, I always feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Your illusion. Shinobu Koko tilted her head and said, but Master Naruto-sama is really tall, and he looks super strong. Indeed, Shania's height of 1.9 meters was a relatively conspicuous existence even in his previous life, not to mention in Japan of this era. In this society where the average height of Japanese men is less than 1.7 meters, Shania's height can be regarded as a giant. Since he decided to treat the butterfly sisters as his stepsons, Shania would not waste time and return to Sagiri Mountain with Urokodaka Seikanji on the same day. You will start your first training here, Shania said when they were still 50 miles away from Sagiri Mountain. Butterfly sisters, Shania said, I will control my speed within the range that you can keep up with, but before I stop, you can't stop to rest, you must keep up with my pace, understand? The two sisters looked at each other and saw the tension in each other's eyes. Then, they nodded solemnly, yes. Shania nodded, then jumped lightly and crossed several wheat fields. The two sisters were stunned, and then they remembered that they had started training, and hurriedly stepped up to catch up. Looking at the two sisters who were trying hard to catch up, Urokodaka Seikanji couldn't help but sigh, it's really a bit messy, Shinyi-senpai. But Shinyi was a grandfather to him, and Urokodaka Seikanji didn't have the courage to question him. After all, Shinyi had crossed more bridges than he had walked on rice, and his life experience was indeed incomparable to Shinyi. During the time that the butterfly sisters were in Hidden, they also learned some things about the Demon Slayer Corps. For example, the breathing method. After all, many members of Hidden Corps were retired members with poor talents. Ordinary people can't compete with demons, because even the weakest demon has several times the physical fitness of ordinary people. And they also have almost unlimited physical strength and extremely terrifying self-healing ability. In order to deal with demons, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps put their energy into training breathing methods and the swordsmanship that goes with the breathing method. This breathing method is called full concentration breathing. In the eyes of the butterfly sisters, Master Naruto should teach them breathing methods first. But what the sisters didn't expect was that their first training was running, and running on a mountain road that was difficult for them to walk normally. Seeing Shania walking on the mountain road like a leisurely stroll, the butterfly sisters couldn't help but feel a little admiration. Sure enough, the pillars are such strong people. The scene of the battle between Gyume and the powerful ghost on the night of the other day came to mind. I thought to myself, when will I be so strong? I didn't know that the powerful ghost in their impression was running in front of them. It was already dusk when they arrived at Sakiyama. The two little girls were covered with dust and mud, which was stained by several falls on the road. Panting is not enough to describe the state of the sisters. At this time, the sisters were pale, as if they had lost the ability to breathe. Every time they inhaled air, their lungs felt a little painful. Breathing has a rhythm. As long as you master the rhythm of breathing, this little distance is actually nothing. Shinyi stepped forward and put his hands on the sisters' backs. Breathe in my rhythm. A little bit of weak fighting spirit entered the sisters' bodies through breathing, and drove the sisters according to Shinyi's breathing rhythm. This wonderful use of fighting spirit was discovered when Shinyi taught Lu to learn water breathing. Although fighting spirit is called fighting spirit, its function does not seem to be just for fighting. It is a bit like chakra, but it is far less mysterious than chakra. Sure enough, breathing in accordance with Shinyi's rhythm, the sisters soon felt a warm current flowing in their bodies. The fatigue in their bodies is being reduced. Is this the breathing in the whole collection? Shinobu Koko asked excitedly. Shinyi said, of course not, this is just the most basic way of breathing, and its main function is to help you relieve fatigue and distribute physical strength. Your physical fitness is too poor, and you are far from learning the breathing method. In the next month, I will develop basic physical training for you to exercise your physical and cardiopulmonary capacity. I will teach you the breathing method after your physical fitness is qualified. Whether it is the breathing method or the use of fighting spirit, it is still too far away for the two sisters at this time. However, after all, the sisters are characters who can become pillars in the original work, and their talents should not be bad. Because after the transparent world, the sisters' physical talents are not a secret in front of Shania, he can see at a glance where the sisters' upper limit is. In Shania's view, the two sisters are both very talented types. The elder sister Kane has better talents, and her physical abilities and talents are more balanced. And Coco Shinobu is a little biased. Compared with her speed talent, her strength talent can only be said to be a little stronger than ordinary people. Even after training, her strength will not be significantly improved, so she can't cut off the ghost's neck. Because Coco Shinobu's strength is better than ordinary people, people are not much stronger. Because of her small stature and light weight, Coco Shinobu is very talented in speed. Not only her movement speed, but also her attack speed and agility are much higher than ordinary people. The normal training method should be to play to one's strengths and avoid weaknesses. If you have little strength but fast speed, you should focus on training speed and reduce the time of head-on confrontation with the enemy. But since it has been decided to let them get in touch with fighting spirit in advance, this problem will naturally not exist. If you can use fighting spirit skillfully, the shortcoming in strength is not impossible to make up for. In the original work, Coco Shinobu is different from other pillars. It is obvious that she has not touched the threshold of using fighting spirit. Perhaps it is because she knows that she is not strong enough, so she devotes her energy to learning potions. Go find Urokodaka Seikanji and let him arrange your accommodation. Shania said to the two sisters, "Come here with Urokodaka's disciples tomorrow, I will wait for you here." As he spoke, a cold mist came over, covering Shania's figure. A few seconds later, the mist dissipated, and Shania had long disappeared. Wow, so awesome! The two sisters couldn't help but sigh as they watched Shania's exit. And Shania, who was hiding in the dark, had returned to his ghost form at this time, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was a close call. If it was 1 minute later, the sun would have completely set. As soon as the sun went down, he would directly return to his ghost form, and then he would probably leave a shadow on the two sisters for the rest of their lives. Chapter 43. The next morning, the sun illuminated the clearing in the woods. The clearing was large, and was opened by Urokodaka Seikanji for his disciples to train. At this time, a group of children stood in the clearing, curiously looking at the iron lump that appeared in the clearing. "What is this? Brother Genosuke, what new tricks are you doing?" Zayantu, Brother Genosuke must have his own ideas. The children talked to each other, and were very curious about the iron lump in front of them that was several times bigger than themselves. At this time, Shania appeared in the center of the venue, clapped his hands and said, "Very good, children, it seems that everyone has found it. Yes, this is today's teaching aid." Teaching aids. The children looked at Janai curiously. Zayantu said suspiciously, "I say, you don't want us to lift it with our bare hands? This is bigger than all of us combined. What are you thinking, brat? Would I formulate such anti-human training? Don't worry, my training is absolutely safe." Janai said seriously, "Zayantu, you come and demonstrate." "Oh." Zayantu stood up and walked to Janai. "Today, I will teach you some fighting skills, especially the force skills in the fighting process. Don't underestimate these little skills, if used well, they will have miraculous effects." Shania said slowly, "First of all, it is the principle of power chain. Most of the human actions rely on core strength. Especially in combat, core strength directly determines your attack power. For example, a straight punch is not a simple arm force, but the result of the joint force of the complete power chain formed by the legs, waist and arms. Of course, what I want to talk about today is not how to exert force, but how to crack this force technique. Zayantu, punch me." "Oh." Zayantu nodded and punched hard. Bang! Janai took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Zayantu. And Zayantu's fist was blocked before he finished exerting force, and the recoil force made him step back several steps. See, when encountering an attack, rushing forward to meet the attack will destroy the opponent's power chain. Dodging in a hurry will make you more likely to get hurt. However, this skill needs to be mastered in actual combat, and it cannot be learned in a day or two. Shania said slowly. The butterfly sisters sat among the children. Listening to what Shania said, they felt impressed. The rest of the people were similar. Most of them were children from poor families. They didn't know how to read, let alone read. Before being adopted by Urokadakase Kanji, they didn't even know how to read. After living with Urokadakase Kanji taught them to read and write. But Urokadakase Kanji's cultural level was not high, so naturally he couldn't listen to such a complicated theory from Shania. Wait, brother Genosuke, what do these things you said have to do with that iron lump? Santo seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand to ask. Shania grinned, you will know soon. Today's training will start with you. Hey! Zayanto was confused. Under his puzzled gaze, his respected elder brother Genosuke slowly climbed up the iron lump, then sat in a groove on it, fiddling with something. Boom! A low roar sounded, and the iron lump roared. What is this? Is it a living thing? Why is the cry so terrible? Zayanto was frightened by the sudden roar. Under his terrified gaze, the iron lump began to move and rushed towards him at a rapid speed. Ah! Help! Do you want to kill me? Zayanto immediately turned around and ran away. Shania sat on the iron lump, his eyes red, and roared loudly, Zayanto! Don't run, rush over here! No! It's too dangerous! Satsuki said as he ran. Shania continued to chase, don't run, rush towards the car. Ah! For an hour, Satsuki's screams and pleas for mercy never stopped. The other children couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this scene. The reason why Shania only chased for an hour was not because he planned to let Satsuki go, but because the engine of the car broke down and couldn't start. Another reason was that Urokadakase Kanji showed up when Shania was repairing the car and quarreled with Shania. Absolutely not, they are still children, how can they conduct such dangerous training? Urokadakase Kanji said to Shania for the first time. Shania spoke so angrily. Shania immediately retorted, I control the speed of the car very well, and I will never let them get hurt. That won't work either. What if they get hurt? What do you think of human life? Urokadakase Kanji said angrily. Shania clearly felt that the cells of the scum boss in his body shivered. Achoo! The scum boss far away in Tokyo sneezed without any warning. And a chill appeared in his back for no reason. The last time he felt this way was last time. On the Sagiri mountainside, Shania argued with reason. Don't you trust my strength? I can't guarantee that there will be no problem, probably, should, maybe. Didn't you say absolutely just now? Urokadakase Kanji was old, but he still quarreled with Shania like a young man. Shania could foresee that the old face under his mask had already blushed. In the end, Shania compromised. Because he saw that Urokadakase Kanji was having difficulty breathing, as if he was about to have an asthma attack. In line with the tradition of respecting the elderly and loving the young, Shania still respected Urokadakase Kanji's opinion and gave up the car chasing training. Oh, mainly because of loving the young. After all, the ages of all the people present seemed to be less than his. In the end, Shania changed the training plan and reduced the training intensity to a range that carbon-based creatures could bear. According to Shania's idea, he still had many training plans to put forward. Including but not limited to practicing continuous flying kicks, cutting waterfalls with bare hands, and saying famous lines such as "What's your expression? What's your tears? Can your tears kill demons?" to these children who are about to become members of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's not that Shania has any bad taste, but Duki is like blood, cells, and organs in the human body. When the emotions fluctuate greatly, it will be more active. Therefore, when the emotions fluctuate greatly, it is easier to perceive the existence of Duki. The reason for using this rather strange method is that it is still a little difficult for the Demon Slayer Corps, where everyone has not received prenatal education, to explain the principles of fighting spirit in a very systematic and concise way. After all, these little ghosts have never seen a scientific creation like a car, so how can you explain something like fighting spirit that is somewhat metaphysical? But then again, the breathing method itself is also quite metaphysical. You say that a special breathing method can enhance physical fitness, which can be regarded as a scientific field, but relying on breathing methods to suppress toxins, stop bleeding, and self-first aid is somewhat metaphysical. After all, Jiguo Yuanyi slashed 1,500 swords in 1 second, and this attack speed cannot be achieved without being single for 30 years. But even so, the simplified training of Shania also made these young people feel like heaven and death. Chapter 44. The old man was very happy. Jiyu, what are you doing? Santo looked at Jiyu who was sitting in the corner and said, everyone is training hard, so don't be too unsociable. The boy in front of him, the future water pillar, Jiyu Tomioka, was still an autistic boy at this time. It's nothing, training doesn't matter. Jiyu Tomioka's voice couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Santo said helplessly, it started again. Among these boys, Santo was the only one who could talk to Jiyu. Most of these children joined the Demon Slayer Corps because their relatives were killed by demons, so Santo understood Jiyu's depression very well. Anyway, it's better to die like this. Jiyu Tomioka said. What nonsense are you talking about, Yiyang? When Santo heard what Yiyang said, he couldn't hold it anymore. He grabbed Yiyang and said, listen, Yiyang, if you keep talking about death, our friendship will end here. It seems that the teenager who just entered puberty is getting restless. Shania suddenly appeared behind the two of them and teased, well, adolescence is like this. Some people are passionate, while others think that the world is meaningless. Brother Genosuk. Santo was stunned when he saw Genosuk who suddenly appeared. Shania patted Santa's shoulder, then walked to Yiyang and said, you, go down the mountain. Hey! Not only Yiyang, but also Santo and other children were stunned. Jiyu looked at Shania, what? Shania looked at Jiyu and said, the Demon Slayer Corps does not need people who are afraid of death, but it does not need people who have no will to live. Trainers train demon hunters to let them survive, not to die. Instead of letting you die in the final selection and ruin the reputation of Urokadaki, it is better to get out now. Wait, Brother Genosuk, you are too much. Even though it was Santo, although he was very worried about Jiyu's negativity, he was also very disgusted with Shania's words. Do you have any misunderstandings about the Demon Slayer Corps? Shania looked at the teenagers present, and his expression was no longer as casual as before. The Demon Slayer Corps is not a psychological counseling organization that specifically solves your psychological problems. In other words, if you have relatives killed by demons, if you don't have the determination to avenge your relatives, but instead want to die, it is better to get out of the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible. Brother Genosuk. Santo looked at Shania, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. Shania walked up to Jiyu, looked at him and said, I heard from Urokotaka that your sister was killed by a demon on her wedding night, right? And right in front of you, you saw the demon killing your sister. Why? I don't see hatred for demons in your eyes. What do you think you should do as a younger brother now? As he spoke, Shania got angry and picked up the wooden sword and swung it at Jiyu. Jiyu was shocked and instinctively raised his sword to block. Bang! With a crisp sound, Shania's wooden sword actually broke Jiyu's real sword and slammed him out. Shania snatched the sword from Santo's hand and threw it in front of Jiyu. Pick up the sword, now I am the evil demon who killed your sister. Pick up the sword and kill me. I said, you have been talking since just now, but I haven't said anything yet. Jiyu picked up the sword, endured the pain in his body and stood up, saying. Shania had a blank expression, it doesn't matter. I think there is something wrong with your thinking and it needs to be corrected. Whether it is your understanding of the Demon Slayer core, demons, or even the world, there are problems. Jiu almost lost his balance. Hey, that's too much. Shania said, you think it's too much for me to just slander you verbally? Why don't you have any hatred in your heart after your relatives were killed by demons? Don't you hate demons? Don't you want to send the evil demon who killed your sister to hell? Don't you want to prevent the tragedy that happened to you from happening to others? Of course I do. Ji roared. Shania's words seemed to pierce his heart like a blade. He was originally holding on, but now he couldn't calm down. How can I not want revenge? But what can I do? I can't do anything. What's the difference between me and death? Jiu. Santo looked at the roaring Jiu, not knowing what to say. He wanted to go up and comfort him, but he also knew that now was not the time to comfort him. Well, if your knife can touch me, I will tell you. Tell you what to do, Shania grinned, revealing a slightly cruel smile. Although Shania's goal has been achieved by arousing the hatred and anger hidden deep in Jiu's heart. In fact, there is no need for Jiu to fight with him. But the atmosphere has been set here, and I always feel that something is missing if I don't beat him up. Everything is afraid of coming here, so I'll beat him up first. Then, until noon, Jiu went down the mountain with the children with a pig head. When Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Jiu with a bruised face, he was dumbfounded. Jiu, are you okay? Santo asked worriedly. Jiu, who was exploding, was still twitching on his face. He looked at Santo. That guy definitely did it on purpose. Santo, hey. Jiu gritted his teeth and said, I obviously figured it out, why did he have to drag me to fight him? Xiantu said seriously, Yang, I think you misunderstood Brother Genosuke, he is not that kind of person. Hey! Have you forgotten that he was riding on that big iron lump to chase you? Said Yang. Xiantu said, that was training. Yang. Xiantu smiled and patted Yang's shoulder, just on the bruise he got from Shania. It's okay, didn't Brother Genosuke say that as long as you can meet him, he will train you? Brother Genosuke is a pillar, very strong. Yang didn't hear what Xiantu said clearly, because the pain from his shoulder made him have no energy to listen to others. Yang, are you okay? Seeing Jiu getting stronger painfully, Santo grabbed Jiu's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Jiu suddenly felt his brain go blank, as if the pain had disappeared. Then, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Jiu? What's going on? Brother Genosuke is really something. He was too heavy even in training. Santo was even more worried when he saw Jiu fainting. Urokodaka Seikanji punched Santo on the head, let him rest well, idiot. Santo covered his head and squatted on the ground, sorry. In the afternoon, Jiu, who was beaten, rested in his residence, and the other children continued to train. However, Shania put most of his energy on the Butterfly Sisters and Santo. After all, he could tell who had talent in the crowd at a glance. Although the talents of the other children were not bad, they were still much worse than these plot characters. Chapter 45. The old man was very happy. Brother Genosuke, I always feel that my breathing method has reached a bottleneck recently, and it is difficult to improve. During the training, Santa said. Shania was confused. Hey? Are you kidding? What kind of bottleneck is your level? Santa scratched his head and said, but my water breathing is indeed not as fast as Jiu. Jiu practiced 2 years later than me, and he is almost catching up with me. Santu, don't belittle yourself. I can see that your talent is not inferior to Jiu. Shania patted Santu on the shoulder and said. Then he thought for a while, but if we only look at the breathing method, maybe the one that is most compatible with you is not the water breathing. Satsuma's fighting style is radical and advocates offense. Therefore, it is normal that it is not compatible with the water breathing, which is just the opposite of the defensive counterattack and the use of softness to overcome hardness. All the water pillars in history are gentle people, except Aoyama Hidenobu. To be honest, Aoyama Hidenobu's compatibility with water breathing is not high, and he can become a pillar purely by talent and hard work. Although Satsuma's personality is not as irritable as Aoyama Hidenobu, it is definitely not as gentle as water. If you have to say, Satsuma's personality is somewhat similar to that of the Purgatory family, but it is only a little similar. Watching Satsuma thinking for a long time, the memory that had been sealed for 100 years seemed to wake up, and a boy's face appeared in Shania's mind. Sota Onosuke, a genius boy 100 years ago, created the breath of the storm. Unfortunately, Shiny only met the boy once, and based on his sword skills, he could tell that the breathing of mist might be derived from the breathing of water or the breathing of wind. But Shiny was not in a hurry. Now Santo was still in the basic stage. The bottleneck he mentioned was simply a sense of crisis when he saw that Yang was progressing too fast. Although he was not compatible with the breathing of water, the breathing of water was indeed very suitable as a basic breathing method. But seeing how anxious Santo was, Shiny might as well prepare to give him some special treatment. Okay, seeing that you are so anxious, I will teach you something new. Shiny said. Santo immediately became alert and sat upright. Shiny said slowly, you are already very proficient in the breathing of the whole set, so the next step should be to continue with the next step, the constant hit. The constant hit. Santo showed a puzzled look. Shania spread his hands. To put it simply, it is to turn water breathing into instinct. Whether eating, sleeping, or going to the toilet, you must maintain the rhythm of water breathing. This is also the most basic condition for becoming a pillar. If you can't achieve constant middle, you can't continue to improve. It sounds difficult. Santo pondered. The basic stage of breathing training is aimed at allowing swordsmen to use breathing while performing swordsmanship. Breathing and swordsmanship complement each other and exert a power far beyond ordinary swordsmanship. And constant middle means that you must maintain the breathing rhythm of breathing at all times in your life. To put it bluntly, you have to completely change a person's breathing habits. It is difficult to do this. After all, breathing is instinctive, and it is conceivable how difficult it is to change instincts. But at the same time, the rewards are extremely generous. It took Shania 1.5 months to become a constant middle, and even in this 1.5 months, his physical strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds. After achieving constant middle, he directly possessed the strength to become a pillar. To put it more exaggeratedly, even after becoming a ghost, Chang Hong's breathing has a strengthening effect on his ghost's physique, although it is very weak. Of course, the real effect of Chang Zhong is not just to strengthen the body. The breathing method is complementary to the swordsmanship that matches it. In the process of striving to achieve Chang Zhong, correcting one's breathing rhythm is also correcting the force-generating skills of swordsmanship. When you really reach Chang Zhong, your attainments in swordsmanship will also be taken to a higher level. Suunta began to try Chang Zhong breathing, but when breathing, Suunta's 5 senses will be maximized. The heartbeat sounded like thunder in his ears, and Suunta almost got a stitch in the side. And when he suddenly ended Chang Zhong, his lungs still hurt. This made Suunta even more uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, take it slow, kid, I suffered a lot at the beginning. Janai laughed mercilessly. Despite the ridicule, Shania still went back to the headquarters and checked the records about the breathing of storm. Because breathing of storm was first invented by Suda Ainosuke and no one inherited it, even the records of the Yubayashiki family were of no use to him. There are not many records of the breath of mist. Suda Onosuke was killed by Gamatsubo. Before he died, Gamatsubo made him into a work of art and he died at the age of 21. Because he was young, he did not adopt a stepson, so the breath of mist was broken and there were only sporadic records. Did you gain anything? Yubayashiki Yoya came to the study and looked at Shania with a frown. Shania sighed, there are too few records. The storm pillar was too young when he died. He had no descendants, no stepsons, and even no handwritten copies of the Breath of Mist were circulated. As he said that, Shania looked at Yubayashiki Yoya, and it didn't matter, Yaya, you. Yubayashiki Yoya looked puzzled, what's wrong? Shania pointed at him and said, has your curse begun? Yubayashiki Yoya was stunned, and then he sighed, this is the fate of the head of the Yubayashiki family. This day will come sooner or later. Fate. Shania pondered. According to the records of the Kamigaki clan, this was a curse that a certain god had placed on the Yubayashiki clan because their family had a MUZAN, Kibutsuji. The stain on the family brought punishment from the gods. Only by eliminating MUZAN, Kibutsuji, can the curse of the Yubayashiki clan disappear. And marrying a woman from the Kamigaki clan can delay the onset of the curse. But even so, all the successive heads of the Yubayashiki clan died young, without exception. Well, it makes sense. Who let your family have such a stain as MUZAN? Very reasonable. Hitui. It's simply bullshit. When the scumbag boss was causing trouble in the world, the gods did not punish him, but cursed the innocent Yubayashiki clan instead. Now recalling the plot of the original work, the process of MUZAN becoming the ancestor of demons seems a bit strange. What was the identity of the doctor who was killed by MUZAN? Why did he have a prescription for treating MUZAN? What exactly is the blue-red spider lily? Is the curse of the gods on the Yubayashiki clan really a divine punishment? Or is it just the gods' bad taste for mortals? If it is a divine punishment, why is MUZAN still causing trouble in the world? Everything is too strange, and this world seems far from as simple as in the comics. The ghosts in the original work will go to hell to forgive their sins after death, but when these ghosts appear in the extra, they don't look like they are forgiving their sins at all. Yoya. Shinyi looked at Yubayashiki Yoya. Yubayashiki Yoya, what's wrong? Shinyi hesitated and then shook his head, nothing. He wanted to ask if he knew what god the Kamigawa clan worshipped. But on second thought, whether the so-called god was watching this world or not, it was really unknown. He couldn't even beat a scumbag boss now, and if there really was such a god, this god created the current scumbag boss. Everything in this world seemed too abnormal. Chapter 46. The two of them were very happy. Starting tomorrow, I plan to formally teach you the essence of water breathing. Shania said to the butterfly sisters. The two sisters looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This month's basic training was finally not in vain. But before that, there are some practical problems that I need to tell you. Shania said, women's strength is generally weaker than men, and Xiao Shinobu's height is obviously not a power type. Even if you learn the breathing method, it is difficult to cut off the demon's neck. The originally surprised butterfly Shinobu's expression froze at this time. Everyone present could see that butterfly Shinobu's eyes lost their brilliance in just a few seconds. Maybe we don't need to chop off the head. There are other ways to fight against demons. For example, we can use drugs to redeem demons and turn them back into humans. Kane saw her sister's loss and said, save, redeem. Did she say redemption? Is that right? Shania and Urokodaka Seikanji looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. Her parents were killed by demons, and she could still say that she wanted to redeem demons. Even Shania, the second upper rank, was silent at this time. Kane, don't say such thoughts anymore in the future. Shania said slowly. Kane asked quickly, why, Genosuk-sama? Ghosts are obviously pitiful creatures. Shania said, they are indeed pitiful creatures, but they are also evil. Kane retorted, no one knows if there are any kind ghosts. If you meet one, will you kill him? There are no kind ghosts. Since the first ghost appeared in this world, no ghost has been kind. Shania said firmly. Not even one. Kane looked at Shania, her eyes full of hope. Shania also looked at Kane and said slowly, not even one. He knew what kind of organization the Demon Slayer Corps was, and what kind of dangers he would face after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Therefore, even if Shania could use this to recognize Kane's point of view and reveal his identity as a condition for Kane's dream to come true, but for this reason, he gave Kane some unrealistic fantasies, and Shania couldn't do such a thing. In fact, since the beginning of the existence of ghosts, the only kind ghosts are Tamayo and Nezuko, and Yoshiro, a ghost transformed from Tamayo's blood. But there are more than tens of thousands of ghosts in this world? Among such a huge number of evil ghosts, there are 3 good ghosts, so there is no difference between these 3 good ghosts and non-existence. It sounds cruel, but this is the only way for the Demon Slayer Corps, as humans, to reduce casualties when facing ghosts. Over the past 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has seen too many evil ghosts who devour blood relatives and kill relatives and friends. Just what Shania has seen and heard, there are no less than 1,000 cases. There is no way, ghosts like Tamayo who can get rid of the instinct of evil ghosts, and chosen ghosts like Nezuko are all without exception. If you have to say, Shania is also an exception. On the contrary, the ghosts of Tian Gang, but Shania never thinks that he is kind, but just tries his best to prevent himself from going to evil. Temporarily interrupting Kane's unrealistic fantasy, Shania began to teach the sisters the secrets of water breathing. During this period, Urokodakase Kanji would also help Shania to fill in the gaps so that the sisters could better absorb knowledge. In March, spring is in full bloom. As a pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps, Shania still has to deal with some daily demon-killing tasks. He is not a semi-retired pillar like Urokodakase Kanji, and it is impossible for him to stay in Sagiri Mountain all the time. For these demon-killing tasks, no matter whether the demons are strong or weak, Shania will not reject them. Demons are still food for him, and one of the ways to become stronger, although the effect is not as good as before. But, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He found a tea stall on the side of the road, ordered a cup of herbal tea, and looked at the hustle and bustle of the street, and Shania was a little distracted. Xianmi. Dad was stabbed to death. From today on, we will protect Mom and my younger brother and sister. A pair of brothers pulled a wooden cart past Xinyi, and their voices reached Xinyi's ears. The one pulling the wooden cart was obviously the older brother, with fluffy silver hair and a worn-out striped haori. Beside him was his younger brother, with a very obvious coxcomb. What do you mean by us? It should be up to us two from now on. The younger brother looked at his older brother. Said. The elder brother looked at his younger brother in shock, and then he showed a bright smile. Even Xinyi, after hearing such a conversation, couldn't help but look at the two brothers. He showed a relieved smile. In this poor island country, except for the Demon Slayer Corps, he hadn't seen such a humane scene for a long time. Looking at the sun that was about to set, Xinyi planned to find a place to stay. When he played the role of the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, he would deliberately abide by the human schedule. Unless the boss sent him a private message during this period. After finding a hotel to stay, Xinyi washed up and lay on the bed to sleep. At this time, the sun had completely set, and Xinyi returned to his ghost appearance. Ghosts also need to sleep, but the sleep time is much shorter than that of humans. The pair of brothers he met in the evening made Xinyi feel better. That is, this pair of brothers seems a little familiar. Hearing the elder brother calling the younger brother Xianmi, what on earth is this? Oh no, it's awful, it's awful. He suddenly got up from the bed and jumped out of the window. Isn't that brother Busukawa? Over 100 years, many of Shania's past life memories have become blurred, and he didn't react when he saw brother Busukawa. But after running a few steps, Shania stopped again. It's still a bit dangerous to save brother Busukawa now. Since brother Busukawa's mother has become a ghost, it means that the scumbag boss is nearby. If I go over now, I might be discovered by the scumbag boss. And at night, I am the image of upper string too, which is not convincing to Brother Busukawa, who is a human. Thinking of this, Shania jumped onto the roof of a building and turned on his perception to the maximum. He sensed the most obvious location of the thin blood nearby, and then, waited for dawn. P.S. Let me say a few words off topic, about the comments, maybe everyone will think I have a glass heart or something. First of all, if you can't accept any setting errors, and think that even the details that do not affect the plot are unforgivable principled errors, you can delete my book yourself, and there is no need to show off in the comment section. My ability is limited, and I dare not guarantee that I remember every setting of the original work, and I have to change some settings for the plot. What I can do is that I don't claim that I write the original work, that's all. Secondly, the battle between Shania and Rock Pillar caused controversy. Many readers think that I suppressed Shania's combat power or praised Rock Pillar. But everyone, take a closer look. Shania didn't open the stripes, didn't use blood demon art, and even the demonized version of thunder breathing was useless. Relying on martial arts and basic swordsmanship, he suppressed Rock Pillar when Rock Pillar had the first-hand advantage, and directly killed Rock Pillar after using blood demon art. How can this be considered suppressing combat power? As for what Shania said later that he couldn't beat him, it was because it was almost dawn, and the blood demon art would be locked, and the panel would be cut. It doesn't mean that the protagonist really couldn't beat Rock Pillar. Chapter 47. The two of them were very close. Why hasn't Mom come back yet? Xianmi was lying on the bed, looking at his brother and sister sleeping beside him, feeling a little worried. Xianmi, what's wrong? Can't you sleep? Shimi was also asleep, and got up to look at Xianmi. Xianmi looked at his brother. You too, brother. Shimi sighed, I'll go to find Mom. Xianmi got up quickly, I'll go too. Shimi waved his hand and said, No, I'll go, you stay at home. Xianmi was a little reluctant. Shimi sighed again, didn't we make an appointment? Hearing this, Xianmi smiled, I know. Shimi looked at his brother's smile, felt relieved, and walked out of the house. As soon as he went out, Xianmi heard the noise around him and looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that his brothers and sisters were not asleep either, except for the youngest brother Qin. Xianmi turned on the light and waited for his mother and brother to come back with his brothers and sisters. Mom is so slow. Yes, it's almost dawn. It's okay, my eldest brother has already gone to find them. Xianmi comforted his brothers and sisters, you must be tired too, go to bed quickly, and when you wake up, Mom and eldest brother will be back. Dong. At this time, a figure appeared outside the door and hit the door. The children's eyes suddenly lit up, it's Mom. Mom is back. As they said, they ran to the door. Xianmi looked at the shadow at the door and instinctively felt that something was wrong. Wait, don't open the door yet, it may not be Mom. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was instantly shattered. Glass and wood chips flew everywhere. Xianmi was horrified and hurriedly stood up and stepped forward. However, just as he stood up, he stopped again. His brothers and sisters were fine, and a dark golden barrier covered them inside. Looking outside the door again, a man taller than his father was pressing his mother's head and pressing her to the ground. And the mother's condition was obviously not right. Shania was confused at this time. Who am I? What am I doing? Why am I here? Then he reacted, and he couldn't help it. Asshole, let my mother go. Xianmi picked up a stick and rushed out. Bang! Shania's momentum burst out instantly, pressing Xianmi to the ground. There was a hurried sound of footsteps, and Shania, who was covered in scars, came back. Seeing that his brothers and sisters were safe, he was temporarily relieved. But seeing his mother being pressed to the ground by Shania, Shania was stunned. He was attacked while going out to look for his mother. At first, he thought it was a stray dog on the roadside or a wolf that sneaked into the town. But then, he found something wrong. The other person looked obviously human, and he was very familiar with him. Shimai couldn't believe his own judgment. After struggling desperately and cutting the other person, he followed the other person's footsteps back home. Then, he saw the current scene. The sun slowly rose and shone on his mother. The mother's body began to disintegrate and turned into ashes. Ah! The evil ghost made a miserable cry, no longer aggressive, only the fear of life about to end. Shimai. This was the last sentence the evil ghost said before it turned to ashes. Mom! Mom! Why did you kill Mom, you murderer? Xianmi and his brothers and sisters cried to Shania, making Shania upset. Oh! Too noisy! Shania shook his head and rubbed his brain. With the appearance of the sun, he had already turned into a human. But some things will not change because of this. He looked at Shimai and suddenly felt a palpitation. Fuck, thin blood. Without time to explain, Shania left the place in a hurry. It was not because he was afraid of hurting Shimai and the others. Shania was already the same as Tamayo and the others at this time. He only needed a small amount of blood to maintain metabolism and could completely suppress his instinct to swallow thin blood. He was afraid that Shimai's blood would be too powerful and draw out his power as a ghost. Now it was under the sun. If one of them couldn't hold back, then he really couldn't hold back. Shimai saw Shania leave, so he slowly walked to the place where his mother disappeared. There were still some bloodstains. He stretched his hand towards the bloodstains, and then the bloodstains also reacted to the sunlight and disappeared quickly. His mother just completely disappeared in this world. Shimai's mind was blank. He took a deep breath of the morning air and forced himself to stay awake. Looking at his crying brothers and sisters, he knew that he had to hold on now. If he collapsed, his brothers and sisters would really lose their backbone. Xianmi, go find workers to repair the house. Shimai's expression returned to calm, and his tone was also extremely calm. Xianmi had tears in his eyes, looking at his expressionless brother, who was so unfamiliar at this moment. After Shimai finished speaking, he chased in the direction where Shania left. On the other side, Shania found a stall to eat noodles. His mood was quite complicated now. In fact, he prevented a tragedy from happening. But the mother of several children died in front of them. After seeing this with his own eyes, Shania's mood could not get better. Guest, your noodles. A bowl of noodles was placed in front of him, which brought Shania back to his senses. Thank you. After thanking him, he picked up the bowl and started eating. To be honest, the taste of this roadside stall is actually average. In this era of material scarcity, in this country of material scarcity, it is difficult for small stalls to make any delicious food. But Xinyi likes this feeling, the feeling of being able to eat ordinary fireworks. Xinyi eats not to fill his stomach, nor because of his appetite. But he simply enjoys the sense of existence that he can integrate into society as a human being. While eating, an alluring aroma penetrated into Xinyi's nose. Xinyi was stunned, and looked to the side, and Shimai was running towards him. But this time Xinyi did not leave. He left before because it was just dawn, and the power of the evil spirits had not yet completely fallen asleep. Suddenly exposed to rare blood, especially Shimai's super doubled rare blood, Xinyi was afraid that the evil spirit power that had not yet completely fallen asleep would be stimulated, and then he would transform under the sun. At this time, the sun had risen completely, and it had been a while since morning. The power of the evil spirits had completely hidden deep in the cells and was difficult to be awakened. Although facing sane, Shania still couldn't help but drool under his tongue, but he didn't get drunk directly after smelling the smell like kokushibo. Are you okay? Shania didn't know how to face sane. After all, he just killed his mother, so he struggled for a long time and finally said this. Sane acted very calmly. Just now, what happened? Why did my mother become like that? Shania looked at Sane. What do you want now that you know? Revenge. Sane did not hide his hatred. I heard the legend of evil spirits when I was a child, but I didn't expect my mother to become such a monster. Someone must have done it, revenge on him. Then, Sane directly showed the spirit of Gongjiang. Please teach me how to take revenge. Sane's unconcealed hatred made Shania couldn't help but admire him. If you want to say who is the most suitable for Shania among the 9 pillars of Taisho, it is undoubtedly Fuzugawa Sane. The reason is also very simple. This is a person who faces his hatred directly and does not hide his desire for revenge at all. His purpose of killing demons is also very simple, that is, his mother was transformed into a demon by the Demon King, and his younger brother and sister were killed by his mother who turned into a demon. As a son, he had to kill his mother who had turned into a demon with his own hands. Therefore, demons deserve to die. It's not that other pillars are bad, but that Fuzugawa Shimizu is transparent enough. In the end, his act of apologizing to Nezuko also made this person sublimate. A person who regards demons as objects of revenge, a person who has no mercy on demons, is still willing to admit that Nezuko, as a demon, can indeed fight to protect humans, and apologize for his previous excessive behavior. Compared with a certain second pillar who became crazy because of revenge and did not want to reveal his name, Shimizu is undoubtedly more sober. Therefore, Shania is very optimistic about Shimizu. So, pay the money first. Shimizu, hey. Chapter 48. The old man was very happy. Ryadaji Genosuk. Hey. That's my name. Shania looked at the white-haired boy in front of him and said. At this time, Sania had followed Shania back to the hotel. The sun was particularly scorching today, which made Shania feel uncomfortable, so he returned to the hotel. Since you have heard ghost stories, you should also know that there are ghost hunters who specialize in exterminating ghosts. Shania looked at Sania and said. Sania nodded. The Demon Slayer Corps I am in is one of the ghost hunter organizations. At present, the only ghost hunter organization that Shania knows about, besides the Demon Slayer Corps, is the Hunter Corps with an official background. However, the role of the Hunter Corps cannot be said to be non-existent, at least it can be said that it is better than nothing. A talented player like Ryu must be the focus of training in the Demon Slayer Corps, and at least a candidate for the pillar. If he loses his hands and feet and is blind, the rest of his life will be taken care of by the Demon Slayer Corps. How could he be allowed to risk his life hunting demons on the front line? If someone like Ryu joins the Demon Slayer Corps, the boss of Yubayashiki will probably let him be the instructor of the swordsman, teaching some combat skills to the middle and lower level swordsmen to improve the survival rate of the swordsman. However, the Japanese government made him a cannon fodder on the front line. Even if we don't look at it from the perspective of humanity, from the perspective of consumables, the Japanese government is wasting natural resources. No wonder that for thousands of years, the demon hunter team that gave MUZAN the most headaches has always been the unofficial organization of the Demon Slayer Corps. MUZAN doesn't even bother to look at the official demon hunter team. What I mean is that as a ghost hunter, if you can't even have the most basic Nichiren sword in your hands, then you really can't hunt ghosts. And even if the hunters are equipped with Nichiren swords, most of them use discarded and defective ones from the Demon Slayer Corps. It's no wonder that the Demon Slayer Corps has no official support. Rather than saying that the Demon Slayer Corps has no official support, it's better to say that Yubayashiki has long seen through the nature of the government and refused to cooperate with the government. Why, how did my mother become a ghost? Asked Shia. Shania said, MUZAN Kibutsuji, he is the ancestor of demons. All demons come from him, and his blood flows in all demons. When Shia heard this name, his pupil shrank. What kind of existence is he? Shania's expression was extremely serious. He is an extremely self-centered existence with no pattern, extremely bad personality, jealous of talents, extremely dictatorial, and all the evil in the world. H. In a mansion in Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, the scumbag boss who was reading the information suddenly sneezed. The intuition of the ancestor of demons told him that someone was saying bad things about him behind his back. At this time, he activated the highest authority of the Demon King and began to eavesdrop on the thoughts of his subordinates. The first one was the upper string. Daki, this guest is so ugly, I won't eat it, I'll leave it for my brother later. Gifutaro, another day of eating leftovers. Gamatsubo, Ryu always says my pot is asymmetrical. I must make a work of art today to make him look at me with new eyes. Ha 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 ha, damn upper rank 4, surrender to my art. Ryu, if your heart is like ice crystal, you won't be startled by the sky falling. Well, the formula taught by Master Shinyi is really effective. It can actually help calm your mind and is also helpful for swordsmanship. Akaza, fight, only fight. Shinyi, if I say the most beautiful ghost I have met in recent years, it has to be Master MUZAN's female costume. It's a pity that he can't change his voice, otherwise I would be moved. Shinyi, you bastard! The scumbag boss threw the book on the ground in a rage. Humph, when I become the ultimate creature, I will be the first to start with you. The scumbag boss calmed down and listened to Kokushibo's voice again. Boss Ya almost didn't listen to Kokushibo's voice, because Kokushibo never said one thing and meant another. But this time it was an investigation, so he had to treat everyone equally. Yuichi! Yuichi! Why can't I catch up with you, ah? Yuichi! Boss Ya's head was full of black lines, and there was another reason why he didn't listen to Kokushibo's voice. Kokushibo's resentment towards Yuichi was greater than his. If you catch up with Yuichi, will I still have a good life? After confirming that it was Shania who said bad things about him behind his back, Boss Ya decided to punish him a little. Then from Boss Ya's perspective, Shania, who was sleeping in a hotel, suddenly woke up and suffered the pain of a burst heart. Humph! Shinyi, this is just a small punishment, but it won't be that simple next time. Hey? Ah! Shinyi, who was cursing the trash boss in front of Shimai, suddenly received a private message from the trash boss and was immediately confused. For a moment, he thought that the stand forgot to open it, but what punishment did the trash boss mention? Oh, yes, the trash boss's cells seemed to be unable to control him. If he couldn't beat the trash boss now, he would have turned against Tian Gang. No matter what he is, leave everything to the stand. What's wrong, sir? Shimai looked at Shinyi in a daze and asked. Shinyi came back to his senses. It's okay, I was scolded by a grudge woman. Anyway, are you sure you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinyi asked. Shia said, I just hope you can take good care of my younger brother and sister. Shania smiled and said, don't worry, the people from Hidden should have arrived at your house, and your younger brother and sister will be settled well. But you, are you really going to leave by yourself and not see them? Shia's eyes were full of determination. I know very well what path I will take. Looking at them again, I don't know if I have made up my mind to leave them. So, let it be. I want to become a ghost hunter and avenge my mother. But my younger brother and sister, please let them live a peaceful life. Okay. In that case, you will come back to Sagiri Mountain with me and receive ghost hunter training there. Shania stood up and said to Shia. Yes, master. Don't call me master. Then teacher. I'll beat you up. Just like that, Shania took Fuzugawa Shia back to Sagiri Mountain. Urokodaka Seikanji was a little unhappy. His family was full of children brought back by Shania. In response, Shania said, when I was drinking and chatting with Aoyama Hidenobu, you didn't even know where you were, and you have no right to speak in Sagiri Mountain. Urokodaka Seikanji felt bitter, because his master didn't treat him like this back then. But no matter what, Sanya has been brought back by Shania, and Urokodakase Kanji can't just drive this kid out just to reject Shania, he can't do such a thing. P.S. I have always been very conflicted about the handling of Tanjiro's family. I feel like it doesn't matter whether to save them or not, but it doesn't feel right. The original plan was to follow the plot directly, but later some readers said they wanted to intervene in advance, so I was a little conflicted. Chapter 49. The next day, the two of them were very tired. On the second day of arriving at MT Sakuri, Shin arranged basic training for Shimizu. Shimizu's physical talent had long been observed by Shin through the transparent world. Although it was far inferior to the perfect body of the rock pillar, which was rarely seen in hundreds of years, it was still a talent that was hard to come by in 100 years. There was one good thing about such a talent, that was that it was tough. No matter how tired he was the day before, he would be fully revived the next day. In less than a month, he had completed all the basic training and performed well in the mountain descent test of Urokodakase Kanji. This made the first joined sisters, such as Satoshi, Jiyu, and Butterfly, feel a sense of crisis. You should know that even the best among them, Santo, took 2 full months to get down the mountain. And Sane completed the basic training and the test in 1 month. In other words, in 1 month, Sane met the conditions for learning the breathing method. This was not surprising to Shania. After all, Sane was one of the few people in the original work who could fight against demons head-on before training. In the original work, Sane chopped his mother, who had turned into a demon, until she lost consciousness, causing her mother to face the sun and turn into ashes. Master Genosuke, give it to me. At lunchtime, Kane sat next to Shania very obediently and added rice to his meal. During the days in Sagiri Mountain, Shania's diet and daily life were almost all taken care of by the Butterfly sisters. How is the training of water breathing going? Shania asked. Kane lowered her head and said, it went well, but as Master Shinyi said before, Shinobu and I lack strength. Even if we use sword skills, we can't exert our full power. Shinyi put down the empty bowl and looked at Kane and Shinobu Koko, who looked lost. And Shimai, who was sitting next to him, was stunned. It was less than 20 seconds from when Shinyi took the bowl to just now. Is this really the speed of eating for humans? It seems that the strength of the strong is all round. They are strong in strength and eating well. Thinking of this, Shimai looked at the full bowl of rice in front of him and immediately pounced on it and showed off. Shinyi looked at Shimai and said, eat it. You will vomit it out in the afternoon anyway. Hey! Shimai was frightened by Shinyi's words and lost his appetite instantly. But it was useless. Regardless of whether he had an appetite or not, Shimai started a new training in the afternoon. You should know that the most basic means for the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps are breathing methods and the swordsmanship that goes with them. Most swordsmen only know one breathing method. But I'm special. I've learned all 5 basic breathing methods, so I can teach you all of them. But I'm best at thunder breathing. Shania said to Shimizu. Shimai looked at Shania. If I learn the breathing of thunder, I will be the stepson of brother Genosuke, right? Shania nodded. Yes, if you learn the breathing of thunder, you will inherit my title of the sound pillar in the future. Shimai grinned and said, then I refuse. Shania, hey! Shimai said, what a joke, my goal is to surpass brother Genosuke. If I learn the breathing of thunder, then I can only imitate you, right? Please teach me the breathing of wind, and I will turn into a gust of wind that kills all evil spirits. Oh! This ambition is really good, but you are still 20,000 years early to surpass me. Shania grinned, although the words were a blow, but he couldn't help but admire in his heart. For those children before, whether it was the Butterfly sisters or the rabbit, Shania was mostly sympathetic, and perhaps there was also a little care from the elders to the younger generation. And Shimai was the first younger generation that Shania really admired. Although Shania has not reached the pinnacle of the other 4 breathing methods except the breathing of thunder, it does not mean that he does not have a deep understanding of them. It can be said that in the Demon Slayer core, the one with the highest level of breathing of wind is Shania, the sound pillar. Shania's shortcomings are the strengths of others. There is no way, age is so unreasonable. After all, no one in the current Demon Slayer core is over 100 years old. It can be said that the current Demon Slayer core are all Shania's juniors. Ah! No, no, my eardrum is going to explode. I was scared to death, I thought my heart was jumping out. Shia covered his ears and shouted. The beginner's breathing method obviously brought him a great shadow. Shania looked at Shia jumping up and down, and was extremely surprised. In just one afternoon, Shia had mastered. He grasped the key points and entered the rhythm of Breath of the Wind. It seems that it won't be long before he can get started with Breath of the Wind and start learning the swordsmanship of Breath of the Wind. Master Genosuk. At this time, Kane appeared behind Shania. Shania turned around. What's wrong? Kane. Kane said, it's almost evening, we should go back. Shania saw Kane and saw the loss in her heart. He stepped forward and put his hand on her head. Are you worried about something? Kane shook her head. Since Shimai came, Master Genosuk's attention seems to be on him. Is that so? Shania was stunned. Looking back, it was true. Because of his appreciation for Shimai, he has obviously invested more energy in Shimai than other children in teaching and other aspects during this period. Sorry, maybe I am biased towards Shimai. Shania looked into Kane's eyes and said in a gentle tone as much as possible. Ha! Then, Shimai shouted, attracting Shania's attention. Shimai used the wooden sword in his hand to cut out an extremely small wind blade, leaving a mark on the tree trunk in front of him. Fuck, this is cheating. Shania said in his mind. After learning the wind breathing for an afternoon, he has already mastered the breathing rhythm and can directly cut out the wind blade. In addition to Shimai's own talent, there is a more important reason, that is, his body is highly compatible with the wind breathing. To put it bluntly, if Shimai does not learn the wind breathing, it will be a loss for the wind breathing. If Nanyun is still alive, he may teach Shimai everything in his dream at night, and even the ancestral tombs of the wind pillars of all generations will be obtained. Kane looked at Shania's shocked expression, and her mood, which had improved a little, became lost again. She finally managed to get Shiny's attention to herself, but when Shia made a little noise, Shiny immediately turned his attention away. An emotion called jealousy grew in Kane's heart. She admitted that she was jealous. She was jealous that Shia had such a good talent that Shiny valued her so much, while her own talent was relatively mediocre. The progress of water breathing was not faster than others, and there was no way to get Shiny's praise. Maybe I am not particularly suitable for water breathing. Chapter 50. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two were in a state of panic. At the foot of Mount Sajiri, Shia came out of the house. Instead of going to the training ground as usual, he came to the hut of Urokadakase Kanji. Here, Urokadakase Kanji was putting on the masks to ward off disasters on Santo, Makomo, and Jiu. Originally, Urokadakase Kanji was going to let Makomo participate in the final selection last year, but was stopped by Shania. The reason was that Makomo was still young and his body was still developing. 1 year later would greatly improve his strength. Urokadakase Kanji thought of the children he had sent away before, and agreed with Shania's idea. Hey, Shimai, are you here to see us off? Santo looked at Shimai and waved with a smile. Shimai put his hands on his waist and said, You think too much. I was specially trained by Brother Tajinasuk. Santo stepped forward and hugged Shimai's neck directly. Oh! Don't say one thing and mean another. I know you are worried. Your worry is completely unnecessary. I am the strongest. Shimai grabbed Santo's face as he got closer and closer. I said, I'm not worried. Don't be so self-indulgent. Santo, woo. After a year of getting along, Shimai has also integrated into the group of children in Sajiri Mountain. Because of his high talent and rapid progress, his strength quickly caught up with Santo and others and became the king of children in Sajiri Mountain. Of course, this is also the reason why Shimai devoted himself to training. Although Jiyu has some motivation compared to before, he still lacks some enthusiasm. And Jiyu's mentality is a bit weak, which causes Santo to encourage Jiyu in addition to training. In addition, the compatibility between Satsuki and water breathing is not high, and there is always something missing. But Shiya has no worries. His younger brother and sister have been arranged by the Yubayashiki family. Swanya recently wrote to him, saying that he is going to school. After receiving Swanya's letter, Shiya felt more at ease and had more motivation to train. In addition, he had a very high compatibility with wind breathing, so it was normal for him to catch up. Satsuki, this is for you. Shania took off the sheath from his waist and handed it to Satsuki. Satsuki was stunned. This is... Shania said, the sheath is connected to my blood, and has fought with me for many years. My sword intent remains on it. Fighting with it should be helpful to you. Fight with it before you participate in the final selection and have your own Nichiren sword. Shania always remembered that Satsuki said that he was not particularly suitable for water breathing. However, after all, Satsuki is the disciple of Urokodaka Seikanji, and it is impossible for Shin to let Satsuki switch to other breathing methods in front of Urokodaki. And the mist breathing created by Suda Onosuke, which he thought of at the beginning, was broken due to Aonosuke's untimely death, and there are only sporadic records. The sheath is connected to his life. As long as he is alive, the sheath will not be worn or damaged. And he has used the sheath for more than 100 years, and the blade of the sheath has long been attached with his sword intent. A breathing swordsman is also a swordsman in essence. Although the breathing method is the foundation, it is always inevitable to understand the swordsmanship. If Satsuki's understanding is high enough and his sword intent can inspire him, then it is not impossible for Satsuki to create a breathing method suitable for him. Of course, there is another reason. Although more than 100 years have passed, Shin still has some impressions of some important plots in the previous life. He vaguely remembers that Satsuki died in the final selection because the sword broke at the end. In that case, let's lend him the scabbard first, and make it as he pleases. Don't worry, brother Genosuke, I will definitely protect it. Santo took the scabbard excitedly. He had long been attracted to Shinyi's sword, not only because of his yearning for the Nichiren sword, but also because the style of this sword was much more gorgeous than the ordinary Nichiren sword. The dark golden stripes wrapped around the blade made the sword look very expensive. Stupid, the sword is a weapon, use it to protect yourself and your companions, not you protect it. Shinyi punched Santo on the head and cursed. Santo covered his head, just talk, why do you like to hit people's heads like the old man? Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Urokodaka Seikanji was full of worry. Brother Genosuke, my strength is enough to participate in the selection, said Shiya. Shania looked at Shimai and said, I have other plans for you. Come with me, I plan to give you special training next. Special training? Shimai became excited when he heard about special training. He now only wanted to become stronger and then kill the boss who gave him the knife. S mother. However, it is a little different from the original work, because his younger brother and sister were not killed by his mother who had turned into a ghost, and he did not kill his mother who had turned into a ghost, so Shia's personality did not become as extreme as in the original work. This is also the reason why he can get along well with the children who practiced water breathing. If he had the same personality in the original work, he would have disliked these water-breathing children. Rumble. The waterfall poured down, and the loud noise was like thunder. This is your special training? Shania said. Shia was confused. Hey. Shania said, when can you split the waterfall? I will let you participate in the final selection. Shia couldn't believe what he heard. Split what? Waterfall? How about the waterfall? Split? Split what? Waterfall. The brain capacity is not enough to receive the information in Shania's words. He looked at the wooden sword in his hand and recalled what Shania had just said. Wooden sword, split the waterfall. Are you really teaching swordsmanship? I'm afraid it's not blood demon art. Do you want me to demonstrate it? Shiny looked at Shimai and said. Shimai swallowed his saliva and handed over the wooden sword. He could tell from Shiny's tone that Shiny was not bragging, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Shiny took the wooden sword, came to the waterfall, and waved it casually. The wooden sword cut out a wind blade, and flew towards the waterfall with a sharp sword intent. Boom! The waterfall was cut in half, and the water below flowed into the pool, while the water above could not flow down. The stone wall behind the waterfall appeared in front of Shimai. So strong. Shimai's worldview was refreshed. To this extent, I'm afraid that even Mr. Urokodaka can't do it. The most shocking thing was not that the waterfall was split, but that such a powerful sword intent was released from the wooden sword, but the wooden sword was safe and sound, without even a crack. After a minute, the sword intent slowly dissipated, and the waterfall returned to its original state. And Shimai still had the image of Shania swinging the sword in his mind. You don't need to do it like me, just split it for a moment, and you'll pass. Shania threw the wooden sword to Shimai, and then left him alone at the waterfall.